Good morning. On behalf of the Banking Association South Africa, or BASA as we are known, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome and to thank you for your participation in our Sustainable Finance Conference. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Pierre Venter. I work within the Market Conduct Division of BASA. I will be introducing our esteemed keynote address speakers as well as our moderators during the course of the conference. Some logistical information before we start is this conference will be both physical and virtual, and we will also have a number of pre-recorded addresses which will be delivered. We are mindful of your busy diaries, and you may therefore not be able to stay with us for the entire period of the conference. And so we will be editing these sessions, which we will place on our public internet site in about 10 days' time, where you'll be able to download or listen to these. Our website address is www.banking.org.za. On the left-hand side of your screens are two tabs of relevance. Firstly, the Download tab. If you click on this, you'll be able to view the agenda. Secondly, the Questions tab. You can use the Questions tab to pose questions to our panelists. Given the limited discussion periods, we may not be able to pose all the questions. When asking a question, please pose this to a specific panelist. As the panelists are unable to answer questions which have not been addressed during their session in the chat box, we will email the question to them and they will respond to you. As we already have your contact details, there's no need for you to detail your contact details when posing your question. And finally, during the designated breaks, we ask that participants please stay online so as to avoid congestion. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our opening address speaker, Sis Bongi Kuneni, who is the Managing Director of the Banking Association. Bongi assumed a position in March 2020. Prior to that, she was the Pan-Africa Head, Public Sector Banking for the Standard Bank Group, where she had responsibility for strategic direction of the business in 15 African countries, including South Africa. Her career has included a role as the Executive Director at the World Bank Group in Washington, D.C. In that capacity, she served on the board representing South Africa, Nigeria, and Angola. She chaired the Audit Committee of the World Bank Group from November 2016 to October 2018. Bongi has also served in the South African government in different capacities, including the presidency in Gauteng Provincial Government's Finance and Economic Affairs area and National Treasury. Her previous board memberships include the South African National Parks, where she chaired the Audit Committee. She has also served as chair of the Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone. From an academic perspective, Bongi was a postgraduate economics student at Wits University. At this time, she was accepted at SOAS and therefore completed her postgraduate studies at London University. Bongi, I'll hand over to you to deliver our opening address.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcome today in this Sustainable Finance Conference. It has come at an opportune time. As you know, this month, we've just been all witnesses to COP26, which was hosted by England. We are grateful that this conference comes on the heels of that. I would like to convey a message from the chairman of the Banking Association South Africa, Mr. Richard Wainwright. He will be with us and he will close this conference tomorrow. Sustainability finance is now firmly in the spotlight as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, which we are still experiencing up to now. What we do know is that the need for humanity to become more sustainable has never been as urgent as today. I have every confidence that our resilience will accelerate, and as we do more to build our economy back together, humanity will have to embark collectively on a more sustainable journey. We saw this in COP26, and we all heard the striking message that was given to the world by the Prime Minister of Barbados, Maya Mottley, which was really an impassioned plea for the world to act. I would like to quote President Fernandez of Argentina, who stated that, I quote, "The health crisis caused by the pandemic reminds us that we must now become a much greater crisis of sustainability and imbalance, which affects the environment, society, and economy. This is a triple crisis which is broadening existing gaps between countries and people," end quote. In my view, what this conveys precisely is that the crisis of our time is entrenched, it is catastrophic, and it transcends systems associated with the people of the planet. Over the next 2 days, we are going to hear from a diverse set of speakers. They will include local and international industry experts, sustainability experts, and leadership on the following themes. We will talk about as a country. South Africa's transition to a just low carbon economy is also on the table. We will focus on sustainable finance solutions and the challenges and barriers to sustainable finance. We're also going to touch upon the regulatory environment and the role of leadership in achieving sustainability. We will look at the highlights of COP26, look at biodiversity and social sustainability. These topics will explore our response to a multifaceted, interrelated global risks to the economy, society, and environment. In this case, because it is a triple threat, we are concerned about inequality, environmental degradation, the loss of biodiversity, and the erosion of social cohesion. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, South Africa is an apt study of what this crisis looks like. We are very vulnerable as a country to a number of threats, starting with what we see in the physical world in the form of droughts and floods, which in turn have an impact on food security, and that also impacts our economy and by extension, the workforce of South Africa. Given that South Africa produces products that are reliant on resource-intensive use of energy and all other resources, we are the largest greenhouse emitter in Africa. Consequently, our economy is highly dependent on activities that are fueling climate change. However, this shouldn't prevent us from focusing on how to rebuild the economy and focusing on transition to a lower emission one. As we will hear during this conference, how much thought has gone into moving from where we are to the state that we desire to be in. According to the latest United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Southern Africa is a hotspot for climate change. They've highlighted events which are attributed to climate change, which include what we saw during the Cape Town Day Zero, the tropical cyclone Ida, and we are also keenly aware that Gauteng has the potential for a tipping point of Day Zero. And in the agriculture space, we are looking at potential for disturbance in the maize crop and cattle industry for the country. Sustainable finance has a critical role to play in addressing all the risks that we are going to be talking about. We are looking toward it to give us product and services that will be solutions and address social and environmental issues. A lot of progress has been made in creating a more sustainable financial sector in South Africa. As you will know, National Treasury last year released a report called Financing a Sustainable Economy. That report is a technical paper where there are recommendations that are now being dealt by the Climate Risk Forum, which is a partnership between the financial sector, regulators, and multiple government departments. We're going to be hearing more of the Climate Risk Forum in these 2 days. Separately, the Sustainable Banking and Finance Network, which is a voluntary community of financial sector regulatory agencies, banking associations from 43 emerging markets, is equally committed to advancing sustainable finance. We started these activities in 2016. By now, each country reports, and South Africa ranks as an advancing country in implementation phase with sustainable finance progression metrics. I am pleased to note significant sustainability developments in South Africa over the past year. Notable ones which I would like to include in this conversation is we now have the Presidential Climate Commission, which is tasked with developing a roadmap for the transition of South Africa to a low emissions economy on a just basis. Secondly, there's been a climate change bill tabled in Parliament. This will create an umbrella regulatory framework for our country's mitigation and adaptation efforts. Plus, the National Business Initiative's Just Transition and Climate Pathways project. Its sole focus is an in-depth study that examines how key economic sectors can transition to being net zero by 2050. We have also tabled as a country an ambitious nationally determined contribution by South Africa in the United Nations. This aligns South Africa's greenhouse gas emission targets to that of the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement. As a result of COP26, we can now also talk to the 135 billion rand pledge, which was done by the US, the EU, and the UK to mobilize funding for Excom to begin its renewable energy journey. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude by just stating the highlights. First, being the release of the Financing a Sustainable Economy technical paper. Second, being the South Africa's ranking in the SBFN progression metrics. Third, the establishment of the PCC and the Climate Risk Forum. And lastly, the more ambitious nationally determined targets. In conclusion, I would like to say that as we are facing this crisis, this is a huge opportunity for all of us to address the threats in a way that will make this planet sustainable and able to feed generations to come and give a resource for our grandchildren and great-grandchildren that they will be proud of in the future that will not include us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bongi, for an inspiring and thought-provoking address. Whilst the severity of the impact of climate change on both the future of humanity and Africa's shores is alarming, I was enthused to hear that as a country, we have already made considerable progress in our sustainability journey, and that we can turn the devastating impact of COVID-19 and the climate crisis into a sustainable opportunity that will allow us to build back better and create a more inclusive and just society. Thank you, Bongi. Our next keynote address is a household name who needs no introduction. It is none other than the Honourable Minister Barbara Creecy, Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. Despite her extremely busy diary and having just returned from COP26 in Glasgow, she has made the time to deliver a pre-recorded address at our conference, for which we are most grateful and honoured. I'll turn now to our pre-recorded address. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you on an issue that has become more and more critical in recent times. The SA Banking Association conference comes only days since signatories to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change delivered the Glasgow Pact, which, amongst other things, acknowledges that commitments made by countries so far to cut emissions of planet-heating greenhouse gases are nowhere near enough to prevent planetary warming from exceeding the 1.5 degree above pre-industrial time temperatures. When I addressed the 26th conference of the parties in Glasgow, I had pointed out that Africa is already facing the full impacts of the climate emergency, even as we struggle to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic, which has exacerbated Africa's special needs and circumstances. Our sustainable development efforts have been set back, and our message to the international community was clear, that we need their support more now than ever before to achieve our climate objectives in the context of a just transition. The UNFCCC in Glasgow dealt with no less than 19 finance-related agenda items, culminating in a host of both procedural and substantive decisions, including 3 cover decisions known as the Glasgow Pact. The Pact calls on the global community to accelerate the development, deployment, and dissemination of technologies and the adoption of policies to transition towards low-emission energy systems, to rapidly scale up the deployment of clean power generation and energy efficiency measures, to accelerate efforts towards the phase down of unabated coal power and phase out of inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, and to provide targeted support to the poorest and most vulnerable, in line with national circumstances and recognizing the need for support towards a just transition. Now, Africa has no choice but to join the global drive towards limiting greenhouse gas emissions. However, this action must be considered within the context of Africa's just transition towards a low carbon economy in a manner that recognizes the deep energy poverty across the African continent. I'm proud to say that the South African government remains firmly committed to contributing our best efforts to combating global climate change. President Cyril Ramaphosa has created the Climate Change Commission to research and identify pathways for a just transition to a low carbon economy and a climate resilient society by mid-century. As a country currently heavily dependent on coal for electricity generation, we need to ensure that those employed in the coal value chain are not excluded from any planning and policy implementation towards this low carbon future. Hence, we are committed to ensuring that the transition we have is a just one, that the most climate vulnerable groups participate in decision making, and that climate compatible social and economic development addresses the needs of these workers and their communities. Transitioning to a lower carbon economy will undoubtedly require extensive policy, legal, technical, and market changes to address mitigation and adaptation measures required related to climate change. In this regard, it is important to note that Eskom, our largest greenhouse gas emitter, has committed in principle to be a net zero emitter by 2050 and has already released calls for proposals to repower and repurpose Komati Power Station in Mpumalanga. Studies to facilitate similar initiatives are underway in Grootvlei, Hendrina, and Camden. This work represents a decisive shift in our energy trajectory and should be welcomed. The Glasgow Climate Pact also called upon the multilateral development banks, other financial institutions, and the private sector to enhance finance mobilization in order to achieve the scale of resources needed to deliver on climate plans, particularly for adaptation. It encourages parties to continue to explore innovative approaches and instruments for mobilizing finance for adaptation from private sources. Reorientating capital to more sustainable investments requires a comprehensive shift in how the financial system works. This is necessary if South Africa is to develop more sustainable economic growth, ensure the stability of the financial system, and foster more transparency and longevity in the economy. The transition will need to be gradual in order to support economic growth, while gradually transitioning away from a carbon-based economy. Ladies and gentlemen, a number of initiatives have been identified for implementation to promote the greening of the South African economy, as highlighted in the draft Financing a Sustainable Economy Technical Paper 2020 to 2022, released by National Treasury. These measures include, first of all, putting a price on carbon via the carbon tax and the publishing of offset regulations to enable a reduction of those taxes through climate positive investments. Secondly, fiscal allocations, which are already being made, such as those for risk mitigation and job creation projects, such as working for water and working on fire, which directly combat the effects of climate change and help build our resilience to events such as alien invasions and wildfires. Draft regulations for carbon offsetting and incentivizing the sale of vehicles with lower carbon emissions during their operating phases. A key development in this regard was the recent announcement by Toyota SA that their eThekwini plant will begin the assembly of a new hybrid model in the fourth quarter of this year. Investment in the green economy and green technologies provides strategic advantages for our country and our continent. It opens access to new green financing opportunities. Transitioning to a lower carbon economy will undoubtedly require extensive policy, legal, technology, and market changes to address mitigation and adaptation requirements. We also need to be cognizant of the fact that in transitioning, there will be social risks associated in relation to loss of employment and livelihoods in some value chains. And we therefore need to ensure that we focus on reskilling and upskilling these workers so that they face a better future. Many of our trading partners have adopted mid-century commitments to net zero, with many major economies also moving in this direction. These are leading to various forms of climate-related non-tariff barriers and border adjustment taxes. There is growing consumer sentiment, and particularly amongst younger consumers, who are demanding more environmentally friendly products and services. Both of these trends could result in many of our exports being at risk, particularly those in the mineral, agricultural, and automotive value chains. However, with these challenges come some important opportunities. These are opportunities which present themselves in sectors such as energy and energy efficiency, the automotive sector, the hydrogen economy, the mining sector with new minerals that will power the green economy, as well as the banking and financial sectors, not only with an increased need for capital, but also the development and deployment of a suite of new innovative financial instruments and vehicles. As a starting point, we do need substantial grant financing from both bilateral and multilateral financial mechanisms and institutions for both adaptation and mitigation, as they are also key for catalyzing climate innovation and de-risking private sector participation. Highly concessional finance, including equity investments from multilateral development banks and financial mechanisms, can also contribute to de-risking and subsequently leveraging private investors. The financial sector and the banking sector in particular must play a key role in mobilizing resources to invest in climate change mitigation in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as well as mobilizing finances for climate adaptation as we build resilience in our economy and in our society. Africa's financial institutions are well placed as key stakeholders in the evolving global climate finance landscape, helping design solutions and mobilizing private capital for climate action. As a region, Africa could also attract and channel financial flows towards low carbon and climate resilient development investments by leveraging innovative approaches such as sustainability linked loans and with greater participation of financial institutions. Carbon market mechanisms and other environmental credits could be another potential source of financing, depending on how international markets for these credits evolve and how the implementation of the Article 6 market mechanism will unfold post the Glasgow decision. Ladies and gentlemen, in the face of the climate crisis, we have two choices. We can resist change and continue living the way we are doing with the inevitable economic and social consequences. Or We can be brave and pragmatic and seize the opportunities presented to us as we transition to a low carbon future. If we are to ensure that no one in our society is left behind, and if we are to ensure that a just and managed transition helps us to deal with our abiding constraints of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, we must choose the latter path. The solutions that we face are in your hands, and I can only urge you to apply those solutions with greater urgency. I thank you.
My take on the Minister's address is that she has set the context for our conference. I'd like to once again express our immense gratitude to Minister Creecy for giving of her valuable time and helping shape our conference, and for having set the bar, which we will all need to step up to, both as a country and as a sector. Our first panel discussion this morning is ESG integration, the screening and credit process. This panel will be moderated by Louise Gardner, who's well known to many of you. Louise has added immense support and guidance to BASA over the years. From a personal perspective, most of what we have been able to achieve in our sustainability journey as a sector can be attributed to Louise, for which we are most grateful. Louise has been a sustainable finance and disclosure specialist with the International Finance Corporation, which is part of the World Bank Group, since 2005. Since 2012, she has been part of the Secretariat of the IFC Facilitated Sustainable Banking and Finance Network, which Bongi spoke about earlier this morning. She's currently working groups and Africa coordinator and led development of the 2021 Global Progress and Country Reports, which is the most comprehensive benchmarking of national sustainable finance initiatives in emerging markets. She was previously the Green Bond Working Group coordinator and managed the 2018 report, Creating Green Bond Markets. She has worked closely with regulators in South Africa since 2016 to advance sustainable finance, including support to National Treasury, to develop a national green finance taxonomy. Much of the background work that went into creating National Treasury's Financing a Sustainable Economy is as a result of Louise's inputs. Louise, I now hand over to you to introduce the panelists and to moderate the session.
Thank you so much, Pierre, for actually quite an overwhelming introduction. And it's it's a bit unnerving, but also an immense privilege. And I think the work that we've been able to do through IFC and through the Sustainable Banking and Finance Network is simply because there's an immense amount of innovation and passion and commitment among South African professionals on this topic. And it is a huge privilege for me to be able to share those stories globally. So I'm very excited to be facilitating this panel today during an event which is extremely timely and appropriate, and is at an exciting tipping point in sustainable finance globally. As Pierre mentioned, I am part of the Secretariat for the IFC facilitated and World Bank supported Sustainable Banking and Finance Network. We were established in 2012 at the request of financial sector regulators and banking associations from 10 emerging markets, including China, Brazil, Indonesia, and others, and Nigeria, who were particularly interested in advancing sustainable finance locally to address a number of sustainable development challenges, including climate change, to manage risk and improve financial stability, and then through that risk management process to identify and unlock investment opportunities in areas such as green bonds, and now what we're seeing in terms of the evolution and expansion of the sustainability-focused instruments landscape, which is moving faster than we can keep up. So I think today's discussion is also comes shortly after the release of our Global Progress Report. As you mentioned, it is the Global Progress Report that covers 43 emerging markets. And if anyone tells you that emerging markets are lagging behind developed countries on this topic, I can confidently tell you they are not. They are moving extremely quickly and are eager to share knowledge with each other, and that includes South Africa's participation. BASA joined in 2016. I'm very pleased that National Treasury and the Prudential Authority joined this year, recognizing that this topic requires public-private dialogue, and we need to learn as quickly as we can. What's important about the Global Progress Report is we use a measurement framework for assessing what is happening on sustainable finance. And that framework has been developed by members based on their typical journeys. And there are 3 pillars in that framework, that measurement framework. We use it to look at the policies that are being developed, the enabling frameworks that are being developed. The 3 pillars are ESG integration, which is how are banks being expected to integrate environmental, social, and governance risk management. And that is really the foundation of sustainable finance. We have about 30 years of that work by the Equator Principles, by IFC, by others. We have an enormous wealth of information in terms of the issues that need to be covered, the variety of environmental and social risks that need to be assessed, how they should be assessed, how you exclude if you need to, but where you manage the risks, how do you do that to improve performance over time? And then what does that look like in the portfolio? So that's ESG integration. The second pillar is climate risk management, which is a new pillar for this year. As we've heard, climate change is one of the top priorities for most countries, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And that work includes things like scenario analysis, stress testing, disclosure in line with the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. So there's a lot of new skills and tools that banks are having to incorporate, but in many cases, that work builds on work done under ESG integration. And then the third pillar that we have is financing sustainability, which relates to the opportunity side. Because what we've seen is that once risk management systems are in place and evolve, banks and other financial institutions inevitably identify financing opportunities, positive opportunities, investment opportunities out of that type of performance data. So I'm very pleased that we're kicking off today's discussions with a focus on the first pillar, which is ESG integration. And we have with us banks that have extremely long experience working to implement things like the IFC performance standards on environmental and social sustainability for project finance, the Equator Principles, environmental and social management system approaches that have also been promoted by BASA. So there's an enormous amount of experience on the call today. And what we'd like to delve into is how are these new priorities, this focus on climate change, the requirement to do disclosure according to TCFD, the push towards new investment opportunities, which then require additional data within the financial institution to be collected, to be tracked. So how do you start tracking your green lending or your green assets and the non-green lending and the non-green assets? And how do you start to think more strategically about that? So those elements and things like the new National Green Finance Taxonomy are a very exciting challenge to the existing approaches to environmental and social risk management. So I'd like to start off our discussion today by inviting the speakers one by one to give us an introduction, a few minutes introduction on how are these new trends affecting their financial institutions and what do they think is important to focus on in the coming months and years. And I'll quickly run through who we have on the panel today. We have Lesego Ramusi, Head of Environmental and Social Sustainability at ABSA Bank. We have Vicky Bucas, Group Social and Environmental Risk Manager at Nedbank. We have Melanie Jansen from Firen, Sustainability Manager at Investec Bank, and Safira Patel, Head Operations Evaluation Unit and Acting Head for Environmental and Social Sustainability at the Development Bank of Southern Africa. So I'm first going to invite Lesego. Lesego, please, can you share with us for a few minutes, how are these trends affecting ABSA's current approach to environmental and social and governance risk management and ESG integration. What changes are currently in place or in progress? And what do you see going forward as the key steps that banks need to take and the opportunities ahead? Lesego, over to you.
Thanks, Louise. I think more recently, more and more, there is more recognition on the strategic importance of ESG risk and opportunity management. We're now integrating it not just in lending, but in the overall business practices. So ESG is being seen as contributing to business growth, contributing to business resilience, and ensuring that our business stays sustainable. So within ABSA, we're not just looking at screening application, but we're looking at how do we look at ESG or sustainability in a more holistic manner, and how do we ensure that as a business we operate sustainably, we take key principles and elements of ESG and sustainability across our business, across our operations, in everything that we do. So there's more work that we're doing to try and identify those principles within different business practices to ensure that we are taking care of them, we are identifying the risks, we are identifying the opportunities, and we are managing them appropriately as well. So we're doing quite a lot of work, which also comes with raising awareness for those that don't know how sustainability or ESG comes into their part of the business. So we're raising awareness, we're integrating, and we're holding hands as we go through the process.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So I think the other finding that came from our global progress report was that banks that have these systems in place are much better placed to address climate risk. So, for instance, just as an example, of the 43 countries that we surveyed, 28 countries have actually leveraged their current ESG risk management systems to address climate risk, and only 4 countries are really doing many of the advanced or requiring many of the advanced practices. And I like how you talk about the connecting the risk management with the opportunity, and we're seeing so much more of that. So next I want to go to Vicky Bucas from Nedbank. Vicky, can you talk a little bit about Nedbank's journey and the trends that you're seeing in terms of the adjustments being made, and what are the key opportunities ahead?
Absolutely. Thank you, Louise. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen attending the conference. So within Nedbank, we've enhanced the social environmental risk management framework to also align to the climate risk framework and the TCFD requirements. We integrated the principles for responsible banking, the principles for responsible investment, and the TCFD in our ESG system. The Nedbank social environmental policy focuses on our operational targets, including water, electricity, waste, and biodiversity, and our business activities in providing credit and investment. And our social environmental management system provides a check on compliance, air quality, biodiversity, contaminated land, human rights, and heritage issues. Training is provided to staff on Nedbank's purpose to use our expertise to do good in our operations and in the communities that we serve, social environmental management, and climate change. We see the opportunity in collaborating with the United Nations Environmental Programme Finance Initiative, the Equator Principles Finance Initiative, and the Banking Association of South Africa, the National Business Initiative, the Business Unity South Africa in developing pathways in the new green economy and developing products and services to support our clients in making the business more sustainable. Sustainable finance in support of the Sustainable Development Goals is also driving business to find new business opportunities across our corporate investment banking, retail, and business banking areas. And we've established a dedicated sustainable finance division in corporate investment banking for that purpose. The challenge still remains that access to carbon and climate-related data from clients. However, we have, through our SENS process, built a foundation and understanding with existing clients on why it's important to provide us with ESG data and the value that we can add to their business when we better understand their challenges and risks.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I think what you describe is where many leading banks are, is looking at how to slowly start to incorporate these various tools, and particularly the climate risk assessment into current systems. Next, I want to go to Melanie from Janssen van Vuren, Sustainability Manager at Investec Bank. Melanie, so what is happening on the Investec side? How are you linking risk management with opportunity and the new requirements around climate risk?
So I think we find ourselves in a unique situation where COVID has brought the social aspect to the forefront. We can see the faults in our economic systems and our social structures, the hardship that a lot of people have experienced. So that gives you, like, it puts a different kind of hat on to say we have to think more broadly about these things and how they are all integrated and how they are linked to each other. So a more system thinking approach. With regards to challenges, data is definitely a challenge, especially in the smaller companies who has not had these structures in place. And we as Investec would like to partner with those clients to help them on their journey to get the information and to make the information available and to make it a bit easier for them because they might not have the manpower, etc. I think another challenge for us is policy as well. There needs to be clear policy guidance as to where social and economic actors comes together and discuss where we want to go as South Africa and put clear pathways in place. And then I think another challenge is we've never experienced something like the current climate situation that we're in. So it's very, very hard to rely on historic data. You cannot use the historic models to predict what's going to happen in the future. And I think the mindset should change from a more predictive foresight to a creative foresight as to what we might be facing in future. No one knows. It's a black book. From an opportunity side, I believe there's so many opportunities. With disruption comes opportunity, and there's gaps in the markets that we can see. And how do you capitalize on those gaps and partner with entrepreneurs and the youngsters that's coming up with all these amazing climate finance, all those tech stuff that is just amazing. So how do we partner with those entrepreneurs to move us towards a cleaner economy?
Thank you so much, Melanie. That yes, I think you highlight one of the key challenges in engagement with clients, banks, clients around this new level of ESG integration is how do we access the data? And I think everyone's feeling that pain, and there's a sense that collaboration or integrated or shared systems might be one of the ways that this can be addressed, and then also perhaps ESG disclosure requirements more broadly for the private sector, but highlighting that there's an opportunity there in terms of businesses to benefit from these new requirements from banks. Safira, I'd like to move to you in terms of, so Development Bank of Southern Africa is in a very important strategic position, setting an example not only as a financial institution, but as a development bank. And you have very rigorous safeguards and environmental and social risk management systems. You also work with other DFIs in setting a good example of how this work should be done. Can you talk a little bit about the big changes that you're seeing at DBSA in terms of integrating these new trends?
Hi, and thank you for this opportunity. Yes, so as a DFI and as DFI on the continent and working within the region, who's also been doing a lot of this, like you said, we have our safeguards, we have our due diligence process that has always incorporated environmental and social governance aspects. For us, this is a great opportunity, I think, firstly, to reset and to deepen, to have a look at take a step back and have a look at what we have already and where we need to add in, strengthen, change. I think a lot of the change is required as well. Old systems do need to be tweaked and reviewed, and we are currently doing that. From an opportunity perspective as well, I mean, it's deepening our ESG process and our due diligence to ensure that we're integrating other aspects that may have been maybe only dealt with at a much lighter level. So you've got your climate-related risks, which are a key aspect that are coming in. We've got our biodiversity aspects, which are beginning to play a much more, coming to the forefront with a much more elevated role. Additionally, working with our partner DFIs across the continent and internationally as well. We've got the IDFC that we work with. We've got the climate mapping that we're doing at the moment, which has been a great source of, shall we say, guidance and a base that we can work from in setting our targets and in ensuring that we are on a positive pathway towards a just transition. So that's the social aspects, the risk aspects, absolutely important and do need to come in. How we price for our risk, how we price and how we deal with our clients from a risk perspective. Are we only looking at the project? Are we looking at the client in an integrated manner? What do we do with the findings of that? And I think maybe just lastly, so we have a new approach, which is our integrated sustainable finance approach for the whole organization. So it doesn't just sit, the ESG and the climate and all the work we're doing doesn't just sit in one team. It's now fully integrated across the organization, and everybody will ultimately be able to see how they play a role, which is also important. It's not just a frontline thing. It's not just an ESG team thing. It's not a credit risk alone thing. And then lastly, I think one of the most important things we're doing that's helping us on this journey, and it will help us with our targeting and how we track our transition is just as important, having the right indicators in place, is that we are doing what we call our green deep dive evaluation. So we're looking at our entire portfolio to see what makes up the largest proportion, what doesn't, where we've got doing really well, where we aren't doing well, and then putting our strategy in place in alignment with that. And then our ESG due diligence and safeguards will then support that as we go forward. So that is our approach at the moment. And I can just say that we are, from the ESG side and the ESG team and the operations evaluation team, very excited because I think there's a great deal of opportunity for all of us in this.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sophia. And I think one of the things you highlight is definitely this shift from a project focus to a portfolio focus. And I think one of the many useful things that the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures did was it did move things up to an institutional and a portfolio level. How's your institution exposed to risks? What are the nature of those risks in terms of climate change? And how should that be addressed at a strategic level, at a corporate governance level, in terms of the strategic direction of the financial institution? So it's very exciting to see that those are affecting more broadly how ESG is dealt with. So I'm going to delve a bit into some of the kind of foundational elements of ESG risk management and risk screening. And one of the hot topics is always the exclusion list that financial institutions have. Do they have one? How do they apply it? And this, and then also sometimes you have requirements from finance providers like the IFC, where exclusion lists are required for those types of investments or lending. But climate change has brought other types of pressures around exclusion, or we could also use terms like pressures for divestment or pressures for reducing exposure to certain types of investments. So that's created a lot of discussions, and we've seen shareholder activists raising this at shareholder meetings for banks. And it would be interesting to know from your perspectives, what are the challenges around exclusion in practice? What benefits does it add to the ESG screening process? And what are the kind of the more strategic ways to deal with it? So Sophia, I'm going to reverse the order now and start with you in terms of the responses. So let me hear your response on that first.
So I think exclusion lists actually do play, like you said, rightly so, a very important an important role. If you just think about it, when the projects come in from a screening perspective, you already know what you can and cannot fund, whether it fits within our mandate or not. I think for us, what will be important, and it also speaks to our portfolio review, would be, given climate and biodiversity aspects that are becoming more and more important going forward within the just transition, what are we now going to add to that list? And is it viable to suddenly add something to the list? And what will it do to our portfolio going forward, as well as our pipeline? I mean, we've already got projects in the pipeline and that have been accepted. We put in place a different exclusion list. We add to our exclusion list. How are we going to deal with those things? And I think just the fact that everybody has been putting out their fossil fuel funding statements and their transition targets, that will be a key element that would have to be included in the revision of our exclusion lists. Again, it can't happen overnight. There's a capacity building, awareness and communication, not just across the organization internally, but externally in how we message to the market. So yes, I think it's a great opportunity. It's something we have to do, we need to do. It'll help screening projects in, it'll help how we deal with our projects, but it would have to be in a phased approach. We would have to look at our targets, look at our portfolio and see what is going to go onto exclusion list. I don't think things will be taken away from the exclusion list. From our perspective, I think we'll definitely be adding to our exclusion list, primarily based on a risk and fossil fuel funding approach.
Okay, so Vicky, I'm going to come to you next. So in terms of the perspective of commercial banks, and maybe one of the new trends to mention is the incoming green finance taxonomy for South Africa. And I think everyone's grappling with what is the role of a taxonomy. So taxonomy is a classification of eligible green assets primarily for green financing, but it does have broader implications because it can be used as a classification system to then figure out to what extent is your portfolio as a bank, how green is it? Does it comply with the green criteria? Does it have those sectors represented? And then the taxonomy also, which I think is very important for everyone to be aware of, embeds environmental and social risk management. So historically, taxonomies were simply a list of desirable sectors for green investment. Thanks to the European Commission and extensive stakeholder input to their process, their sustainable finance taxonomy introduced this concept of do no significant harm to environmental objectives and ensure that social safeguards are accounted for, which in essence connects it with the environmental and social risk management approaches that banks have been using for some time, which means banks then, if those systems are in place, are well positioned to adopt the taxonomy. But there have been discussions around, so what does that mean? Does that mean banks just need to be investing in green assets according to the taxonomy? Does it exclude other assets? And I think, Safira, you mentioned transition. So it's not just the transition of the financial institutions. There's now also this opportunity to talk about the transition of fossil fuel intensive businesses, carbon intensive businesses. How can financial institutions actually work with those sectors and institutions to help them on a transition? So we've got exclusion and then we've got transition finance. Vicky, what are you seeing in terms of the pressures or opportunities around exclusion lists and engagement and transition with clients?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think more and more exclusion lists are coming to the fore through the various credit lines that Nedbank also participates in, and then also green finance. So there is a lot of credit lines that's actually focused on green finance, and where the funding received from these credit lines are ring-fenced for that purpose, whether it's green buildings, whether it's embedded energy. I think the DFIs are serious about getting involved in more sustainable development finance, also looking at the sustainable development goals and integrating that in the obligations that they set in their credit line agreements. From a exclusion list perspective, Nedbank has actually developed our own exclusion list in consultation, I think, with the International Finance Corporation, the French Development Agency, and DEG. And, it includes basically things like conflict minerals, nuclear, casinos, alcohol, tobacco, hazardous materials, but also more look at our energy policy that we published in 2020 to drive that trajectory to actually divest in fossil fuels over the next 25 years. So yes, very much involved in that. And within Nedbank, these limits of investment in excluded activities are then also monitored and managed within our balance sheet management division, which gives it more credibility, and that we actually can report back to these credit lines.
Fantastic, thank you. I'm going to move to Milani next. So in terms of how Investec Bank, I mean, Investec, you also, because you're very much a global bank as well, and very participating in a strong way in terms of global trends around sustainable finance. How are you seeing things shift in terms of exclusion or reducing exposure to certain sectors and versus perhaps opportunities to engage with clients?
Thanks, Louise. So you're asking the question that we said is the most difficult one, but yeah, let's answer it. So yes, there's exclusion lists, and we have policies in place as well. So we have a comprehensive fossil fuel policy in place that covers oil, gas, and coal. And it covers the whole distribution, utilities, power generation, extraction, etc. So it's a very comprehensive policy. But we also need to remember that there's a difference between a developed economy and a developing economy. And that's where we are playing at the moment as Investec in both of these economies. And you need to make sure, as the panel members mentioned, you need to make sure there's a just transition. You need to take the social element into account as well when you are transitioning away from fossil fuels. South Africa has got an unemployment rate of 43% at the moment. So it's the highest, and we need to make sure that we include the social elements in this transition as well. We cannot oversee it. And I know there's a lot of pressure from the developing countries, from the developed countries towards the developing countries to transition quicker. And yes, if that's possible, let's do it, but let's take the social elements into account as well. Then we do have what we call sensitive sectors, the same as tobacco, gambling, where we will do additional due diligence in those instances. And yeah, so from an exclusionary point of view, I think you need to move from exclusionary to more value and purpose-driven inclusion approach to say where can you make a difference and where can you add value, and a value-added list. I don't know what you call it, a value inclusion is instead of a exclusion list, if that makes sense.
No, I like that suggestion of the counterpoint. And yes, this was the toughest question, but I think it's also very, it kind of very nuts and bolts in terms of how does this get done in financial institutions. And it's lovely to see everyone grappling with it. So then, Lesego, I would like to come back to you. So for you, in terms of exclusion, how is that working at ABSA Bank? Is it evolving? You could respond to comments from the other panelists on this topic. And we'd also be interested to know if ABSA is starting to incorporate the taxonomy in any way, the South African taxonomy, or has plans to do so in helping with that type of screening and tracking.
I will start with the controversial one, the exclusion list. We are grappling with it as well, but I think it has its advantages. With the exclusion list, there's also things that are illegal, like species that are on the CITES list. So it is useful from that perspective, where it allows us to align to a development funding institution, ensure that we don't fund stuff that are illegal. So from that point of view, it is very useful. It gives you a pre-list of sectors or activities that you should not even be involved with as an institution. And then there's also elements where other sectors, it's a reputational issue. They're not necessarily illegal. So for us, it's a journey where we're looking at which markets are we operating, are we participating in those sectors, and how do we then work with our clients and the economies in which we invest to be able to ensure that we move away in a manner that, like everybody's saying, it's just, it supports economic development and empowerment. It doesn't necessarily exclude everybody in the process. So we're looking at a balanced approach, and we're also then working with our businesses to ensure that there is guidelines, there is standards that then say to our credit guys, when you're dealing with this particular type of sector, this is the approach that we take, and then we keep an eye on it, we monitor, we report on it on an ongoing basis. So it is a balanced approach to try and shift and transition our operations, our activities in which we invest with. With time, I guess, like Melanie is saying, it will grow and come with new sectors that sustainability and opportunities that come with ESG are bringing. So we hope it's not just going to be an exclusion, it will be an inclusion going forward, and maybe linking into the green taxonomy, which introduces additional aspects of financing green, because there is also controversy around greenwashing. So the green taxonomy helps in that perspective, where when you say you are financing something that is green, what exactly is that, and how does it benefit society, how does it benefit the environment? So that's where the green taxonomy adds value and ensures that also as we do that, we do it in a responsible manner. There is an assumption that when something is green, it has no negative impact on the environment or on people. But in some instances, there is. So you need to ensure that as you invest in those, you ensure that those negative impacts are properly managed. There's no, those social safeguards are in place. There won't be negative impacts on society or on workers as such. So that's where the green taxonomy for us adds value. And we are looking into it, and how do we, once it's launched in South Africa as well, how do we then incorporate it within our lending practices? We're already participating in financing green. We have been financed by IFC as well on the green loan. So we are already playing in that field, but we want to grow our approach to it and streamline it a little bit better to give our business more guidance on how to deal with it.
Great. So we're approaching the end of our session, and I want to go through the panel one more time for some perhaps some closing remarks, but also, another question to stimulate maybe some bigger picture, where's this going, thinking. So one of the things that the climate risk assessment brings in, and it brings in questions around what is physical risk, what is transition risk, and then how does climate change relate to other types of risks that you're managing. And maybe as your closing remarks, if each of you can just share what you think are the most important next steps for banks around integrating climate change into your wider ESG integration, maybe along those three things. So do we focus on physical risks to the portfolio? Are we more interested in transition risks? Or are we also seeing that there's many intersections with other types of risks? I'm going to start with the people who are at the venue. So Melanie, if I can start with you, and then we go to Lesego, and then we'll go to Vicky and Safira.
Thanks, Louise. So physical and transitional risk, in my opinion, are equally weighted. I know there's different opinions out there. Transition risk is extremely important, from transitioning away from fossil fuels, and how that affects your portfolio in the future. But physical risk is just as important, because physical risk can happen tomorrow. You have to be prepared. Where transition risk you can manage over a longer time period. So for me, both of those risks needs to be incorporated, and it is all, we need to start thinking in a different way, because these risks are all interlinked. Drought might impact agriculture, but that might impact retail, etc., etc. So there's a lot of systems thinking that you need to do, and a lot of a change way of thinking, and skilling up your people. Everyone needs to know about ESG and climate risk. I see the future of this going where, as one of the panel members mentioned, it's not going to be a team that manages it. It's going to be business as usual. It's going to be integrated into your business as usual. And both, as I mentioned, physical and transitional risk is equally important from my perspective.
Thank you, Melanie. Lesego?
I think I agree with Melanie, and For us, it's a similar approach. You have to look at both. I think one looks at ensuring that we don't reach a situation where there is no turning back from increasing temperature and reducing emissions into the atmosphere. While doing that, we are aware that there's already some damage, so there will be some level of physical risk. So you can't look at one without the other. And I think we should not forget that climate change is also part of environmental risk management. So that systems thinking, that holistic picture, it is very important. And incorporated in that, there is the social element, there is the sustainable development goals. If you look into that, it touches on the environmental, it touches on the social. So all this is interlinked. So if you look at or focuses on one without the other, you then are losing the battle to a certain extent. So that integrated system thinking that takes everything into consideration, that's our approach to managing climate and ensuring that we mitigate the risk and we do our bit in it.
Thank you so much, Lesego. Vicky, I'm going to go to you. And I think you mentioned also the link with biodiversity potentially. And I think sometimes one of the topics that doesn't get enough attention is the role of carbon sinks and natural capital as a climate change mitigating factor. So being able to link physical transition risks as well as the investment in carbon sinks. How are you seeing these things connect?
Yeah, so we went, our climate change team and our scenarios team actually went through a process of looking at the 17 risk areas that Nedbank have as part of our ERM system. And climate risk links to every risk, whether it's market risk, liability risk, regulatory risk, all of those risks are impacted by climate change, and we're also managing it as such. So if you look at risk assessment and ratings, it has always been forward-looking and long-term, working with our clients and adding value to their business by addressing the long-term physical and transitional risks of their activities or the activities that they conduct. Not only making the client, but also the bank more resilient. We've provided a lot of online material for clients and non-clients to actually do their carbon footprint, to become more aware of their social environmental impact and to monitor and manage their exposure to physical and transitional risk. So even from a biodiversity point of view, we're working closely with the WWF to start providing us with training material that we can share externally for people to also assess what impact they have on biodiversity and what impact the loss of ecosystem services will ultimately have on their businesses. So it's very much an integrated process of looking at not only the bank's risk and our resilience, but to ensure that our clients and society is sustainable.
Lovely, thank you. Safira, I think you have the last word. So how are you seeing this from the DBSA side?
Okay, well, let me start with, whenever you have the last word, all the nice bits have already been taken. So I'm in complete agreement with everybody. From the DBSA side, I think basically with respect to risk and physical and transition risk, we're using a very similar approach. We're looking at sources and sinks, we're looking at natural capital, biodiversity, and what the role they play and funding those aspects play in our projects. We're looking at being a traditional infrastructure bank. The concept of green infrastructure is becoming more and more important, and changing mindsets about the fact that we can also, and we should also fund greener infrastructure as opposed to just hard infrastructure. So that's one way of looking at the physical and transition risk. But maybe what I can end with is, yesterday I was doing a workshop with some people on climate change, sustainable development, and how we're going towards a just transition. And a very interesting question was brought up, as in, is it better to fund adaptation or mitigation in supporting the just transition? And I think that speaks to specifically to this question, is how are we considering it, which one is more important than the other? And I think all of the participants have touched on it, but you can't say, oh, we're focusing on physical and we're going to leave the transition aside, because they're all completely interlinked. You cannot do one without the other. And what's important, I think, is the balance between social cohesion, social impact, especially in a country like South Africa, where we've got a very coal-dependent economy, which has knock-on effects pretty much everything we do. And also from an economic perspective, facilitating and supporting a just transition, which considers all aspects, is critically important. So, it's not one or the other. We definitely need to balance.
Fantastic. That's a great way to close. And I want to say a big thank you to the panelists for enduring the hard questions, because, these are difficult issues and there's a lot of trade-offs and decisions that need to be made all the time to ensure that risk is managed to the best possible degree, but also that we are all collectively working on the right transition pathway for South Africa. And I think you've raised some important questions around data from clients, data around what the transition needs to look like. And we've got questions of the need for disclosure, more from the private sector to support that. How are we going to decide what our goals are in terms of green lending for the country? So I'm hoping that many of these questions will be addressed in the rest of the event. And I want to thank the panelists and to thank BASA for organizing this session, and to hand back to Pierre. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Louise and panelists, for an insightful, extremely rich and thought-provoking session. Our next speaker is Oliver Phillips, who has given of his valuable time to provide an international bank perspective on pricing sustainability. Oliver is part of Standard Chartered's dedicated sustainable finance team. He is based in Dubai and Africa and covers Africa, the Middle East and Pakistan. He has been with the team since it was created, previously working out of London. In this role, he works with clients to structure sustainable finance solutions that deliver on their key financing requirements, whilst allowing them to achieve their sustainability objectives. He also advises clients on key sustainability trends, as well as how to put in place the internal strategy and governance needed to ensure that international best practices are met. In particular, he helps clients to identify the elements of their sustainability agenda that they can either raise financing for or link into the terms of their funding. He has been involved in a number of innovative and first-world transactions and product launches. Most recently, the sole sustainability structuring advisor for EcoBank Transactional Incorporated's debut $350 million USD second-tier sustainability bond, the joint sustainability structuring advisor on Etihad Airways inaugural US dollars 600 million transaction Sukuk, and sole sustainability coordinator on Majid Al Futam's first US dollars 1.5 billion sustainability linked revolving credit facility. Oliver, I hand over to you. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, and thank you to BASA for inviting me to speak today. It's a pleasure to be taking part in this conference. My only regret is that I can't be in South Africa and there in person. But I think with everything that's happening and the way the world is opening up again, very much look forward to being able to do so next time around. So thank you for that introduction, and kind of really looking forward to having, I think, quite an interesting presentation today about a topic that has really taken off in the last couple of years. But starting to set the scene a little bit more, I've been looking at sustainable finance in Africa for the last 3 years, and it's really been incredible to see the change in focus on the continent and the way that ESG has evolved into something that's at the front and center of people's minds, whether you're a bank, a corporate, or even a sovereign. And as the conversation has developed and people have started to mature in their thinking, what we've seen is that things have moved from looking at ESG and sustainability as kind of sort of CSR, a nice thing to have, a couple of extra pages in your annual report that look good, but really moving to embedding sustainability into your business model and understanding how this really drives and should drive your transformation as you grow as an entity. And one of the questions as a result of that that's coming up, at least in my experience, more and more now is around that price of sustainability. How do you price sustainability? Now, this isn't a surprising question when you think about it. For many companies, becoming more sustainable is going to incur a cost, whether they invest in R&D, they spend money to change their business models, to evolve their business models. If you pivot to new technologies, you switch to new fuel sources, for example. This is all going to bring about some sort of cost. Now, for many, those more sustainable practices will actually be good business sense. The most straightforward example is around resource efficiency. If you use less energy or less water, you lower your cost base. It's quite sort of straightforward and quite sensible. Also, from a good business sense, what we're seeing in terms of consumer behavior is that actually, if you can differentiate your products from a sustainability point of view, you might be able to open yourself up to a new segment of the market, or actually retain a segment of the market that is evolving in terms of how the consumer is thinking. But for some of those more radical changes that might be needed, particularly, for example, for when we look at aligning to the goals of the Paris Agreement and limiting global warming to less than 1.5 degrees, and even more in those sectors that we call hard to abate, there'll be an upfront investment that is needed. Now, not only is there talk of the cost that that we've just discussed right now to be more sustainable, but also the cost that may be incurred as a result of others becoming more focused on sustainability. And as someone coming from a bank like Standard Chartered, the key thing that I get asked is, what is this going to cost in terms of my access to finance, my cost of capital? So over the rest of kind of my time here, I'm going to unpack just a couple of the key elements behind this. This is by no means an exhaustive list, because there are so many different bits that come into it and everybody has their own view on them. But there are a couple of things that I think are particularly interesting. I think for all of us here today, some of the key things that are happening and that are changing and that we're seeing evolving that are worth looking into and sort of having a bit of a discussion around. So that's the three that I'm going to kind of focus on today are climate risk, what's happening there, the changes happening in the debt markets. At Standard Chartered, we're focused on the debt markets. There's a lot happening on the equity side, but I'm not the best person to really talk about that. So I'm going to really stick to the debt markets and some of those things that we're seeing there. And then perhaps the most important one, and something that I've kind of been spending a lot of time while I've been in sustainable finance looking at, is the price of carbon and how much how do we value carbon, and what that change in the price of carbon is going to do in terms of impacting people's business models. But let's start with climate risk. So this is really one area that has captured the finance industry in recent years, in my view. And I think there are two things to look at here. The first is incorporating climate as part of environmental and social risk management. And the second is what happens when the regulators, and as a result, the rest of the finance industry, start to look at climate risk, and so what are some of the sort of the factors that are being driven in terms of climate and regulation. On that first point, banks have moved leaps and bounds on what we call an ESRM, environmental and social risk management, in the last few years. For Standard Chartered, we've been doing this since 1997, and I think we're probably one of the earliest adopters of it. But I know that many of the other people speaking at this conference today have great ESRM teams and have been doing a lot of really good stuff in this field in the last couple of years. But globally and on the continent, banks, in my opinion, have moved leaps and bounds on this topic in the last few years. Areas such as the Equator Principles, which is a sort of framework for applying good E&S practices in project financing, have been gaining the increased prominence that they do really deserve. But when you look at this ESRM side, a lot of this has been looking at how do we mitigate the risks sort of now or in the near term, rather than looking in the mid to long term. So what do I mean by that? Well, this is looking at, if I am financing a railway project and I'm building a track, what is the impact that that construction is going to be having on the environment in the sort of immediate term? Am I going to be displacing indigenous people and displacing local communities? If so, what is my resettlement plan around them? Am I going to be, cutting through a natural habitat that's home to a rare species of bird? Is there a way that I can build my line around that to avoid it? Once this is up and running, what are the safeguards in place to make sure that the construction is done in a sort of environmentally friendly way, in a socially friendly way? And once the project's actually running, are there continued safeguards and continued controls? Climate risk, though, sits more in that latter bit, that sort of mid to long term. But I think it's something that should be considered more closely right now. When banks like Standard Chartered commit, as we did 4 weeks ago now, I think, to do $300 billion of green and transition finance from now to 2030, much of that is going to be large infrastructure projects that will be around for a long time, and maybe even sit on our books for a reasonable amount of time too. And non-bank investors equally face this thing. And in fact, non-bank investors who might be holding these longer term assets for a long term probably are more exposed to this. So what you really need to understand is the climate risk of those assets, and you need to look at it in a another lens beyond your sort of traditional environmental and social risk profile. So for me, climate risk can be looked at two ways. First, you have physical risk, and then you have transition risk. Physical risk is things like the risk of flooding. Under current climate models, are you more exposed to earthquake risks? As global warming increases, are you more susceptible to forest fires that could disrupt that asset? Transition risk is then looking at, well, what happens to a business model once we start looking at different climate scenarios? So it takes that physical risk that's sort of isolated to an asset and applies it to a wider business. Now, if these risks materialize, we are going to start seeing impacts on credit. We're going to start seeing companies, facing, bankruptcy in a way that we haven't already seen, because their business models and their assets may be significantly disruptive. And we're already seeing that these climate events actually happen more and more frequently and more seriously, and starting to cause financial impact. If you look at what we saw just this summer in places like Greece, with these enormous wildfires that really burnt out of control, in Siberia as well, we've seen them, and even going back a couple of years to something like PG&E in California, and the issues that were had there, and that led to their bankruptcy. So we therefore need to start looking, I think, at how climate can be linked into credit, and how it can be linked into credit risk evaluation, and understanding what that cost might be in the future. Now, the good news is, depending on how you look at it, but regulators are starting to look at this too. To date, a lot of the regulation around climate has been looked in setting guidelines to integrate these considerations into a strategy, into your governance, into your risk management frameworks. And we've seen, for example, the Bank of England just carry out a stress test on climate risk. So banks like Standard Chartered had to look at our top exposures, and we had to understand what was the physical risk to those physical locations. Help if I didn't lose the light in here. There we go. And that sort of work that someone like the Bank of England has been doing is making us start to think about this, and making us start to understand what some of these impacts might be. Regulators have not yet proposed to revise their capital requirements, but there is a risk of some jurisdictions introducing a non-green penalizing capital factor, or maybe even looking at something that's more directly motivated by risk profiles, particularly on the climate side. And we've seen a number of things that the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, the network of central banks for greening the financial system, all looking at these sorts of things and starting to think about what they can do. And obviously, these are supervisory committees, or sort of over high organizations that have a lot of members underneath them that are going to be thinking about these and going to be impacted by what these umbrella groups are looking at. Now, while at the moment we're not pricing climate in to to our credit models and looking at that price of sustainability, it does look like the inclusion of climate risk within the capital framework will be an objective for policymakers in the next sort of 3 to 5 years, let's say. But there's still a lot of work that needs to be done now. Understand the data, making sure the data is reliable and comparative, building capacity, understanding the risks compared to scenario analysis, agreeing on how to measure and quantify these things. And only when we see that will we see any revision to the capital framework. But I think anyone who's here at a bank now and is looking at what's happening in the regulatory space will see that this does look like what's going to be happening. But really, the question in all of this bit is on everyone's mind is: will there be a green incentive or a brown penalty or some hybrid of them? And personally, I think this is the way that things are going, but it's not there yet. However, in the meantime, banks, investors, and those entities that we are financing need to start to understand their climate risk profile in a way that has not happened before, and start thinking about what does that do to my cost of funding? What is the price of climate risk there? Now, the second item that I had on my list was turning to the market, looking at what the debt markets, the credit markets have been doing already. Again, within this, there are a large kind of number of things to look at. The sustainable bond market, that sustainable use of proceeds market, the green, social, sustainability bonds, particularly the green bonds, I think is kind of where we see the most of this. Is one area I want to touch on, and then also sustainability-linked loans. So, as I'm sure you'll all know, sustainable bonds look at green, social, sustainability, transition, and sustainability-linked bonds. But I'm going to park sustainability-linked bonds because it's not quite the same dynamic that we see, and that fits more into the sustainability-linked loans conversation. Look at effectively on the use of proceeds side, corporate funding, green social projects with green or social debt. And this market has been growing at a clip in the last few years. We've seen record volumes, even in kind of not the easiest of market conditions, particularly last year with the COVID pandemic and the impact that had, especially on emerging markets bond markets. Really impressive growth numbers. Now, as more and more of these companies issue these green bonds, social bonds, even more investors have been chasing these instruments as the amount of sustainable focused AUM grows at, frankly, unprecedented rates, as investors are seeking to offer more kind of ESG friendly, ESG related products, partly because, investors see some value in this. They see some value in these green assets, potentially green versus non-green being, a safer bet for the longer term, but also matching that consumer demand, which I talked about at the start. Now, what we've seen in the market is that this has led to the emergence of what we call a greenium, basically a difference between a green bond and a conventional bond. If you were to go with a conventional bond and it prices at 100, and you were to issue the same kind of terms of the bond, and you did as a green bond and it priced at 95, that would give you a 5 basis points greenium. And this is really a clear example of the market pricing in a preference for sustainability. And actually, this greenium has changed the conversation for issuers. In 2018, we're saying that a green bond, was a nice to have. You get some good publicity. It's a good thing to signal to some of your stakeholders. But now we can actually see a tangible improvement in pricing and order book diversification as well. So if we look at a nice Africa-focused case study and look at the Ecobank transaction that's mentioned in the introduction. Earlier in the year, we launched a Tier 2 sustainable issuance. Standard Chartered was honoured to have acted as the sole sustainability structure on that, so we put the framework together and help them to kind of get that issuance over the line from the ESG point of view. Now, not only did we see a great interest from investors on the ESG format during the roadshow and when we were talking to them, but we were also able to tighten the price from IPTs by about 75 to 80 basis points, as well as upsizing the issuance by $50 million. So here we have a great example of the sustainable flavor, the sustainable kind of character to it, being a real driver of actually, an improved transaction from it. So clearly, evidence of sustainability being priced in. Now, interestingly, the dynamic on this sort of use of proceeds side has not been as strong in the bank market. And this goes back to the kind of what I was saying about regulatory treatment. It's not really there yet. Regulators are starting to think about this, starting to understand what they might do and what they might want to do. But the one area in the bank market that we have seen a price on sustainability that I think is actually more clear than almost anything is the sustainability-linked loan space. So sustainability-linked loans are loans where you have no restriction on the use of proceeds, other than we probably wouldn't want to do one of these for a company that was only doing something very brown, pure play coal company for something. I think philosophically a bit challenging for those of us in the sustainable finance market, but no restriction on use of proceeds, and instead we embed a couple of ESG KPIs into the structure. We set targets based on those, and whether or not the borrower meets those targets, there's a pricing change. In the kind of the international market, we see a symmetrical pricing change. We've started to see a penalty-only one. I know that in South Africa, in the local market, we've seen kind of sort of incentive-only structures. It's not something we kind of tend to do much when we look at the sort of international market, but I'm aware that it has been like that in the local market. But this market, more broadly, globally, has also seen volumes accelerate in a phenomenal way since the LMA introduced their guidance on how to structure these back in 2019, I think. And what this has kind of really been about is more and more borrowers are interested in tying their lending to their ESG performance. They see this as really a great way to show, I am committed to ESG. It's not just a nice looking sustainability report, but I'm committed enough that I'll put my money where my mouth is. I will tie the terms of my finance to me delivering on ESG factors. And really, when you're looking at, if I increase the percentage of renewable energy that I source by 10%, and I get that, and that gets me 2 basis points saving on my cost of funds, that really is a clear example of the price of sustainability. So it's been great to see growth in that space in Africa as well. It's something that in Europe, I mean, almost every large European corporate has this in their kind of core sort of revolving credit facilities. But it's been great to see that starting to happen in Africa more and more. And borrowers such as Investec, who I know featuring in a couple of the items on the agenda over the next of this conference, and you may hear more about this from them as well. But who look to the sustainability-linked loan market as the next way it's sort of the next step in their ESG journey. Lots of good work, lots of sort of baselining that had come into that, building a sustainability agenda, and an SLL was a good way to kind of take that to the next level and show that commitment. And at Standard Chartered, we're really proud to have been a sustainability coordinator on both their first ever one at the UK entity level and also at the South Africa entity level as well. So, the growth of this market really, I think, tells us one thing. Financiers, whether banks or investors or whatever, are willing to put money behind this. They're willing to commit to these facilities and say, if you deliver on your ESG goals, we will incentivize you for it. So finally, with the time that I have left, I want to turn to the price of carbon. With developments around carbon trading coming out of COP26, with the agreements on Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, things like the most well-known carbon market, the EU ETS, the EU's emissions trading system, hitting record highs, I think it really does require talking about. Carbon pricing is, it comes fundamentally in two forms, tax or market-based. But both show that emitting carbon can and should have a cost. So while a carbon tax is fairly self-evident in how it can drive sustainability through pricing, I don't want to spend too much time on this. I want to really look at carbon markets. So this is the sort of topic for a conference like today. Within carbon markets, you have two options. You have a voluntary market and a compliance market. A compliance market is like the EU ETS, or those we have several in America. There are newer ones emerging in, for example, China. And effectively, these regulate emissions within a sphere of influence by putting systems in place to say you need to reduce your emissions by X, and there's going to be a market effectively to allow you to do that, and allow you to emit less or to emit more, and manage that in terms of your targets you need to hit. And what this does is, first of all, puts a price on carbon, and also incentivizes entities to reduce emissions. Either so you reduce emissions in line with the targets that you've been set, and therefore you don't have to pay that price of carbon, or actually to be able to reduce faster and to be able to monetize that extra decreasing in carbon. And I think the EU ETS has been a great example of how this can work. And we see what's happened in Europe with the fuel switch from coal to gas, and the kind of the decarbonization of Europe since the EU ETS was introduced. I think really testament to it. And the fact that the price has now sort of skyrocketed to 65 euros a ton shows actually this is kind of people do value this. People do see that carbon should be priced in a certain way. On the voluntary side, we're really talking about the offset market. This is how someone who's committed to be net zero can reduce their emissions as much as physically possible, and then offset the remainder to basically say, okay, well, I'm net zero. And the good thing about the voluntary market is not only does it effectively price that bit of emissions that they can't reduce to zero, but also it has a benefit of finding ways to fund climate projects by factoring in a price of the carbon that is either removed, reduced, or avoided by these projects. And particularly powerful about this is that it funds kind of the least cost reductions first. So it really helps to drive those sort of low-hanging fruit. And then as the carbon price moves up, it starts to fund the more kind of challenging and more potentially more impactful, particularly on the sort of the reduction or the removal type credits, where carbon is actually being taken out of the system permanently. So while the benefiting climate finance of being able to add that price on carbon and potentially add as an additional kind of offtake, an additional revenue stream are very interesting. I think touching on what does the price mean for someone who has net zero commitments, and therefore the price on their kind of sustainability is worth just touching on. So currently the cost of offsetting 1 ton of CO2 is minimal, far below $10. It's actually not that hard to do. It's a cost. It's something you have to pay, but you can get these credits, these carbon credits. They're not the greatest quality, but you can get hold of them. And then that price though does need to go up, and it is going to go up to say $75 to $100, and we're going to see that cost increasing. So I'm being informed my time is up. Thank you very much for having me. I hope everyone found that interesting. And look forward to the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Oliver, for a really insightful address. Your conversation was a really deep one, which most bankers steer away from at this point in time, given the cutting-edge nature of this topic. We are extremely grateful that you've given of your valuable time to provide us with your thoughts on how we should include a sustainability lens into our pricing of loans. We will now take a well-earned break. Please remain online during this period. We will restart our conference at 5 to 10 South African Standard Time. Thank you. Back, everybody. I hope you all had sufficient time to make yourselves a cup of tea or coffee and to sneak a few chocolate biscuits onto a plate, stretch your legs, and have a comfort break. We still have an exciting day ahead of us. Our next keynote address is by Mr. Adam Bai, who is an OBE. Adam was appointed Deputy High Commissioner to South Africa in September 2020. He has served in a number of diplomatic roles, These include Deputy Director in the Americas, helping Directorate covering relations with the US, Canada, and the Caribbean, Deputy Head of News and Digital, helping oversee the then FCO's 24-hour press and digital operation, Deputy Balkans Coordinator supporting the United Kingdom's efforts to build stability in that region and covering Iran and Iraq at the UK mission to the United Nations in New York. Adam also worked as Deputy Director Digital, helping oversee digital transformation and communications at the Department of Health. In 2003, Adam was awarded an OBE by Her Majesty the Queen for services to British foreign policy. In his spare time, Adam enjoys running and hiking. Welcome, Adam, and thank you so much for giving us of your time this morning.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your introduction. And thank you to the Banking Association of South Africa and its partners for organising this very important conference and for the opportunity to address this distinguished panel and audience. And your event is timely, coming so soon after the conclusion of COP26 in Glasgow. And I wanted to take a few moments to sort of set out recent events from the perspective of the COP presidency, so that is ourselves, and to underline why your event is so important and the role of the financial services sector so essential. Most of us know why ambition on climate is important, with the science clear that we need to do all that we can to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees by 2050. Every fraction of a degree above this would result in greater harm to us and our planet. At 1.5 degrees, about 14% of the world's population would be exposed to extreme heat waves every 5 years. At 2 degrees warming, that jumps to 37%. South Africa is one of the most high-risk regions of the world. So 1.5 degrees global rise results in more like a 3 degrees rise here. And so that's why climate action is so important, why the Paris Agreement is key, and why the Glasgow Climate Pact was so important in driving momentum. Of course, Glasgow did not deliver all we hoped. And COP President Alok Sharma described the summit as keeping 1.5 degree global warming alive, but he said its pulse is weak. It will only survive if we keep our promises and translate commitments into rapid action. Current pledges for emission restrictions on the table would result in around 2.4 degrees global warming. So we're not yet at where we need to be in terms of 1.5 degrees. And in terms of financial support, the $100 billion a year target has not yet been achieved. But there were notable successes in Glasgow, and there is a clear direction of global travel. So when we took, and let me give you a few examples of this. So when we took over as COP president designate in 2019, only 30% of the world economy was covered by net zero targets. By the end of COP26, it is 90% of the world economy. Every party at COP26 signed up to revisit and strengthen their 2030 targets, increasing their ambition by COP27 in Egypt. Major declarations were signed at COP26 on ending deforestation, promoting electric vehicles, and cutting methane. For the first time in a UNFCCC negotiated text, the phase down of coal was made explicit. And increased financial pledges mean we will meet the $100 billion a year financial support pledge by 2023, and something like $500 billion will be spent between 2021 and 2025. In addition, a formal structure has been established to discuss and set new financial support targets from 2025. And lastly, the greening of the international financial sector was underlined by the Glasgow Financial Alliance for net zero. That is, firms overseeing assets of around $130 trillion, aligning their future investment with net zero. And so the event showed that the world is changing, that the global low-carbon economic transitioning is accelerating, driven by science, of course, but also by society and by consumer expectations. And within this, sustainable finance is a key enabler for climate action. So, turning to South Africa, we all know that the country faces a number of challenges, including high unemployment, high inequality and poverty, a major debt burden, and a current reliance on coal, particularly in the energy sector. But notwithstanding these challenges, it is commendable that South Africa came to Glasgow with a bold and ambitious nationally determined contribution, with a range aligned to 2-degree global warming at the less ambitious end and 1.5-degree global warming at the most ambitious end. We recognize that that ambition needs significant support and that the transition here, as in many other countries, must be just and inclusive. It's also our view that this transition is key for future economic growth in a world that is increasingly going green. The MBI, who are speaking after me, have estimated that a low emissions pathway in South Africa could create 200,000 more jobs in energy by 2030. And David Attenborough has talked about a new industrial revolution powered by millions of innovation. So let me start to wrap up by touching on partnership. One of the biggest and most impactful announcements at COP26 was the Just Energy Transition Partnership agreed by South Africa with the UK, US, France, Germany, and the EU. The partnership aims to support the South African government in achieving its ambitious goals set out in its own nationally determined contribution. The partnership will mobilize an initial commitment of $8.5 billion for the first phase of financing through various financing mechanisms. And this first-of-a-kind agreement will help South Africa in delivering the highest levels of ambition set out in its own nationally determined contribution. The partnership builds on the support that we've already provided to support climate transition. Over the last 5 years, the UK has invested over £200 million in financing various renewable energy and clean technology projects in South Africa. And we are also supporting green finance and green growth through the UK Pact and the Climate Finance Accelerator programs. And this brings me to you. We've already talked about how the global investment ecosystem is greening, the global economy is transitioning, and the role of the private sector and non-state actors are absolutely central to this, scaling up access to resources for ambitious climate action. And so let me finish just by saying that how you choose to deploy your resources will have a large impact on which companies, technologies, and projects succeed and flourish. And, I say, would have an impact on how successfully we tackle what is the key challenge for our planet in the coming decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam, for a rich address. I'd also like to express our sincere gratitude to the UK government, and in particular UK Pact and International Climate Finance Programme, in supporting our financial sector's efforts to address our climate crisis and to transition to a low-emission economy on a just basis. We look forward to deepening our ongoing partnership. I thank you. Our next keynote speaker this morning is Steve Nichols of the National Business Initiative, otherwise known as the MBI, who will address us on South Africa's NDC, Nationally Determined Contribution, COP26, and the Just Pathways Project, Transition Pathways Project, which they are undertaking and which has been fed into the Presidential Climate Commission as the position of business. Steve leads the environment and society programs at the NBI. In this role, He runs the programs that harness the collective effort of business across the areas of energy, climate change and water. Steve also leads the NBI program on the Sustainable Development Goals and the National Development Plan. His key focus area is on how to connect environmental issues with economic impact, and therefore building the strategic case for business to integrate environmental and sustainability issues into their core business areas of strategy, risk management and implementation. Currently, the MBR focus is on understanding future competitive economies, especially in relation to climate change and water, and what kind of investments are required to enhance South Africa's economic competitiveness while creating employment and reducing inequality and poverty. A big portion of the NBR work is to develop collective action projects and work with local and international financial institutions to fund them. Prior to joining the NBR, Steve has worked in the consulting industry in the United Kingdom and South Africa, and has worked on projects in Europe and Southern and East Asia. Steve has worked across several sectors, including mining, telecoms, government, electrical energy, oil and gas, financial services, and retail. Prior to joining the NBI, Steve worked within the strategy team at Essentia and headed the sustainability services function for Essentia across Africa. He has also worked within KPMG's advisory and assurance team and has completed a number of advisory, reporting and verification engagements on sustainability and voluntary carbon credit data. Steve has also spent a few years working in the United Kingdom, looking at the sustainability risk inherent in the supply chains of major UK and multinational retail companies. With that said, I hand you over to Steve. Thank you for your time today, Steve.
Thanks, Pierre, and morning, everybody. I certainly need to shorten that bio. It's not ideal when the bio is longer than your actual speech. But jumping right in, I want to cover some key things. In late 2018, early 2019, the NBI posited this idea that if we got our act together prior to COP26, we could attract some significant financial support. And Adam kind of acknowledged that the ambition that was embedded in the NDC was a big part of being able to close this big financial deal. And we kind of said at the time that if we're going to get any access to this international finance, we need to show enhanced ambition and a demonstrated plan. So one of the things that we find when we talk to the financial services sector is this issue of pipeline. There's plenty of money, but there's nothing to invest in. And so the ambition needs to come together with a plan. And we also argued that ambition and that planning has to come from both business and governments. And in fact, that business has a really important role in leading that thinking. And so there were a couple of key things that happened during the year. Obviously, the updated NDC was the pinnacle of positioning that ambition. But there was also a concurrent ambition exhibited by business. And so business, the MBI and BASA put out together an ambition statement that committed to net zero by 2050 and support for the enhanced NDC. But we also need a serious plan. And I guess there, from the business perspective, that is the logic behind the work that BASA, NBI, and Boston Consulting Group are doing on net zero planning and net zero pathways for each sector of the economy. And hopefully that will feed into other government documents. I guess on the government side, that serious plan is more fragmented. And so we would expect to see that in the low emissions development strategy. But the current low emissions development strategy was submitted by government prior to this kind of detailed pathways work having been done. And so what we found in the build-up to COP was that planning was taken over by the master plans that the DTIC are doing, as well as the work that Eskom have done on their Just Transition Plan, as well as the presidency and the DFFE. And that last group really carried a lot of that work going into COP and were really critical in helping us close the big deal. So I guess there were 8.5 billion reasons to be happy with the outcomes of COP and the processes run up in the build-up. And so South Africa did get their act together. And I thought it might be useful to reflect on some of the lessons that we learned in the 2 years of thinking about this and supporting the South African government in securing and closing this deal. So the first key insight that we found that really motivated the community was the fact that the risk is exogenous. And we had looked at this by saying that, the climate science is demanding that we stay below 1.5 degrees, and that in order to do that, we need to be net zero by 2050, with ideally 45 to 50% reductions by 2030. And so the science really framed what we were thinking. How do we get there? And so we started to look at how does that science pass through into policy? And if we look at the countries around the world, and obviously we need to update this slide post COP, there are a huge number of companies that have committed to net zero by 2050 and starting to change their policies in accordance with their new goals. So then if we stack those countries up by trade, this is South Africa's trade, you'll see that most of our trading partners have committed to net zero by 2050, with China by 2060 and India now by 2070. And so they will start to do two key things. One is adjust direct trade agreements. And so we hear already the EU talking about border tariff adjustments as early as 2023. And given South Africa's energy intensity and carbon intensity, we're likely to suffer the worst for those border tariff adjustments. But the other thing that we will see is change in production and consumption, in particular consumption patterns of our major trading partners as they seek to get their economies down to net zero by 2050. So if we stack up that trade by commodity, and if you look at our top 6 exports are platinum group metals, coal, iron ore, gold, ferroalloys, and motor vehicle and their parts, chiefly the internal combustion engine. And so those of you who are doing portfolio risk assessments at the moment will kind of think that's not an ideal portfolio in a changing world. And so we are exposed to significant transition risk. And if we think about platinum group metals, a third of platinum group metal demand is used in the autocatalytic converter, which is used in the internal combustion engine. So 1 in 6 are vulnerable to changes in transport. And we think that the last internal combustion engine will be made somewhere between 2028 and 2035. So these are very near-term risks. Coal will obviously be out of the economy by 2050, and iron ore, gold, and ferroalloys all remain competitive as long as we can have a cheap source of energy, as well as finding net zero emissions technologies. But it's true, that kind of logic all the way down that chain. And this really is functionally our balance of payments. So when we start to think about credit risk, this is important. South Africa's post-COVID debt to GDP ratio is in the mid 80% and trending towards 100%. And so any change in our balance of payments would sort of inhibit our ability to pay that debt, which would therefore lead to decreasing credit ratings and more expensive borrowings and more challenging situation to invest our way out of. And so these are very real, very immediate risks for the economy. The other insight is that we will not get all of our finance and grants. So when you talk to people about international support, we just need all this huge amount of international support, but there isn't a huge amount of structure to it, and there isn't a huge amount of thinking to it. And so if you look at South Africa, we are a distinct outlier in this process. We have first world developing country emissions per capita, but we have developing country social indicators. And as you know, and as other speakers have mentioned, we have amongst the worst poverty, unemployment, and inequality in the world. And so on one hand, we can't demand support. On the other hand, we desperately need that support. But the key issue here is that we're not going to get, as a middle income country with sort of stable commercial sector, the level of support that, say, a Chad would get. And therefore, we need to start thinking very carefully about leveraging local finance. And so we will need to use that development support in very strategic ways to help stimulate growth in other sectors, to help attract public and private sector finance both locally and globally. The other key insight was that we need an enhanced plan, and back to this point about us needing pipeline. And so there is international support available, but when we have discussions with people like the Green Climate Fund and the NAMA facility, finding projects that they want to invest in South Africa is always a challenge for them, as it is for many of you in the financial services sector, finding projects to leverage your new innovation in financial engineering. And so that's really why we kicked off the study. The study really aimed to try to work out what the cost of inaction for South Africa would be, what would it take us to get to net zero, what technologies, when, which policy support and what financial support would we need. And really hoping that that will start to form the basis of these baseline conversations. And then we also then had to understand in the South African context the socio-economic implications of these transitions. And obviously this is critical for us, and I have a little bit more on that later. So really the project was trying to establish that analytical fact base. Where do we need to invest our capital, and how do we start integrate that learning into things like the green taxonomy and the transition taxonomy in development? So we focused on a range of sectors. We looked at electricity, petrochemicals, and mining in the initial phase. Since then, we've added to that transport, agriculture, forestry, and land use, and have done some deeper work looking at gas and hydrogen in particular. In the future, we will be adding minerals and metals and manufacturing and construction to this study, and hopefully by sort of middle of next year, we will have an economy-wide view of where these investment opportunities lie. Just to kind of make the point that this has been done doing a huge range of stakeholder engagements. We've worked with our members, we've worked with the members of BASA to try to get lots of different experts into the room, but also from civil society, government, and labor. And so it's been a very consultative process, and we are therefore very confident in the outputs, as well as hopeful that other parts of society will support these initiatives. So there are a range of reports available on the NBI website. As I mentioned, we've done power, mining, petrochemicals, forestry, agriculture, and land use, as well as the role of gas, which will be released quite shortly, and then we will release transportation early next year. And there are a couple of major highlights, and maybe to point to the kind of scale of investment. South Africa's, to decarbonize the power sector, South Africa needs to invest about 4 trillion rand. To decarbonize the petrochemical sector, several trillion rand. To decarbonize the mining sector, and to perhaps grow the mining sector in response to the risk of declining coal and potentially declining platinum group metals, we need to invest 8 billion a year from now out to 2030. In exploration and looking for new minerals that will help us to expand our economy. And so we're talking about a massive scale of investment, sort of unprecedented in our country's history. And so, again, getting back to the role of preferential support and international finance, we need to understand how we leverage that to be able to bring in local finance to reach this sort of scale of investment. So just give you a sense of the level of detail. I'm not going to go into too much detail about each particular report, but this is some of the insights from the power sector. So we kind of looked at the IRP to understand energy development over time, that we will be phasing out coal anyway, but probably not fully by 2050 in the IRP, with Medupi and Creecy still remaining in the mix. There is no question that if we are to achieve net zero by 2050 goals, that those two assets will be stranded, and so we start to need to think about how we account for those capital costs. But really the question that we're engaged with is, if you've got this decline in coal supply, which really is an asset to the country, then we have this increasing demand, how do we then fill that gap? And so we looked at 3 dominant models. We built a Plexos model. It's the same software technology that Eskom use. It's a global standard. We looked at a renewables energy dominant system. We looked at a coal and CCUS dominant system, and we looked at a nuclear dominant system. And across the board, the cheapest system is renewables. And so the financial imperative, the economic imperative is for us to switch to these renewable systems. And we looked then at how we might get that to net zero and the range of technologies that would allow us to do that. And the key insight there really is overbuilding renewables, but supporting that with peaking facilities, predominantly gas. And to get us to net zero by 2050, we then need to either phase out that gas and replace it with hydrogen, or use that gas but with some kind of direct air capture or carbon capture and storage solution, which gives us a kind of technology pathway going forward. And so for 2 scenarios, we then tested a least emissions scenario. We allowed the model to optimize it, and we tested a scenario that was more closely aligned with the IRP. In the least emissions optimal modeling, it closes coal-fired plants by 2042, which is closely aligned with the IEA's net zero study, which closes coal globally around 2040. And so we can then look at those two scenarios, one which closes coal in 2050, one which closes in 2042, as the sort of bookend extreme scenarios of each of our studies. And we looked at a range of factors. We looked at employment, we looked at pricing, and we looked at cumulative emissions or the impact on the carbon budget. And a least emissions scenario has a gigaton roughly saving of emissions, which in the context that a fair share carbon budget for South Africa is in the range of 7 to 9 gigatons. That's a big saving and something that we should think about, given that there is investment going on throughout the economy. And so we need to keep carbon emissions in reserve. Sasol and petrochemicals will use some of those emissions. Transport and the transition of transport will use some of those emissions. Heavy manufacturing industry, consumer use, and so a gigaton saving out of 8 is a big saving. However, shifting to that emission optimal system will increase costs about 2 to 9 cents per kilowatt hour. We think that's something that's bearable in the economy and probably worth doing in the context of those savings. But also, and I think was referred to earlier as well, is that there is a net job creation opportunity out of this process. And so the jobs that will be created out of renewable energy construction and maintenance will be greater than the jobs lost in coal. Now, there's a lot more work to be done around the comparability of those jobs, but the overall picture across all of the sectors is one of optimism. If we're able to raise this finance, if we're able to channel this investment, we will have a more competitive, more inclusive economy by 2050. And that's really what we need to drive and what we need the financial services sector support to do. There are a couple of key things that we can take out of these studies is start to understand the timelines of investment. When will they happen? When do they interact with each other? And therefore, when do we need to start doing things like ramping up skills development and investment in training facilities, as well as when do we need to secure preferential trade agreements to reduce the risk on those transactions and start to increase cost of capital effectiveness. And then finally, we can also start to predict when job losses and therefore protection mechanisms have to be put in place, but also where we might get job gains. Which leads us to the idea that we have a huge opportunity here to engage into the just transition. And so built on the back of South Africa's quite good climate, economic and energy modeling capability across many institutions like the CSR, like UCT, and hopefully a contribution from the NBI BCG team as well, we're able to develop these pathways for mitigation and for adaptation. Obviously, adaptation a lot weaker in our knowledge, but something that we need to work on over time. And these mitigation pathways allow us to understand where big asset investment will happen, and therefore where financial expertise is needed, but also where we can anchor other investments up and down the value chains of those big investments. And that really is where the opportunity to create skills and understand the skills pipeline, but also to start creating inclusion of SMMEs, particularly SMMEs owned by women, and working with the youth. What is missing in this big structure is a key engagement around financial modeling. How do we get that cost of capital and risk down on each of those assets and value chain investments? And how do we then interact with the national processes on carbon budget, but also the national budget support that will be required? So again, there will have to be quite a judicial leveraging of international support, budgetary mechanisms, and preferential trade. And really, this is an opportunity for the financial services to get much more engaged in this conversation, as it's a skill set that obviously you hold. So the other insight, obviously, was we need a far greater ambition for a just transition. And this is a slide out of the agriculture, forestry, and land use work that we did that's kind of horrifying. The average household expenditure on food in South Africa is roughly 1,000 Rand a month. In order to have a nutritious food basket, they ought to be spending 3,000 Rand a month. And to have a climate-friendly, nutritious food basket, they should be spending 4,300 Rand a month. And so that's kind of the a great metaphor for the extent of what we have to do. The climate transition is kind of the last third. It's key to our competitiveness. It's a great way to attract funding. But at the same time, we have to solve these underlying structural issues that South Africa faces that account for sort of 2/3 of the challenges faced by our people. And so it's a big opportunity for us, and increasing that ambition is actually something that will be beneficial. We need to think about how we transition the labor force of today, which has a certain amount of permanent, highly skilled and high income people and an unfortunate level of unemployment, and what kind of enablers do we leverage to get to a labor force of the future that ideally has more permanent, more highly skilled and more high income people and far, far lower unemployment. And that range of enablers includes social measures, includes policy measures, includes things like early retirement and other private sector initiatives. But key to it all is investment and place-based investment, understanding where the negative impacts of just transition are and ensuring that we rally behind developing this pipeline and developing this financial support for investment in those areas. And again, to make the point that a just transition is not just about jobs and skills, although that's a key focus, particularly for stakeholders like labor unions. But there are a whole range of other things that we have to think about. We have to think about social and ecological welfare. We have to think about mapping geographic and managing geographic and cultural dislocation. We have to think about economic inclusion and participation. And in particular there, we think about women and the youth. We have to think about ownership, another huge challenge for the financial services sector. How do we transition ownership as a key driver of inequality in South Africa? And we're not in the situation where the UK or Europe might be, where the communities owning wind farms are all retired investment bankers living in Surrey. So we have communities that have low levels of education and low levels of access to capital, basically zero. And so the sophistication of our financial services has to be far higher than that of our peers in the developed world. Obviously, quality of work is important, and then also how we disaggregate the connection of social services, municipal services that are being supported by the private sector. So if we think about mining communities, quite often wastewater treatment, waste collection for the communities and things like that are run by the mines. And if those mines were to move out of that area, you have a big impact on service delivery to communities. And so a just transition for developing countries and for South Africa is far more complicated than it would be, or that it would appear to be in our developed country counterparts, and so will also require a whole bunch of additional sophistication in our financial service support to those projects. And then I guess the final insight is just really to think about the role that the NDC played and how the Presidential Climate Commission helped drive some of that insight. And I think what the Presidential Climate Commission did incredibly in this process was to get access to the various independent modelers in the country, have them present to multi-stakeholder groups, allow interrogation and engagement with those multi-stakeholder groups, and impressively move to agreement quite quickly. And I think those processes did help stimulate greater ambition within business itself, but obviously we were able to input the work that we had done as collective business into that process to say this is possible. And that was a key insight, that we can actually do this, that it is better for the country, and that helped also change ambition. But I think that the role of the PCC getting together, the UCT Energy Research Group getting together, the NBI getting together, CSIR, and all of our modeling all came to more or less the same solution. And so this is really what happened. This was the NDC that we submitted in 2015, and you can see that 2030 range of 614 to 398, nowhere near what was required for 2 degrees. The updated ambition that was put forward for consultation dropped that top bar from 614 right down to 440, so that was a big improvement, but we found that the 398s didn't change. And so after the consultation, and I guess this was the great achievement of the PCC in their first phase, is dropping that lower bar to 350, which is just about aligned with a 1.5 degree future. Ideally, 348 would be 1.5, but we're picking at hairs there. And so now we have, as Adam mentioned, upper range that is aligned with 2 degrees of 420 and a bottom range that's aligned with 350. And it was this and all of the work that preceded it and enabled it that really unlocked the potential for this big $8.5 billion deal that was concluded at COP. So enter COP. So Each year at COP, the South African government and business host together the South African Pavilion. And really our goal this year was to position South Africa as a zero carbon investment destination, to highlight some of the huge assets we have. The financial services sector is consistently ranked by the World Economic Forum Global Competitiveness Ranking as one of the better financial services sector in the world, sometimes as high as fourth. And so this is clearly an asset that we can leverage both locally and also providing financial services into the African continent who are also doing their own transitions. And then key to this, the pavilion was hosting events and infographics and discussions around the potential for investment in South Africa and the types of opportunities that are available. And initially, government's priorities are focusing on power, hydrogen, and electric vehicles. But really, that's only just the beginning. And I mean, to be honest, the 8.5 billion is really just a drop in the ocean of what we need to get going, both from international support, but also in leverage local finance. And these are the questions that we need to really start thinking about. So maybe just some insight on COP itself. Generally a positive process, and really how you thought about COP was really a matter of perspective, what you went in expecting and what your opinion was. This is kind of my personal view. But there were a couple of things that were really important as outcomes of COP. One is multilateralism was entrenched, even though the US and China made this agreement on the side that was kind of important, but it also recognized multilateralism and it recognized the science. And these are important things because they were under threat during the Trump era. And so multilateralism and the acknowledgement of the science were kind of key enablers of what was to happen next. Establishment of an annual mitigation ambition work program combined with ministerial roundtables is probably the key outcome of COP for me. So we talked about this ratcheting of ambition. We talked about the necessary ambition aligned with unlocking finance. And so now what the COP has put in place is this invitation to update your NDCs more quickly or more frequently, with the first update being due then next year and perhaps annually thereafter, and then bringing in this ministerial level review. So that's key. So in South Africa, the conversation about ambition isn't over. We need to keep driving that. We need to keep driving it from business leadership. We need to keep driving it from the financial services sector. In addition to that, there will be an annual NDC synthesis by the UNFCCC that will help us gauge progress. But also, I guess, an important outcome was the finalization of the Paris Rulebook, where we agreed rules on carbon trading, Article 6, enhanced transparency, and common timeframes for implementing the NDCs. And while that seems like a very techno outcome, it was a really important outcome because it allows us to start implementing the Paris Agreement and really truly concludes the Paris Agreement. Establishment of a just transition platform was a really key outcome for us in South Africa because we have this much more sensitive and sophisticated understanding of a just transition, and this is an opportunity for us to start talking to other countries about that and aligning capital flows and financial flows with those objectives. Enhancing access to finance, particularly for adaptation, was a procedural outcome, as well as launching a 2-year work program to operationalize the global goal on adaptation. And that's clearly an area that we need a lot more work on from the financial services sector. When you have nature-based solutions, you don't always have a cash flow that you can finance. You're often financing a deferred cost, which is obviously a much more complicated thing to finance. And so there's a lot of work for us as the financial services sector to do there. So a lot of positive outcomes, many of them procedural, which we don't appreciate enough. And I think to appreciate them, you have to understand how hard it is to get 200 countries to agree on something. And so the UK government really kind of led from the front in that regard. And Adam's kind of mentioned, I guess already, where it wasn't so successful is that the ambition, both in the provision of finance but also in mitigation, fell short of where we need to be. Adaptation and loss and damage didn't really feature, and something that we need to pick up. And there were a couple of interesting qualitative things that happened that I think are worth thinking about. One is language around the erosion of the value of text, so the specific agreement. So there was the sense that voluntary agreements are pulling out ahead of the agreement and that the agreement isn't necessarily that important. And this is kind of talk in the corridor, so not necessarily any official position, but that's something to worry about. We need both voluntary action and a solid text, particularly because voluntary action often reaches a ceiling where you can do no more without threatening your own competitiveness against people who are doing nothing, and you need that sort of regulatory support to come alongside voluntary action. So that's something to watch. The other thing to watch was the disparagement of developing countries, and I think the India case was classic. So much maligned for trying to change or successfully changing the text from phasing out coal to phasing down coal. But what you miss is the context, and so continually developed countries having blocked India's attempts to introduce equity measures into the text and support measures for developing countries into the text, and that developed countries had not actually yet met their commitments to international support, for example. And so India making the statement that without that support, we cannot agree to the text phase out, but will accept phase down, was actually quite a generous and brave measure. And so important to keep that context in mind. And then finally, sort of a disturbing trend that also started to happen in the corridors is companies and countries deliberately inhibiting progress in the text or in voluntary measures because it protects their competitive advantage that they've built up over time by being leading companies. And so that's something that we also have to watch. We as companies have to sort of forego that competitive advantage, although it would still be there, but perhaps not as marked, in order to have a transitioned economy. So COP27 in Egypt becomes really important. It's an African COP, so we hope we'll pick up some of the issues that are important to us in Africa, in particular the themes of adaptation and loss and damage, but also the particular circumstances of South Africa, of Africa as being one of the most vulnerable continents. So it's clear, right, in the context of these enhanced ambition mechanisms of the COP, in the context of the success that we had in attracting additional finance by being deliberate, and in the context of the Africa COP and the focus on adaptation, we need to work more on pipeline, but also to work more on innovative financial solutions to address these challenges way beyond what we are doing at the moment. And so if we're going to get more than the 8.5 billion reasons for success, we still have a lot of work to do. We need to identify at a far more granular level where investment is needed, what places, and how we structure those particular deals. We need to work out what combination of public and private finance, local and international finance is needed to get that asset investment going. We need to work out where and how we leverage the limited concessional debt and trade support that we will get. So, for example, in hydrogen, our calculations in our NBI BASA BCG project show that we need to get weighted average cost of capital of around 5.5% for our hydrogen investments to be competitive. That's going to require some financial engineering, leveraging that concessional debt and trade support. And that's a conversation that really only the financial services sector can help drive. We need to make a meaningful contribution to funding the just transition. So thinking about these up and down value chain opportunities built on these big asset investments, but also how we fund smaller deals, how we get those deals to interact with each other is something we as a community have to think about very carefully. And then, of course, we have to continue the pressure on enhanced ambition in the NDC and the LEDs, because that is our key route into attracting this concessional support. And that's where you come in. There is no community in South Africa can do this other than the business community and the financial services sector, with support from Treasury and the Reserve Bank and others. And so we really encourage you and are really thrilled about this two-day conference, that we really get to the details of deliberating on these key issues. So thank you for listening, and happy to take questions via email, but have a wonderful rest of the conference.
I wish to apologize, Steve, as we have given you far too little time to do justice to what is a critical and vast subject. In my view, your work underpins and guides us all in what we need to do to achieve a just transition, the extent of our ambition, the courage we need to portray, and most importantly, how we can transition in an orderly and planned manner, thus minimizing the negative socio-economic impacts of a transition to a net carbon zero economy. It also provides us with a compass as to how we can minimize stranded assets as we travel our windy and very difficult road. I thank you, Steve. Our next panel discussion builds on the foundation built by Steve. It is moderated by Rutumetsi Moletsani, who is also from the NBI, where she is the Program Manager, Climate and Energy. Rutumetsi was formerly Director, Mitigation Response Analysis and Director, Climate Change Priority Programs at the South African National Department, Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. She led the analysis and reporting of national mitigation actions to various ordinances, including the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. She provided strategic and advisory services in the development of and implementation of South Africa's climate change flagship programs. She was previously the Senior Manager, Climate Change at Ernst & Young and Senior Consultant at Camco Clean Energy, where she worked in South Africa, Kenya and the UK. Rutumetsi holds an MSc from Imperial College London. Rutumetsi, I hand over to you to introduce our panelists and to moderate this key session.
Thank you very much, Pierre. It's my pleasure to be part of the conference, and I would like to very warmly welcome our esteemed panelists this morning to this discussion on the Carbon Net Zero Journey Destination 2050. So we have with us today Annika Lund, who's the Sustainable Finance Executive at Standard Bank, Shiran Moodley, who's Sustainable Finance and Corporate and Investment Co-Head at ABSA, as well as Ope Bobade, who's a Senior Risk Manager at Rand Merchant Bank. I'd like to welcome you all to the session, and I look forward to your insights and reflections. Perhaps to kick off with our opening question and to invite the panel to comment on the probabilities of the South African banking sector being able to reach net zero by 2050, given some of the commitments that have been made to this point, and perhaps also to then highlight some of the dependencies that are evident in reaching this ambition. I'd like to perhaps start with you, Annika, if you're happy to share your initial thoughts, and then we'll delve into a few other questions after that.
Well, thank you, and hi to everyone. Yeah, I think this one we to be honest still have quite a long road to walk in terms of getting all the clear pathways and execution methods in place to reach net zero. From a banking sector point of view, I think banks are finding themselves in kind of different phases of those work streams. You know, I think it's quite clear that we're all targeting net zero, and we're happy to stand by that commitment. I think the real question is just the how, in terms of you know, how are we going to get there, understanding our current position quite clearly in terms of what our exposure is, and then being able to map that out to a net zero by 2050. So I think, you know, data collection is obviously one that springs to mind first in terms of the difficulties and challenges in getting all that data correct. And yeah, as I said, then understanding how that transition pathway works and what it looks like, and all the tools that we need to ensure that we execute that and deliver under those commitments. But I think absolutely possible. It's just, you know, there's a lot of work streams and execution. I think across all commitments that are being made, I think a lot of focus has been done, or a lot of focus has been placed on commitments, long-term commitments, medium-term commitments. I think the next phase is really understanding the execution of these and how we're going to get there.
Thank you, Annika. Yeah, it's a complicated task, and being able to break it down into those defined activities will give us some more direction. I'd like to invite Shiran and Ope as well to please just share your initial thoughts on how far the banking sector is and the probabilities that we can make it to net zero by 2050. You're welcome to go ahead, Shiran, and then Ope can share his thoughts as well.
Thanks, Rutumetsi. Excuse me. Yeah, I agree with Annika and her thoughts around there. Really, you can probably distill it to three main aspects around data, financing, and regulation. So on the data side, globally, I think there is a challenge around getting clean data, getting available data. That's probably a little bit more cumbersome in the African context. And we really need that in order to manage our own portfolios and how we want to transition firstly our direct footprint towards net zero, and then our kind of financing as well towards net zero as well. As a bank, we're mostly concerned with mobilizing finance. And I think a lot of the previous speakers have spoken to that point there. So we're really pushing to engage in active dialogue with a lot of the regulators and policymakers in order to see what makes sense for our clients, leveraging the current capabilities they have, leveraging the current situation that they find themselves in, and really looking to support them given this the context that we find ourselves in within South Africa as well. And it really leads to the next point as well, which is that partnership and closeness between the private sector and the public sector when it comes to these aspects around with credits as an example, or prices, or taxonomy alignment, or incentivizations as well. So there's many different levers that are being pulled towards a net zero target as well.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Okay, please go ahead and share your thoughts as well.
Thanks, Ritumise. I agree with the other speakers, and I think South Africa is in a very unique position as a country. The banking sector's ability to achieve net zero by 2050 and really focusing on financed emissions as opposed to own emissions. So own emissions probably the easier part of the problem as compared to financed emissions, is really tied into South Africa's overall ability to achieve net zero by 2050. And the country has two big hinge points. So one is the energy sector and the electricity sector, the other one being chemicals and synthos with regards to emissions intensity. If those two can be facilitated, a lot of the other areas, for example, agriculture and transport, can also be facilitated. If we look a bit at those two sectors are incredibly concentrated in terms of the players within the sector. So the banking sector's ability to enable them is probably broader than just the local banks. It talks to financing internationally coming into the country. It also talks to the broader financial services system. So asset managers, insurers, and other pools of funds within the country to enable the country to move towards net zero by 2050. In addition to that, as has been mentioned, then there are a lot of practical issues around data collection, taxonomy, etc., which I'm sure we'll dive a bit deeper into throughout this conversation.
Yeah, so some really interesting points raised there. Thank you, Ope. And I think perhaps picking on that theme that you were mentioning around the finance mechanisms, I'd like to go back to Annika and just, to prompt you to comment a little bit on the finance mechanisms, both those that are needed or available, that can assist with the transfer of funds from developing countries, which is such a key discussion point when talking about climate change. And then perhaps to comment a little bit further as well on how banks can leverage that international financing and perhaps be able to facilitate that funding being blended with commercial finance. I'd really like to get your thoughts and comments on that.
Sure. To maybe just set the theme for sustainable finance, I think if you look at some of the global events recently, from a European point of view, we are seeing that green sovereign issuances are showing consistent tighter pricing than vanilla equivalents. So that's been a very strong theme. We're also seeing that in our local market. Some events such as BlackRock launching a sovereign bond ETF that's weighted on countries' physical and transition climate risk, where they're actually linking the creditworthiness of countries to climate change, is another indicator. And I think then just more generally around the institutional investors making it quite clear what their green capital requirements are, really speaks to the way in which I think finance can probably drive the action that's required faster than some of the other initiatives that are out there. And there's a key role I think that finance is going to play in this transition. Maybe just to touch on some of the other global themes. So we know this Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which is, it's probably been discussed already in some of the other panel discussions, but that's the coalition of 450 global financial groups representing 40% of global assets and $130 trillion of assets under management, have committed to executing on work plans and work streams to invest in the transition to low carbon economy. So I think that's a big commitment. That being said, though, we also know that the investment that is required is far greater than what's currently being committed, even after COP26. So we know that the International Energy Agency has made it public that $4 trillion per annum is required for clean energy investment by 2050, and we currently stand at $100 billion per annum. And so there's a clear gap. So I think these commitments that are coming out and all the initiatives are really key in filling that gap. Then if I look at the local market, it was referred to in the earlier discussion, but the $8.5 billion South African Just Energy Transition Partnership that's been agreed is obviously a real big step in the right direction, and hopefully will be kind of a blueprint for other emerging economies in terms of how this transition can be funded and how we can rapidly decarbonize our economy. So I think what I'm really trying to get to, and all that I've just mentioned, is that there's a common goal across, regulators, banks, investors, communities. Everyone's working towards the same goal here. So I think blended finance agreements will become the way in which we'll be funding the transition. And if I just look at Eskom as an example, the way in which Eskom will obviously benefit from this 8.5 billion rand funding arrangement. They're also raising monies offshore and locally. There's a clear partnership happening across various stakeholders and parties. And I think that if you look at that green bond oversubscription that's currently evident in the market, those types of instruments are going to be very important and will continue to increase in terms of instruments to use to come to market for the funding of our just transition. And I'll maybe just kind of leave that there.
Thank you very much, Annika. Just moving now to Sharon. I know you had some interest as well on commenting on this particular issue, and you're welcome to make a few comments as well. But I'd like to also ask you to focus a little bit more on the role of carbon credits and voluntary emission reductions in becoming net carbon zero by 2050. So you're welcome to go ahead and share your thoughts on both those issues, but perhaps focusing more on the carbon credits.
Oh, thanks, Ruzumate. Yeah, there's a lot to talk about here. I think before I get to credits, I'll just really reiterate the point around global financing that's coming in right now. So I think Mark Carney at COP26 also said that there's $130 trillion of private sector capital available towards climate financing. And if you look at the numbers that are being touted around what's required on a global scale for emerging markets and vulnerable nations and South Africa, it's clear that we need to tap into that pool of capital in order to reach our targets. And that being said, a lot of the projected pathways are also not yet at a stage that's really going to get us to net zero right now. So if you look at the REAP program, which has been really quite fantastic and mobilized over $15 billion in capital up to around 5, we're still looking at another 4 gigawatts of energy that's needed to come into the grid up to 2050. So there's a lot of interdependencies that are really being spoken about here, and the capital that's needed to support that is going to be a critical construct. I think when we look at net zero and a transition to net zero, credits have been touted as a tool to offset your emissions, really as an entity. And I think some of the previous speakers had also spoken about it and talking about a carbon price. It's a very interesting one because there's this dichotomy between actual emissions that are being offset and financed emissions that are being channeled towards a certain purpose. And I think there's different narratives here and different opinions here, but some of the dangers that are present is that especially when you look at institutional investors and pension funds and some of those very large scale investors, you could end up channeling a lot of capital towards purposes that are not necessarily getting the same benefit that you've already financed, because any project risk for the project that's actually reducing emissions might not actually come to fruition. On top of that, there's also the different mechanisms for how these are verified and deemed eligible from a sustainability point of view, but a lot of these entities are not regulated as yet. And the talk about a global market is still very far away. So there's also opens up the discussion for potential arbitrage or greenwashing as well. But on the positive side, you're also seeing certain aspects around, especially with voluntary emissions reduction, using any emissions reduction for raising capital towards offsets for any other company as well. A good example of this is in Central Africa, where we're seeing companies like Gabon or Congo who have huge forestries, which act as carbon sinks, and they have stated that they may be struggling to access capital, let alone on a concessional basis like everyone else is talking about. So when you look at these projects, or what's happening in those countries, there's the opportunity there to look at credits and voluntary emissions reductions to actually essentially sell off to other entities who are emitting it as well. So really a double-edged sword in this aspect. But you look at the projections and you look at global net zero still forecast to hit a 1.8 degree scenario. Net credits are going to come into the conversation more and more. Already it's being considered a $750 billion market, and that's really in the nascent stages of where we're talking about. I think for South Africa, I think the last point here is that for South Africa, which is still very coal dependent or fossil fuel dependent in terms of its energy sources, as those carbon prices look to escalate, it may be more difficult for South Africa in terms of any costs that they need to pay if they don't meet those targets or the times that they've committed to.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of complexity and a lot of work, I think, that needs to go into making sure that we actually achieve the emission reductions. And you've touched on a few of those issues, but as well as, that presents a lot of opportunity as well, if those problems and some of those challenges can be resolved. So thank you very much for that, Sharon. I'd like to now move on to a few of your comments and thoughts, Ope. We've spoken now about how finance is flowing and perhaps some of those mechanisms that are available. I'd like to now look at perhaps how, at a banking level, banks are able to understand the alignment of their portfolios with the 1.5 degree pathway. Perhaps if you can touch on some of the tools that are being used to gain this understanding, and a little bit more on what can be done to improve the alignment in terms of the measurements that currently exist.
Sure, happy to. I think maybe just to start off and loop back to the thread around financing and financing coming through from developed markets. There is definitely quite a large pool of funds that's available in the private sector. So we've seen funds flowing in the private sector into banks, either from DFIs or from other institutional investors. And that will definitely help to accelerate some of this movement to net zero, particularly in areas, for example, like private power, where we've seen an uptick, and we've seen to some extent an enabling policy environment that will help that piece. Into the public sector, to comment briefly on the funding that was announced for Eskom, I think it is very much in the positive direction, and concessional funding then helps private entities and private finance entities to provide more commercial price funding as well into certain of these structures by helping to shore up balance sheets and to provide structures that work a bit better. So that's on the funding side. In terms of measurement, I think we are quite a way away from actually getting to a point where we fully understand what it means to target net zero by 2050. A lot of institutions are currently looking at just getting a baseline measurement of what their financed emissions are through various portfolios. Most of them are kind of starting with the larger, more emissions intensive portfolios. For example, your oil and gas, your coal, your electricity generation portfolios. There are a couple of enabling factors that I think are needed to help this journey. So one is around frameworks and policies. So it talks to things like having a green taxonomy, which is a work in progress, I know, in South Africa, that then enables a proper categorization of different assets, depending on their intensities. The other is perhaps more sector specific, but if you look at certain sectors, it's around aligning things like measurements of emissions intensity. So for example, when you're trying to calculate finance emissions for a home loans portfolio, a framework around what different home loans contribute in terms of energy efficiency and therefore emissions is something that will facilitate and speed up the process. The other key anchor, I think, is around greater disclosure, particularly by large corporates, either into the CDP or through other disclosures such as individual TCFD reports that start to help banks understand not just where the emissions are currently, but what the projected pathways of those corporates are out to 2050, which can then give a sense of alignment in terms of, while they might not be there currently, their overall trajectory is on par with the 1.5 or 2 degree pathway out to 2050. The third piece, which I think will be very important, is around data and data collection. And some of it will need to be incentivized by the banks themselves. Some of it will be looking at the point of origination, interacting with customers very differently and collecting very different data fields from what we currently collect. And part of that might be actually linking certain incentives to the provision of data, particularly as we step into green bond markets and sustainable financing type markets. You have that greater link in terms of climate, but also in terms of broader ESG disclosure that will help banks to start to understand better what the emissions profile in their portfolios look like. And then the last point I'll touch on is with regards to methods and methodologies. So there's a number of organizations, for example, PCAF, which have started the journey with regards to standards and calculation methodologies to figure out on a proxy basis what your emissions are. I think there's a lot of work to be done on making some of these things very South Africa specific. So South Africa being a high emissions intensity country in certain areas might not quite be able to adapt some of the methodologies that are developed for lower emissions intensity countries. So in those areas, there's definitely a lot of work and a lot of collaboration across the financial services sector to adapt some of the thinking to South Africa's specific environment.
Yeah, thank you very much for mapping that out so clearly. And I think it starts to speak to what I'd like to get a little bit from all of the panelists a little bit later on, thinking around what then are the next steps and what areas of support may be required, particularly in government, but also in partnership with the private sector to get us moving along. So just keep that in the back of your mind while we just go through, I think, the last round of questions. And I think this really speaks to bringing some of those aspects that each one of you have mentioned, bringing those together and just reflecting on what the fundamental shifts that are needed to become net zero. I think not only at a banking level, but understanding that the bank also interacts with a range of other stakeholders, but also at the country and the global level. So if you could please just share a few of your insights on that, I think that would be most appreciated. I think we can go ahead and start with you, Annika.
Sure. I think to really move this forward, we've touched on this already, tighter regulation is definitely going to play a massive role in terms of really kind of transforming all the voluntary policies and methods that are out there into something that's more structured. We need stricter policies around disclosure, transparency. I think that will really move us all and put everyone on a level playing ground in terms of what your baselines are, what your targets are, your annual disclosure from an ESG point of view. I think that is going to be critical to move this thing forward. Taxonomies will play a big role. I think our taxonomy will assist hugely in standardizing how we categorize things as green, social, and sustainable. So I think we're definitely going to see things come together when that taxonomy is finalized. I know it's just starting off with the green finance taxonomy, But I think over time, a social taxonomy would be developed as well. And then it's going to be the practical application and implementation of those taxonomies, and how we all interpret that and how we all use it when we want to come to market to raise sustainable finance. But that's really going to, I think, move this into a very mainstream way of funding in terms of mobilizing more sustainable finance through the means of a taxonomy, and then also making things more mandatory rather than voluntary. I know it's not something which we like hearing, but I think in order for this to really pick up and start moving, we're going to start seeing tighter regulation and stricter policies.
Thanks, Annika. So what I'm picking up from you, and you've emphasized it, is really the need for some level of structure, I think consistency, and identifying the regulatory environment is a key one for helping to provide that structure. Thank you very much. Okay, great. Maybe to jump on then to Sharon, if you could also reflect on, what are those fundamental shifts that are going to get us moving along to net zero by 2050? And I think how the bank is interacting with a broader range of stakeholders that, at a country level and globally, appreciated.
Oh,
Sharon,
thanks. Yes. I won't talk about regulation. Annika's spoken about that, but that is a very key point. I think one of the things that came out of COP26 was that, prior to COP26, there was a lot of talk around, biodiversity as an example, and talk around, different levels of reporting. But at COP, there was clearly a view that there's not 100% alignment right now. So that's probably the one thing that needs to be addressed as globally we move towards this net zero 2050 scenario. Some of those aspects that weren't fully addressed are going to continue to come up again. So the whole dialogue between developed nations and developing nations, and any financing that needs to be considered there, I don't think we're done with that. I think that's going to continue to come up, and that's going to be important in order to allow those developed nations to really achieve net zero, developing nations to achieve net zero as well. I think you're also going to see a lot more around the different product expansion and different portfolios being shifted from a lot of these clients. So the move to green hydrogen is going to be a critical one, especially in South Africa, and a lot of these nations dependent on fossil fuel as well. Agree with the need and the move towards more dedicated and granular reporting. So we're seeing some of that that's coming up in the EU and the UK in particular, with TCFD reporting, or at least part of it poised to be made mandatory. That's going to force companies to really consider their metrics, their targets, their governance, their risk management, their strategy in a much more detailed manner than they might not have otherwise. And I think from a banking perspective, we're always looking at, firstly supporting our clients and taking them, essentially on the journey through their own transition. And we know that transition and all the socioeconomic impacts are very important here. And then all the different sources of capital and rules, whether it's other banks or DFIs or public sector or multilateral development organizations. I think they're all really important in playing a role towards financing this.
Thanks, Sharon. So what I'm hearing primarily from you is just the complexity of the ecosystem, the landscape, and being able to coordinate and find alignment amongst all of those different role players is something that's key. I think you've mentioned it at different scales, the national scale, but also looking at different sectors and different actors more generally coming together and finding that common alignment. Thank you very much for those thoughts. Perhaps jumping then.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
So I was just going to say that this conversation has changed so much in the last year. So these same questions a year ago would probably get quite different answers than what you're getting now. And we expect that to continue, I imagine, over the next year to three.
the evolution is great. So it does speaks to progress, and we look forward to more of that. Alfred, if I can jump to you now and get you as well to reflect on that same question around the fundamental shifts that are needed. And obviously the bank at the center, but also looking more broadly towards, the stakeholders with whom you engage, the country and at the global level.
I think Enneke and Sharon have raised some really excellent points around regulation, around reporting, around the need for alignment with regards to ESG and ESG ratings, and around coordination. And those very much address the macro questions and the global questions that we're grappling with. There are some, I guess, more micro questions that I think will also help, especially in the banking sector, to move forward. So one is particularly around thinking on the risk aspect and the stress testing aspect. And it ties very much into the work that the MBA has done with regards to putting in place credible scenarios that then can be anchored into that allows the banking sector, and I guess broadly the global and the local economy, to shape its thinking in terms of the direction of travel. So to Sharon's point, a year ago around this time, we didn't really have clarity in terms of a good direction of travel for the energy sector and the electricity sector, and what getting to net zero by 2050 actually practically means. Now, due to a lot of work, we do have some clarity on that. And I think some of the other sectors are going to follow behind in terms of getting better clarity in terms of those pathways, what those pathways look like, and then the extension in terms of how banks can plug in and enable and finance a lot of those pieces, I think is key. And then the other point, the last point I think will be important, is around the concept of just transition, which we haven't really spoken to a lot, but in the South African context, broader than climate and touching on the overall ESG spectrum, the problem of just transition is something that requires, I think, a lot of deep thinking in terms of not just being able to decarbonize, but to decarbonize while enabling overall economic growth and while ensuring you don't leave vulnerable members of society behind. So those pieces, bringing those pieces together, I think will then start to accelerate the change in the country.
Right. I think noting the amount of time we have, we shall treasure it at that. But I think, Ope, you have summarized it really well in just considering that we're acting at different levels. So at a sectoral level, we require that leadership from the banking sector, but understanding that also bringing in a whole range of partners and others that we can collaborate and work with to find the alignment and the interfaces, and with that objective of how do we transform the entire country and bring everyone along, but having identified where each of us can play that positive role. So I really do thank you for your insights, your comments, a lot of interesting kind of thoughts have come up, and I'm sure that's the same for the audience that's also been participating. So thank you very much to our panel. I do look forward to further engagements in other forums as well. I hope you have a great afternoon. Pierre, I'm happy to hand over to you. Thank you very much for the opportunity and the space for our panelists.
Thank you for a rich and insightful discussion. My takeaway from this panel discussion is that the financial sector, more specifically the banking sector, needs to play a deep and extremely meaningful role in helping South Africa to transition to a just low emissions economy. We have always said that provided government creates the enabled environment, that the banking sector can help shape the future of our country. This was really brought home to me by this discussion. The next decade is really one for brave hearts. I thank you and your panelists this morning. Our next keynote speaker is John Duncan from Old Mutual, who will address us on the fossil fuel challenge. We all know that the elephant in the room is our usage of coal to generate our energy, and that Eskom accounts for 43% of our carbon emissions. We thought that it would be valuable to get some insights into this core challenge and opportunity which presents itself. John is an engineer by training with a master's degree in environmental science. He has over 24 years of professional experience in the field of sustainability, research and engagement, 10 of which have been in the financial services sector. His work experience spans across a range of global sectors, supporting organizations with strategic, social, environmental and sustainability-related issues. He has led work assignments in several African and European countries, as well as in China, Russia and the US. In 2011, he was involved in the drafting of the South African Code for Responsible Investment and currently serves on the UN Principles for Responsible Investment Global Reporting and Assessment Committee. John contributes to the work of the South African National Advisory Body for Impact Investing, and is a senior associate of the University of Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership. John, I hand over to you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and I'm hoping everyone can hear me okay. Look, from a timing perspective, my intention is to speak for about 10 to 15 minutes. I don't have any slides. Really welcome sort of comments as I work through this discussion. I mean, firstly, just to say that, the science of climate change is unequivocal. We know we need to act. We know we need to act with urgency. We also know that the global climate negotiations are predicated on this idea of shared but differentiated responsibilities by different actors across developed and developing economies. And for investors in the markets, this obviously creates challenges. I'm going to speak to you today from the perspective of Old Mutual Investment Group as a listed equity investment house. You should think of Old Mutual as not only a listed corporate company, but also as a fiduciary asset owner on the pension fund side, and then additionally a collection of asset managers that includes fixed income, listed equity, alternatives, infrastructure, and the like. I'm going to be speaking very specifically from the listed equity segment, and a lot of what I'm going to say I think has relevance in other segments. And, I have sort of professional counterparties who lead these kind of climate discussions inside of, Future Growth, for example, or our Old Mutual Alternatives teams. So let me take a step back from a listed equity markets perspective. Old Mutual as an asset management firm has got, our biggest single client is a pension fund, which is our parent pension fund, Old Mutual, which is managing against a multi-decadal liability horizon. And obviously, the natural question is, well, how do you decarbonize the long run sort of holdings of policy holders' exposure in the listed markets? And a lot of what we've been wrestling with in the last while is to sort of think through, well, what does a decarbonization trajectory actually look like for the listed markets in South Africa over time? Now, when we look globally, what we can see is that a lot of focus is on, and rightfully so, is on science-based targets. Targets that sort of leave us with a greater than a 60 or 70% chance of achieving a sort of 1.5 or 2 degree world outcome. If I look specifically to the global markets and I look to what's happening in the EU, what has been published is a 1.5 degree aligned benchmark. So for an investor in the listed markets on a global stage, he was looking to benchmark the carbon intensity of their portfolio and to see how aligned it is with a 1.5 degree world outcome. The EU published benchmark is a very useful and helpful tool. That benchmark is constructed in the following way. It says, let's use, for example, the MSCI World as a global benchmark. It says in order to be 1.5 degree aligned as at today, the fund should have zero holdings in primary producers of fossil fuels. So that's your oil, your gas, your coal producers. So no holdings, completely excluded. Then you should have the weighted average carbon intensity of the portfolio should be some 50% less than the weighted average carbon intensity of the parent benchmark, which is the MSCI World. And then lastly, the fund should decline its weighted average carbon intensity at a rate of 7% year on year, such that you get this natural decarbonization of the holdings out towards post 2030. And that, you know, from a sort of science-based perspective, should mean that the client's portfolio, if it's structured in that fashion, should ultimately decarbonize. I mean, what's really important here is that most investors in the listed public markets benchmark their performance against an index. And obviously the big debate is, well, what's the sense in benchmarking against the MSCI World if that is taking you towards a 3-degree world outcome? And so it then seems sensible that actually we need to re-benchmark and have these kind of climate-aware benchmarks. And so that's all good and well, and I think is very helpful for global equity. But when we come to the South African domestic equity debate, a lot of our conversation is, well, what do we do? Do we, you know, simply exclude, or do we sort of invest and engage? You know, what is the appropriate level and rate of decarbonization that we should be achieving? And I guess within Old Mutual Investment Group, from the listed equity perspective, a lot of what we've been doing to date has been, in the first instance, we don't take a hard exclusionary approach to, you know, fossil fuel companies. So we do hold fossil fuel companies in our holdings. We have an active stewardship program, and my colleague Rob Lewinson runs that. And if you go onto our website, you can read in detail all the work we're doing around climate stewardship. We've been very active in that space over the last sort of 6 years, I would say. Very proactively engaged, not only with the underlying companies, but also sort of crowding in other asset managers to be part of the conversation. We've also been very active in terms of crowding in foreign investors into local equity that have an interest in climate risk issues via the UNPRI Climate Action 100 Plus coalition. And currently, we're looking at sort of the Net Zero Asset Managers Alliance. So these are all active stewardship discussions, which I think are helpful. But the main thing that we've been championing for in the market is to be pushing for the publication of a 1.5 degree aligned carbon benchmark for the CAP SWIX. Now, the CAP SWIX, I mean, you know, I think it's sort of sitting somewhere just under R1 trillion worth of you know, market cap value. You know, that's a tremendous amount of capital that's got to be decarbonized through large existing listed incumbents over the next sort of 3, 5, and 10 years in a way that aligns with the just transition outcomes. And so what will help the institutional investment market is to, in the first instance, have a published, I guess, 1.5 degree aligned benchmark for the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. And so we think that there's opportunity for, you know, actors in the market, both asset owners, asset consultants, and asset managers such as ourselves, to participate in the development of something like that, that is guided by the nationally determined contribution and recognizes the limitations and the social context of South Africa. I think what's really interesting about the current situation on the South African markets is that when we look at the market cap of companies that are primary producers of fossil fuels, that accounts for some 12, 14% of the market cap value. So it's not an insubstantial number. I mean, when I look towards, for example, the MSCI World, primary producers of fossil fuels on a market cap basis have declined from somewhere north of 10% to around 2.5%. So actually, there's been a natural sort of decline in the market cap value of those companies. So simply hard excluding 2% of the total market cap, yeah, it's a relatively easy thing to do. When that value is north of 10%, it becomes quite a big number. So that's one important thing to think about. The second thing is when you look at the weighted average carbon intensity of the main prevailing benchmark in South Africa, the CAP SWIX, you know, that weighted average carbon intensity number sits somewhere between 360 to 400 tons of CO2 equivalents, per $1 million of revenue of the underlying companies. Now, on a like-for-like basis, when you compare that to the MSCI World or the MSCI Emerging Markets carbon benchmarks, the South African economy is no surprise, the markets are highly carbon intensive. So even if, on our sort of simple calculations, a fund that replicates the JSE Cap Swix, you're going to end up with a fund that's probably, 2 to 2.5 times more carbon intensive than the MSCI World. And the MSCI World, just to take you back to the carbon benchmark, needs to be, it should be about 50% less carbon intensive than the MSCI World, which means that the Cap Swix is somewhere between 6 to 7 times more carbon intensive than what a 2-degree world outcome is currently saying, or 1.5-degree world outcome. To get there, it's a hell of a steep decline curve. And I really think that there's an opportunity for sort of actors across the market to recognize the scale of that challenge. What's interesting is that when you look into where those carbon emissions primarily come from, 50% of them come from, 80% of the emissions, 80% of the weighted average carbon intensity emissions in the Cap Swix come from probably the top 10 or 12 holdings. 40 to 50% of them come from, one counter in particular. And specifically, when you look at the split between Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, about 50% comes from Scope 1 emissions. So that's the primary, the primary consumption of fossil fuels on site and or chemical processes. And then this other 50% comes from Scope 2 emissions from the carbon intensity from Eskom. So what's really interesting is that in the context of South Africa, you've actually got very concentrated emissions around 2 legal entities, Sasol and Eskom, and solving for those 2 entities has a very big implication on the overall weighted average carbon intensity for SA. So if we just looked at the integrated resource plan and the proposed long-run roll-off of the Eskom fleet and what that means in terms of this new just transition transaction, actually the grid emission factor for Eskom is likely to decline over time, and that has a direct impact on the Scope 2 emissions for the JSE counters. So, there's a lot of work to be done. A lot of our primary work at the moment is with our large asset owner clients to help them understand their current positioning from a carbon exposure perspective. A lot of work going into calculation of the value at risk. And a lot of that is going to, I think, translate into the appetite for large asset owners to start decarbonizing their holdings in a staged fashion. And I anticipate that that's likely to start with global equity, then domestic equity. I mean, what I haven't even spoken about here is the fixed income part of pension fund holdings, which is substantial. The main tool there for decarbonization in that environment, and this relates to the Banking Association, and I'll end at that point, is simply to say that, issuances of green bond and climate aware instruments on the Johannesburg Bond Exchange by banks becomes very useful instruments to allow institutional investors to decarbonize their holdings over time. So, hopefully that's a bit of food for thought, and I look forward to participating in the conversation from here on in. So back to you. Thanks very much.
I was told by my banking colleagues that we needed to include you in our conference. And your talk this afternoon has certainly proved them right. We've all been enriched by your wise words, so I thank you. Thank you, John. Our next keynote address is from the Presidential Climate Commission itself, who will talk to the work they are doing on the just transition. Dr. Crispian Olver, or Chippy as he is known to colleagues, will address us on the work of the PCC and its vision for our country. Chippy is the Executive Director of the Presidential Climate Commission. He is responsible for running the Secretariat of the PCC and its various policy and research programs. He has served in the South African government in various capacities, which included being Director General of the Department of Environmental Affairs and Tourism from 1999 to 2005, in which position he crafted much of the climate policy and environmental legislation we have today. He also hosted leading, he was also as well as leading South Africa's hosting of the World Summit on Sustainable Development in 2002. He has subsequently worked as a policy expert and author on environmental sustainability and local government issues. This has taken him close to the mechanics by which regimes are governed and the way in which good governance can be eroded. This has given him ample material for writing up his experiences. His first book, titled How to Steal a City in 2017, documented patronage-based systems in Nelson Mandela Bay and how the metro was captured by factional interests. His subsequent book, A House Divided, was published in October 2019 and documented the nature of the relationship between the City of Cape Town and landed property interests and how this fueled a factional split in the DA. Chippy is a medical doctor by training and holds a BSc medical, which he got in 1983, a psychology honours degree in 1984, and an MB-CHB in 1998, all from UCT University. He is completing a PhD at WIT's Politics Department at the moment and is a research fellow at the Public Affairs Research Institute. As the Executive Director of the Presidential Climate Commission in South Africa, Chippy is leading the detailed planning of South Africa's climate transition and engagement between social partners on a just transition. Chippy, I hand over to you and thank you for giving of your valuable time to us this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and very good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be with you on this platform, and I really look forward to the engagement. I'm going to share with you a presentation, if you don't mind. I know I was cautioned not to do, death by presentation. But there are a couple of technical things that I want to deal with. And, the best way to convey a complex technical argument is often with an image. So just a few words about the Presidential Climate Commission. We're basically set up to do a seemingly simple but highly complicated task, which is to broker a compact between the principal social partners in this country. And by that, we mean labor, organized workers, the business community, government in its various forms, national, provincial, local, and of course, civil society. And that would include community organizations, environmental NGOs, academics, women's groups, the faith-based sector, amongst others. And the president gave the commission quite a detailed terms of reference. So that includes developing a common vision for where we're going. And it's in essence a just transition. And I'll describe in a little bit more detail what that means later. We are meant to develop detailed pathways to achieve that vision. And that would include pathways in the energy sector, around industrial processes, hard to abate sectors like cement and steel, as well as more adaptation inclined pathways such as water, land use, the built environment. Then, in line with our mandate around the just transition, we have a very particular focus on employment. And our brief is to look at the raft of social and economic measures that we need to protect livelihoods, prevent job losses, grow new sectors of the economy. We need to look at how to bring in clean and climate resilient technologies, as well as the finance to back that. And then we need to monitor and critically review progress towards the climate goals and report on that, on a public platform and to Parliament. And that'll keep all of us basically on track. The just transition is central to our mandate. I don't need to tell you about the triple challenge that we face in this country of inequality, unemployment, and poverty. And we interpret the just transition to mean managing the impact, particularly on vulnerable workers in declining fossil fuel sectors and value chains, diversifying, beyond the workers themselves. They live in communities and in regions. And, the Mpumalanga region is particularly vulnerable as the coal mining sector phases down. So we need to look at how to diversify local economies in those regions and build sustainable livelihoods for those communities. It also is about adapting to climate change. And I know it's a long run, slow moving thing, but it has devastating consequences in terms of water and food security, impacts on our infrastructure. And it's the most vulnerable in this country, particularly poor people, unemployed people, women and young people. And it's around their resilience that we have to concentrate attention and resources. And then, of course, there's the upside. It's also about looking at what are the sectors that are going to grow and prosper in the new green economy, and how do we promote jobs in those sectors. And interestingly, I've just pulled this slide out. I know the NBI was presenting their Just Transition Pathways work earlier. So part of that work was looking at which of the sectors are going to decline and which are the sectors that are going to grow. And they developed various scenarios. These are scenarios for the energy sector. On the right is the IRP, so it's the current integrated resource plan pathway. On the left is the what they call their emissions optimal pathway. And you can see the red bars below, both direct jobs and indirect jobs out to 2050 are the jobs that we are liable to lose basically in the coal value chain as it phases down. The good news is that there is a corresponding and larger set of jobs to be created in the energy pathways around renewable energy, upgrading the grid, battery storage, hydrogen, the future hydrogen economy, and all the downstream manufacturing that's linked to that. So, the just transition is really for workers about minimizing those job losses at the bottom, and ensuring that every worker has a pathway either to re-employment or where we cannot get them re-employed to the necessary income support and other social protection measures. At the same time as working to scale up and maximize all those new areas where the economy is going to grow and where we can get decent work. So that's a little bit of the challenge that we face in planning this just transition. a little bit about the work we've done to date. So the Commission was only appointed a year ago. We've been running, I know a lot of you have participated in the policy dialogues that we've been running on the just transition, where we're looking at the different social and economic measures that we have to put in place. And we're going to be pulling that together into what we call a framework for the just transition. Also, earlier this year, we made recommendations on what's called the nationally determined contribution. It's basically the long-term emissions pathway for our economy, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. Our job was to propose both a feasible pathway that both technically and economically, and the target is to get to net zero by 2050. And we've been enormously encouraged by the commitment from the different social partners that are represented on the Commission around net zero. And the Commission over the last few meetings has had a number of our major emitters, Sasol, Eskom, Anglo, the other coal miners, Exxaro, have come and presented to the Commission on their targets to net zero. And we've had an opportunity to interrogate those targets with them. And we're doing more detailed modeling work at the moment on pathways for the energy transition. And at the invitation of the Minister for Mineral Resources and Energy, we're going to be in the first quarter of next year making recommendations about the energy mix. I want to say a little bit more about the NDC and the emissions trajectory. And it's important to just set the context for the financing issues that I'm going to come to just now. So we're at about 500 megatons of CO2 that we emit each year. You can see that on the left-hand side of the graph. And on the right-hand side, you can see roughly where we need to get to, which is net zero by 2050. And just to be clear, net zero is not we're going to do business as usual. We're not going to change anything. We're just going to do carbon capture and storage. Net zero is really about fundamental systemic change, and only those absolutely impossible to abate sectors right at the end do we then try and offset them. And the important thing for the economy is that we need a trajectory to net zero that doesn't unduly delay the kinds of transformations that we need and leave us behind as the world starts to move very rapidly. And you know, the energy transition globally is already well underway. So, you know, we looked at 2030 targets, which we thought took us onto the right sort of glide path for the economy. And we recommended a lowering of the upper bound to 420 megatons and the lower bound to 350 megatons. And that, you know, that's already quite a substantial reduction. I know some people have said it's not enough. The important thing that allowed government to sign on to these is that by our calculations, the existing suite of government policies already takes you well within that trajectory. And there's room for more rapid ambition with more renewables, some earlier retirement of coal, and quite importantly, not building new coal. But there's a range of policy options within that trajectory. And this was sort of roughly what our modeling showed. So, you know, here on this graph, on the bottom of the graph is our greenhouse gas emissions in 2030. It's the same figures, so, you know, and then on the left-hand side is the overall, the aggregate economic impact. And we've calculated that in terms of the impact on GDP, whether it's a positive or a negative impact. And we've modeled the IRP 2019. You can see it here with the red circle around it. So that takes you, if you implement it fully, to about 373 megatons of CO2 by 2030. There is room to increase our emission reductions, and you can do that through some what we call endogenous retirement of the coal. So basically, where your coal-fired power stations are below a discharge rate and their maintenance costs are too high. So basically, where it pays you to take those off the grid and compensate that with additional renewable rollout, that has a growth positive impact on our economy. And then you can get more ambitious, and there are a number of scenarios in the sort of more ambitious area, which is slightly growth negative, because at the scale that's needed, you start to crowd out investment in other areas of the economy. It's not radically worse in terms of GDP, but it does shave off about 0.5%. And heaven knows, with our current GDP rates, we can't be affording to shave anything off. I'm going to cross-reference that to some of the modeling that the NBI did. And, you know, they were looking at different energy scenarios after 2050. And the sort of headline takeaway from their modeling work is that a renewables dominant electricity system is much cheaper in the long term compared to any of the other feasible alternatives. So definitely compared to coal and carbon capture and storage, and definitely compared to a nuclear energy dominant system. And their renewable system roughly had a real cost of about 100 cents per kilowatt hour. And that depended substantially on renewables, 52 gigawatts of wind, 78 gigawatts of solar. You know, putting that all together, by 2050, following the NBI least cost pathway, we're going to need about 150 gigawatts of wind and solar by 2050. That's 4 times the total capacity of our current coal-fired plants in South Africa. And it would be about 4 gigawatts every year that has to be rolled out. Now, you know, that's roughly 50% of the total amount of renewables we've procured so far through the REI4P program, which I know many of you have been party to. So it gives you a sense of the extent to which we've got to scale up the amount of renewables going onto the grid. And, you know, there are various numbers around what that's going to cost. The NBI modeling said it's about 3 trillion rand. There were also some very important conclusions around hydrogen. South Africa's highly cost competitive in terms of the emerging hydrogen economy. Just comparing those aggregate numbers, these are CSIR figures, and they modeled various different pathways out to 2050 and calculated the aggregate investment cost. And if you just look at this figure on the left, interestingly, the least cost by their calculations was about 3.5 trillion rand to 2050. And the most ambitious, down to a 2 gigaton CO2 budget, was 3.7 trillion rands. Interestingly, their calculations were that the IRP 2019 is the most expensive option of all, coming in at just under 3.8 trillion rands. These are big numbers. I mean, by you know, anyone's calculation, we're talking big numbers here, and whether it's 3 billion or 3.5 billion, we know broadly, where we need to get to in terms of the investment that has to be mobilized. And the NBI modeling broke that down. So very interestingly, if you look on the left at the emissions optimal pathway, they were looking at how that disaggregated in terms of 5-year investment blocks. And the emissions optimal pathway allows us to spread the capital requirement a lot more evenly over those different time frames. Whereas what an IRP aligned pathway does is it pushes out the necessary adjustment. And then we have this incredibly painful and basically unsustainable amount of investment in that last decade of the transition. You will have seen a lot of that now being translated into more immediate terms. And I'm talking in particular about the climate finance deal on the table and a lot of the work that's being done by Eskom and by government around what do we need up to 2035. And this is just a mapping of the accelerated phase out of coal that Eskom's been doing up to 2035. And, there's a basket of power stations there that amount to about 22 gigawatts of power that's going to be pulled off. And on the top there is the corresponding amount of renewables and gas-fired power and battery storage and short-term risk mitigation projects that have to come on stream to allow that kind of decommissioning to take place. And by their calculations, there needs to be about 50 gigawatts of power that's brought onto the grid by 2035. Importantly, in the Eskom plan, so this was bundled together as the Eskom Just Energy Transition Strategy. Eskom themselves are looking to roll out some of this new generation capacity. They're also planning to what they call repurpose and repower a number of their power stations. And they think they can put about 7.5 gigawatts of wind, solar, and gas into this repurposing program. And they radically need to upgrade the electricity transmission and distribution grid. And these are big numbers, about 8,000 kilometers of transmission lines, 12 new substations, 45 locally manufactured transformers, etc. So a very substantial investment. So I'm going to look a little bit at, in the last few slides, on the climate finance requirements to get there. And I'm sure many of you have seen this diagram on the right. It comes out of the use of the CPI methodology by Green Cape et al. They looked at the climate finance flows in 2017 and 2018. That's the latest years for which we've got numbers. Interestingly, we already have quite significant climate finance flows into the economy. It's about, if you put public and private and blended finance all together, it's about 35 billion rands per annum. The bulk of it going to mitigation projects, about 81%, and that's mostly clean energy. So there are other mitigation sectors that aren't getting the attention that we need, like EVs, the future investment in hydrogen. Adaptation projects, which are extremely important, only make up about 7% of the funds. So that's a big worrying sector. There's a further 13% that is flowing into what's called dual benefit projects. This did not cover just transition elements, but I mean, the just transition elements of these finance flows are probably at the moment close to zero. The instruments are primarily debt, equity, and concessional debt. There's very limited grants and limited use of blended finance facilities. And the headline issue is that the historic scale is inadequate to enable the climate finance response that we need. And there are new needs emerging, as I said earlier, around the costs linked to a just transition process. There are a number of barriers to scaling up. And I mean, I'm sure you in this conference will be far better equipped to tell us what the barriers are. But, there are gaps in the policy and regulatory environment, not least, government ministers talking at cross purposes and a lack of policy coherence in the South African response. I know there's good work that's been happening around the green finance taxonomy, but we don't have any taxonomy around just transition finance. There's incomplete climate disclosure. I mean, it's improving, and thank you to everyone that's been driving this, but we've still got a long way to go to make sure that that's being universally applied. We're not properly integrating climate risks into our investment decisions, and there's a very weak carbon price signal in the economy. And I know everyone is opposed to ramping up the carbon tax, but quite frankly, that's the most efficient way of getting the price signal into the economy. There's a lack of early stage financing. There's a lack of SMME financing. We have a weak project development pipeline, and there's basically no market for social and environmental outcomes. And I'm talking particularly just transition and adaptation kinds of projects. We've done some sort of rough calculations of the funding gap to 2030. So we've tried to take the numbers up to 2030, looking at the NDC. So that's linked to the emissions trajectory as the baseline. I mean, roughly we need about 900 billion to 2030. Of that, at least 400 billion into the energy mix, 150 billion into electric vehicles. We need about 150 billion to kickstart the investment in the hydrogen economy. That doesn't even include the adaptation stuff, and the estimates there are so wide as to be unusable. So, the estimates range between 16 and 267 billion. It's very difficult to know where we should be putting our fingers on. We're doing a lot of work as the Climate Commission to get harder numbers. But, at the very least, we're going to need about 86 billion rand per annum. And by our calculations, we can get 30 billion of that through international public funding, 35 from the domestic private sector, and 2 out of government. And there's an annual funding gap that we're sitting with of at least 19 billion, probably more, to get to full implementation of the emissions trajectory set out in the NDC. So this is my last slide. There are a number of things that we've got to do, and we need to do them together. This is not work that only belongs to the private sector or only to the regulators in government like National Treasury or the Reserve Bank or the JSE. And as the Climate Commission, we're committed to working with all of you to scale up these flows and target them into the correct areas. And, just some headline things we've got to work on. This is like merely a list of agenda items rather than firm proposals. There's a lot more work needed on aligning the different policy and regulatory measures that lie behind these big systemic changes that we need. We've got to continue the work on disclosure and taxonomies, particularly pulling the just transition into that. We need to do work on tracking and reporting on climate finance flows. We've got to have a regular annual update so that we know what the flows look like. We know which sectors they're going into, which instruments lie behind that, and where the gaps are. And as the Climate Commission, we want to be putting out a regular update around that. We need to have a fundamental look at pricing and incentives. And, you know, the idea is to drive investment into new areas, areas that currently the private sector views as too risky and where we've been slow to get the required financing into. We've got to substantially diversify our capital markets. And I mean, there's some great instruments already on the table. Green bonds, there's work that the JSE has been doing in the space. We need to continue that and scale it up. And in particular, look at a far more creative use of blended finance instruments. So, you know, there's a big slug of grant money coming in with this green finance deal. What we've got to do is work creatively with the private sector to leverage that up considerably to drive it into the different areas that I've talked about. And then we've got to look very specifically at just transition mechanisms. And I'm particularly interested in the gap around project preparation. So how do projects that deal with social and economic issues around the transition, how do they get prepared? How do they get early stage financing? And then, you know, how do they mainstream their financing? And, you know, a number of dialogues have been happening around this. We've been throwing around the idea of earmarking this into a just transition fund. And we'd like to work with social partners to see how we can take that forward into the future. So I'm going to leave it at that point. It's been great talking to you. I look forward to the other inputs and to any discussion that happens. I mean, just to say from our side, you know, we view the banking sector and the broader finance sector as an active partner in the climate transition. You know, you're not just a client that we talk to, you a co-creator with the other social partners, labor, government, business. And we'd like to encourage you to participate in the full range of PCC deliberations and activities that we undertake. So thank you very much for listening to me, and I look forward to listening to everyone else.
The importance of the Presidential Climate Commission, as mandated by our President, struck me as I listened to Chippy's address. From a country's sustainability perspective, if the PCC fails, then South Africa will fail. Chippy, I know that I speak for the banking sector when I state that you and your team can be assured that we will add our support where we can to making the climate and just transition a success story that we could all be proud of. I thank you for giving of your time this afternoon. Throughout this morning, we repeatedly heard about the need to place society and the need for a just transition at the center of our transition to a low-emissions economy. Our next panel discussion is moderated by Kulakani Mate. Kulakani will moderate a discussion on banking on society, the just transition vision. Kulakani is Head of Financial Inclusion at BASA. His portfolio includes small and medium enterprise support, transformation in the banking industry, consumer financial education, and corporate social investment. He previously held various positions in government, including being the acting head of the National Planning Commission Secretariat in the National Planning Commission. He was part of the team that wrote the National Development Plan. He coordinated and contributed to 4 chapters of the NDP, namely education, health, social protection, and human settlements. He holds a Master of Science, Development Finance, and Master of Education degrees. He represents the Banking Association on the board of the ICUSASA Student Financial Aid Program Foundation, the SADC Banking Association, where BASA acts as secretariat for it, and serves as an alternative member of the Financial Sector Transformation Council, also on behalf of ourselves. Mkosi, I hand over to you to introduce your panelists and to moderate this session.
Thank you, Pierre, and good morning to the panelists, to all the delegates to this conference. I have a wonderful panel of very experienced people on the topic that we are tackling today. So the topic of the just transition is as important as it is timely for this discussion that we're having today. But as with all concepts, the concept of a just transition could and probably does mean different things to different people. And so perhaps as a starting point for us, as we, for the next 40 minutes, try to unpack what all of this means, certainly from a banking perspective, I think it would be great to really just start by unpacking the concept from the different perspectives that are represented by my panelists. The panel that I am moderating includes the following people. Hamda Didat, who is Executive Director of the National Labour and Economic Development Institute. Deepak Patel, who is Senior Advisor in the Climate and Transition Finance of the Presidential Climate Commission. Gailo Montmason-Clare, Senior Economist, Sustainable Growth, Trade and Industrial Policy Strategies, TIPS. Ms. Simi Siwisa, Head of Public Policy at Absa Bank, and Manda Reshka, Strategic Specialist at Nedbank. So welcome to all of you. And so we'll start by giving 3 to 5 minutes to each of the panelists to really make their opening remarks. And I would ask them in their opening remarks to really just outline and unpack what the concept of the just transition means from their perspectives. So we'll start with Hamda, and over to you, Hamda. Okay. So Hamda is not on yet. If I could just get a sense of, is Deepak on? Okay, lovely.
Yes, I'm.
Brilliant.
Good.
Deepak, so we'll start with you. Over to you.
Thank you, facilitator. And at the outset, let me just say that this is quite timeless that BASA has organized such a wide-ranging conference. I did attend through the webinar channel some of the earlier sessions, and therefore was quite pleased also to see hardened investment and investment banking people grappling with the issue of what this means, both for their banking books, as well as in the case of asset managers for their clients. At the outset, the Presidential Climate Commission and my colleague, my boss, Crispian, has covered some of this, dealt with the issue of what do we do as a country as we seek to decarbonize our future while not leaving anyone behind. And I think we then delved into some of the issues related to definitions of just transition. And we found that while there was a fair amount of literature on the subject, as South Africa, we found it necessary to create our own understanding of what such a just transition would look like. And you, colleague facilitator, should know as well as we that the National Planning Commission made it quite clear in the context of our endeavors for economic growth as well as social progress that in any transition that South Africa undertakes, there has to be a centrality of the vulnerable and the poor in that process. It also emphasizes a diversified and broadened ownership of the economic base as we progress down this road. And finally, I think it needs to ensure that as in the context of climate change, reality unfolds, that we assist societies who are vulnerable to climate change to in fact undergo resiliency measures to deal with that climate change as it confronts us. So the Presidential Climate Commission said very early on, as it presented our nationally determined contribution advice to government, which was accepted and tabled at the UNFCCC as the country's commitment in an upper bound and a lower bound representing differential states of endeavor, that ours needed to be just in a principled manner. What does this mean? It means that not only do we deal in terms of, for example, the Labor Relations Act, jobs that might be shed as we decarbonize by greening our economic as well as our power sector, but more fundamentally, it means that as we undertake this journey towards a greener future, towards a net zero commitment in the year 2050, that with it is accompanied a green revolution, pardon the cliche, that ensures that not only do we ameliorate the negative impact of moving away, in this case, from fossil fuels, but in fact ensure that we carry all of our society with us into an economic growth path that is, in fact, making for more prosperous livelihoods for all of our people. So I want to say that as we approach this question of making commitments towards a decarbonization of our economic base, particularly leading edge, with a greening or a decarbonization of our electricity and power sector, that we need to ensure that firstly, all those people who are negatively impacted, for example, by an accelerated closure of coal mines and or power stations are in fact carried with us. But secondly, that as we undertake further and deeper greening of our economic base, that it is job intense, it is economically growth oriented, and that it in fact widens and deepens the ownership base of the economy in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak, and you've said some important things there that we will return to in a minute. But let's move right along and invite the next panelist, Gaylord, to also share his opening remarks, and then we will move on to the next panelist after that.
Great, thank you, and good morning, and thanks so much for the invitation. Really a pleasure to be here this morning. I think building on Deepak's input, just transition is really about people. That's what it is. The starting point of any discussion around just transition is that we have a transition that is unfolding. It's a global trend. It's led by climate change impact and the need to address those impacts. It's also led by technological innovation. And the starting point really is that people, but also companies, countries, communities have a different ability to adapt to that change. Some people can adapt on their own because they have the skills, they have the resources, they can deal with it. Many, and certainly in South Africa, most people do not have this ability to do that on their own. They do not have the resources, and in that sense, they are very vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Whatever those impacts are, this can be, physical impact, like change in weather patterns, floods, like we've seen in the region, of course, droughts, but also transition impacts, change in policy, in technologies, the closure of particular facilities, like plants, like mines, and so forth. And they are set to lose their jobs and their livelihood. So the concept of a just transition really says, well, we want to make sure that vulnerable people, vulnerable communities, vulnerable businesses are effectively better off through this transition, ideally, or at least not negatively impacted by the transition. And the focus really is then on those vulnerable people. If we think about at a conceptual level in terms of areas that we want to achieve, we've thought about it in South Africa around 3 key dimensions. The first one is procedural justice. It's making sure that we have an inclusive process. So the idea is we cannot have a just outcome if we don't have a just process, an inclusive process. So everyone must have a say in designing the process. The second area is distributive justice, is how do we deal with the loss of jobs, the loss of livelihoods? You know, a plant is closing down, a mine is closing down, factories restructuring, changing. How do we deal with those direct impacts? Because people are impacted. And then the third dimension, which is not so prominent globally, but certainly very important in the South African context, is restorative justice. How do we use this opportunity to kind of right some historical wrongs, to restore some of the livelihoods, some of the environment, some of the economic and social opportunities going forward? So this is effectively how we think about it in terms of just transition. And of course, from a financial perspective, then the question comes, how do we finance such interventions? What is the burden sharing agreement? Who is going to finance what? Who should finance what? How? To what extent? And that's really the discussion that we ought to have today and throughout the conference. What is the role of finance, the financial sector, the banking sector, in supporting, I would say not in defining, but in supporting the just transition in the country. Thank you.
Lovely. Thanks, Galo. And obviously, this transition has different dimensions, not only to and for those people directly impacted in the regions, for instance, where that are dependent on coal, but we also sell the coal to other parts of the world. So clearly there must be macro impacts of this transition. And that is the topic that I hope Simi will touch on as she makes her opening remarks. Over to you, Simi.
Thank you. And I think I'll build on Galo's comment around the financial sector. A stable financial system is going to be a prerequisite for just transition, because at the heart of transitioning is finance. And it's important for us to think about transition, not just within countries, but across countries, across industries as well. So my sense is that more work is required for us to have a broader conversation beyond just about the coal in Mpumalanga. What are the macroeconomic impacts of reducing 50 billion rand worth of export earnings from the South African economy? How do we replace those foreign currency earnings in order to reduce the risk of the balance of payments instability? How do we also deal with the inflationary impacts of the shift away from fossil fuels? Those of us who follow global macro developments would have seen that inflation is currently a global concern in the US and in the EU, and that's transmitted into inflation pressures in those markets. Now, this is just one example of how transition is not just a linear story about socio-economic development, it's also a macroeconomic stability question. Now, why is this important for us as banks? Fundamentally because the success of the banking sector is directly aligned to macroeconomic stability in any economy. Our ability to finance and support the financing of the transitioning, be it directly in financing our clients or investing in communities, will require macroeconomic stability. And this conversation, in my mind, has up to now been limited. Of course, there are 200,000 people who are working in the coal sector, but the impacts of our transitioning journey is much more broad-based than that. So we've got to be clear, how do we minimize financial stability risks that could arise for the sector? For example, We know that there are physical risks from climate change. There are also transition risks. So if you think about the outcome from COP26, that will depress asset prices in various sectors, including fossil fuels. What does it mean for bank balance sheets in the long run? So if a just transition doesn't get us to a situation where banks and the financial sector is not left holding stranded assets, we could have a problem. Because this fits back into the economy. And it's also tied in, ironically, to what happens to communities. We're having this conversation against the backdrop of the recent civil unrest. So we know that 50 billion rand worth of damage was caused to this economy over 2 weeks because of civil unrest. So if the just transition doesn't balance the need for socio-economic development, macroeconomic stability, we could be in a serious crisis, Clevani.
Yeah. Now, well said, Simi, and we will come back to these issues. I'm pretty sure that other panelists would like to engage you on some of those issues that you have raised. I am advised that Hamda is now with us, so I'd like to invite her to give her opening remarks for between 3 to 5 minutes, and then we'll take our last panelist before we get to a conversation. Over to you, Hamda.
Hi, good afternoon, and terribly sorry, I've been having some internet connections. I'm actually sitting in Mpumalanga at the moment, and so for me, coming from a labor perspective, but also working quite extensively with communities and labor, to be able to, and I think maybe just to clarify a point, for us it's not a concept, it's a principle. So to be able to ensure that the principle of the just transition is integrated and is well understood, but also I think, as the previous speaker had said, to ensure that there's financing and commitment to what we mean in terms of a just transition for South Africa, but also with maximum beneficiation, as Galo had indicated, I think would be absolutely fundamental. I think the key concerns that we have at the moment as we engage in the space is that the just transition has become a word that has been appropriated and is being and it's taking on different meanings. So, for example, from a labor perspective, the just transition is a worker-centric definition. It's our principle. It's owned by labor. It's been appropriated sometimes positively, sometimes negatively. But for example, when there's discussions in a space like this or outside of labor about the just transition, the word workers, trade unions, labor get forgotten. Yet it is a principle that we have endorsed, both in terms of the global perspective, but also strategically within the South African context. It's something we've been pushing and made sure was in the NDCs. We've made sure that it's in the Jobs Summit. When we talk about the master plans, we've made sure that we've been trying quite extensively for all master plans to integrate the concept of a just transition. The PCC has recognized the importance. But I think for us, what we're really, really struggling with is how the word is being diluted. And as a lot of people have made reference to, it's becoming a concept as opposed to a principle that is worker-centric. I think if we talk about historical, and I think Galo raised the issue around, you can talk about reparation or restoration. I think it's absolutely fundamental that we address the key challenges that communities are facing. And I mean, they've been facing this historically under the apartheid state, where the coal industry was highly subsidized. They were given in some ways a green light to really do major devastation to the environment, to the water resources, to the air, and the gendered implications as well as the health implications for communities as well as workers who actually work in Mpumalanga. But I think the point that the earlier speaker made, it's not specific to energy. I mean, if you look at agriculture, you can look at the issues in relation to chemical processing. You look at Secunda. You look at the whole chemical processing value chain in relation to how coal is used as an input. I think all of these sectors need a fundamental, reform, and we need to be looking at it within a global value chain perspective rather than simply looking at it from an energy perspective. I think the other key question, and I think I really appreciate the point, is that if we have to talk about exports being, or coal exports being something of the past, we have to recognize what that would mean for South Africa. I mean, in terms of your global carbon emissions, I think our footprint would substantively be addressed. I would actually advocate it probably would be one of the first starting points, yet the emphasis is more on domestic rather than on the export. But at the same time, we need to be creative in how it is that we look at the overhauling of the domestic value chain in relation to coal, both in terms of the energy space, but also in terms of the chemical processing. I mean, I don't know whether people recognize, for example, when we talk about the issue of coal and the coal value chain, that issues like plastic, steel, Colgate, cement are all fundamental products that have either coal or a byproduct of coal integrated in them. And that when we look at 40% unemployment in the context of South Africa, we're not going to be able to just achieve, even with the right amount of money, with the high levels of unemployment, the issues of skills and education, we're not going to achieve the kind of just transition that we're wanting. And I must be honest in this conference, noting that it's financing, we would support a financing towards the greens. That's not perpetuation, obviously, you capital. So it's not the perpetuation of the same old in terms of business as usual devastation that we're seeing under a non-green capital. I think we don't want a move from what you call a brown to a green within a simple business as usual capitalist system that perpetuates extractivism, exploitation, and devastation. I think this is an opportunity to do systems change. I think we hear it quite extensively that people say part of the issues that we're experiencing around climate change comes from the system. And if we're truly serious about people as well as the planet, then this is a wonderful opportunity. And I'm hoping the financial sector will be innovative and creative in their thinking and in the way in which they choose to invest and who they invest in. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Hamda. And again, really some interesting points there, which we will return to. Let me also just indicate that time permitting, we will take some questions from the delegates. So if you can put your questions across so that we can put your questions to the panelists on the topic on hand. But the final panelist to give opening remarks is Manda from Nedbank. So over to you.
Thank you, Kulekani. So most of it has been said, but I think you said to define it from my own perspective. And I think Simi has already kicked off speaking about the importance of just transition. But I guess before I even go further, the question I would ask myself is, what are we transitioning? And the obvious answer would be economy. So if economy is the what, who is the driver of the economy or the engine? And that's the government. And my understanding is that finance, if government is the engine, finance is the fuel of the economy. And it is important for finance to come to the party in the best way. And the one thing that I appreciate and I understand as a net banker is the fact that for us, it's entrenched in our values. And I choose to see the just transition as part of the SDG agenda. It is not something that is different. Everything that everyone has spoken of already, you can find an SDG to mesh to it. And at Nedbank, we have decided to put as our key value, as our purpose, to use our financial expertise to do good for individuals, families, and businesses. And the only way we can do that is by tapping into the SDGs, and the SDGs provide that blueprint. So when you look at the just transition, it's taking care of SDG number 13, taking care of SDG number 7. Finance needs to provide that liquid that lubricates the whole machine and moves it forward. And it needs to be done in a just way, and that is talking to SDG number 1, reducing poverty, is talking to reducing inequality. So for me, the framing still remains relevant for us, and I believe that as the finance sector, if we continue towards working towards the SDGs and making sure that as we address the SDGs, we do not again create gaps by financing those things that create more problems in the system. And I believe for me, then we will be able to achieve that just transition. And obviously, it's good that we have other stakeholders around the table, because finance alone is not going to be able to solve the problem. It's a multilateral problem that is going to need a multilateral solution. So in that regard, that is my opening remark right there.
Thanks, Manda. And it is true that transformations of this scale such as we are talking about here are and will of necessity leave some people behind, right? Unless some deliberate actions are taken to make sure that we minimize those impacts across the board. And I think the panelists have touched on the impacts that are likely to result from this transition for workers, for communities that are dependent on let's say, fossil fuels, the macro impacts, etc., etc. And I mean, at the risk of this being just another talk shop, how does one start to really deal substantively with these issues? Obviously, from a finance point of view, I want to start with you, Simi, and say that, I mean, what are the building blocks for ensuring that we are transitioning the economy, but we also make sure that we leave nobody behind, or we minimize or reduce the impacts on the economy, but also on people?
Thanks, Kulegani. There are a couple of things that I would like to raise. One, I think global public policy action here will be quite important. Government policy and regulations will help to accelerate certain changes. And because government does have what one could call a redistributive function in any case, they would also then try through policy, various policy actions from tax to infrastructure and everything else, to reduce the cost to the most vulnerable people in societies. But I think the extent of vulnerability is not just to societies. And I want to go back to the across the economy impact. If we consider that Mpumalanga economy, for example, is about 8% of South Africa's economy. As of today, we're looking at, in the medium term, 1% growth rate. So when you're minimizing the cost of transitioning, it's also ensuring that there isn't further depression of the broader economic performance. So if you were to withdraw at a simplistic level the 7% from South Africa's GDP, it would be quite substantial across the economy. It would mean lesser government revenues, and that means government can spend less on vulnerable people, social support, as well as expenditure that is required to support the economy. So it's important for us to say government has to get the policy right. The appropriate policy environment will support, I suppose, a stronger credit rating, reducing the cost of financing across the economy, allowing the financial sector to actually mobilize even additional funding to make some of the transition costs much more affordable. There are costs to transitions. And as we earlier discussed, who finances the transition remains an issue. It is not just a South Africa problem. I think for all fossil fuel dependent economies, financing the transition is almost a double-edged sword. On one hand, they expect to get less revenue from fossil fuels. On another hand, they must finance the transition. And unless we get the environment that we all operate in, supportive of not only financiers and investors, but also communities, we might not minimize those costs. Thanks, Kulani. I'll stop there.
Okay, lovely. And this takes me to a comment that was made by Galo, which is that this is a transition that is unfolding clearly over a period of time. And the question is, how is it unfolding, firstly, and what are the markers, and what do we do along the way in making sure that we do not find ourselves in a situation where we are far behind what we should be doing, or where we should be in making sure that the transition is just, or that in fact we are off track altogether. So how is the transition unfolding, and what are the markers? What should we be doing along that? And I raise this in the context of the point about government creating the policy environment that makes it possible for the financial sector and other players to bear the cost, as it were, if you like. Galo.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think the first point in the transition, and that's required at a national level, and at a global level is, are we on track to address climate change? And we mustn't lose sight of that. Do we have a pathway, a development pathway that's compatible with the 1.5 degree target? And I repeat it because often I feel it's getting lost when we talk about just transition. So that's a premise. If you do not have a pathway, a development pathway that's climate compatible, then forget any discussion about just transition, to be honest. That's the starting point. Then I would argue, the first thing, particularly from a financial perspective, is do no harm. That is the first principle. Do no harm. We still channel significant amount of funding towards fossil fuels globally and in South Africa, including through subsidies, but also direct funding. That needs to be phased out. We heard about the risk of stranded assets. That's real. I think we also need to reckon with the fact that countries are progressively moving away from carbon-intensive products and carbon-intensive jurisdictions, and that if we do not move out of fossil fuels, if we do not move out of coal in South Africa, we are going to lose access to virtually every market and every financial flow going forward. And that's a reality that's coming on the ground as early as 2023 from the European Union. If we don't decarbonize, our access to the European market will be significantly curtailed going forward. Of course, then it's about being proactive. Can we then finance just transition proactively? We need to reckon with the fact that there are good commitments out there. There is some financial flow going towards just transition. There are good projects, but we don't yet have the ecosystem, the financial ecosystem, to comprehensively and adequately finance just transition going forward. And that's going to take a clever balance between public and private sector collaboration to provide the framework, the incentives to do that, and providing the funding to the right kind of projects, the right kind of initiatives, the right volume of finance, the right type of finance, to make sure that both the projects on the ground, the initiatives, the new factories, the new plants, the new jobs are being created. And that's one end. But on the other end, that we also have that systemic shift, that systemic transformation. We can't reduce the just transition to a series of projects and initiatives on the ground. They're important, those projects and initiatives, don't get me wrong, but it's just not it. We need that structural transformation in how we finance the economy, the type of finance that we provide, and just simple, transformation in terms of social protection, things like ownership and so forth that we've mentioned. So for me, these are kind of the markers, if you want. Having your climate target right, then do no harm. Start phasing out what is going to be counterproductive, and then, of course, start proactively financing your transition where it needs to be financed and how it needs to be financed.
Great. And moving to Hamda and inviting her to respond to the panelists. Your assessment of how we're doing, but also whether we're having the right conversation, whether we are creating the conditions and creating the frameworks that will ensure that as we go through this transition, as we implement projects, as we move away from certain ways of production, we do so in a just way. What is your assessment, Hamda?
So it's Hamida. So
Hamida.
Thanks very much for that question. Thank you very much for that question. So I think, there's always, let me start with the positive. I think the fact that there's been several discussions around the just transition, I think the fact that there's a PCC and that the just transition is quite a fundamental principle or a discussion space with different stakeholders, government, business, labor, community organizations. You've got the representatives from the the various commissioners representing the different stakeholder voice. I think in terms of the infrastructure to have that discussion around what is a just transition is there. What we're not seeming to get across is whether we agree on what the principles are. So let me give an example. So obviously, from a labor perspective, we don't work. In an ideal world, we would be arguing for eco-socialism. Within a capitalist world, we understand that this is the current space we're in, and so we would be negotiating for a transformation and a transition that is way better than what we currently have under that system. But the key fundamental principles that underpin what capitalism or what capitalist investors want, vis-a-vis what labor wants, and where there's synergy and cohesion is what is missing. So, for example, you can turn. Let me give you the example of renewable energy. If we talk about renewable energy as an example for a transitioning away from high carbon to low carbon, you can do renewable energy simply by importing panels and getting workers to implement or install the panels, and that would constitute a green economy or green agenda, and definitely a mitigation in relation to the greenhouse gas emissions. How would labor shift that? We'd say, well, if you wanted to really be committed to a just transition and using renewable energy as a case in point, well, then let's shift our industrial strategy. Let's make a commitment to do manufacturing. Let's set up a manufacturing sector. Let's explore the possibilities through innovation, not the use of coal within solar panels. Get workers to actually be skilled to manufacture the solar panels. The same with the wind turbines. I know that sometimes it's steel, sometimes it's aluminium. Let's be innovative and look at how we can actually use a product outside of coal to be able to do steel. Let's manufacture it in South Africa and let's find our competitive advantage. So they're both doing green, but the entry point, the orientation is fundamentally different. And so we're not having, I believe, the hardcore discussions on transforming what we currently have. What we're doing is coloring the picture from brown to green, and that's not going to do it. And for us as South Africans, noting that we've got 40% unemployment, if not more, we need skills. We're moving into the 4IR, which also requires the just transition. So if we need to consolidate all of this, ensure that we meet our social indicators, and I'd like the point that the person from, I think it was Simi from the bank, from the finance sector made. The more people who get dispossessed, the greater the burden on the social spending of government. So it is in our interest as a country to fundamentally transform the outcome and ensure that people actually are earning, are able to eat, are able to work the land, and that there needs to be fundamental rehabilitation. So if you're approaching, whether it's finances, or whether you approach jobs, or whether it's manufacturing, from a perspective of a just transition, the multiplier effects will be way more positive, and I don't believe that we're having that discussion. We're actually pussyfooting around the key fundamentals because it would actually shift some of the key things that are being pushed externally towards us on its head. There's major interests that are being that we're competing against, and yeah, I think we're not having we're starting the discussion, but we're not having the right discussion. It's a hard discussion to without a doubt, but I don't think we're addressing some of the fundamentals. If we're really committed and we have those discussions, I think the beneficiation for workers, for the communities, for the environment, for business, as well as for us as ordinary South Africans and globally, will have maximum beneficiation. But we need to show political will. Thanks.
Great. And that takes us to the comment made by Deepak about the green revolution. So take us forward, Deepak, and tell us what are the elements of this green revolution that will ensure that we actually aren't addressing issues perhaps from a singular perspective, but that we address all the issues that have been outlined in this conversation.
Thank you, Kulakani. And when I say green revolution, I'm not doing it either in a romanticized political manner, an ideological manner, and certainly not in a cliched way. I think South Africa has a current structural reality to its economic base. And that economic base, despite the low levels of economic growth that we have, is premised on a number of things. The first of those is that it is an electricity-intensive industrial base that we have in South Africa. And the reality of that results in South Africa being a potentially desirable place for carbon abatement. And if you look at the potential $8.5 billion political commitment that was announced on the sidelines and very early at COP26, I think what it does is gives us a competitive position where, despite our own problems with respect to economic growth having slowed down, with respect to our high unemployment rates and our own poverty situation, it gives us a chance to, in fact, ask the developed world to put their money where their mouth is. It also makes a very clear developing country case for developed world to start paying for some of the damages that they have caused. Now, which leads me then to the hard nuts and bolts of what an initial energy transition might look like, with a fairly high portion of grant and concessional financing underpinning what would eventually be blended finance. In this context, I think we have all the makeup, all the potential as South Africa to become a leading light as it relates to what a just transition is, firstly, but secondly, to begin to find real practical financing solutions for the wide variety of challenges, whether they be mitigation, adaptation, or in this case, ameliorating the negative consequences of greening our economy. And when I talk about green revolution, what I mean is starting down a pathway of economic prosperity and growth that is financeable, private and public sector, blended finance, and that which sees us developing on the basis of our natural endowments a competitive position in the regional and the global economy. Thank you.
Time is always a challenge, but before we close, having listened to all of this, Manda, how do you finance this, right? So in a minute or so, if you could just give us a perspective, your perspective on how one finances this sort of the transition that we're talking about. And I'll go back to each of my panelists and ask them to make closing remarks in 30 minutes. So let's see how you can get a point across in 30 minutes. But Manda, 30 seconds.
Kulegani, so Deepak spoke about something that a lot of people are not aware of. South Africa has a very high per capita CO2 emission. So the begging bowl kind of sentiment where we go and we blame others for the problem, I think we kind of have to look at ourselves as both the perpetrators and also people who are looking for a solution. And I think it's important for us to always have that sentiment in mind. In Africa, we are the top emitters, and we're no longer the leading economy. So that should tell you something about the South African context: high inequality, but high emissions and high poverty levels. And I think that's the challenge that is cut out for the finance sector. But I think we need also a strong government, and we need an ESCOM that can be trusted, because we will attract those concessional rates, but we need that money to go to where it's supposed to go. And we also need a financial sector that is committed. And I think most South African financial institutions are committing to TCFD and coming out with energy policies. We need to poise ourselves. We need to sit facing the door to make sure that when these opportunities do come up, the financial institutions are not still holding on to carbon, but they have already charted the path forward. And I think that is the best way the financial institutions can poise themselves to do what needs to be done and to start looking for the right opportunities, the conventional finances, putting together whatever finance structures that we need to put together. I think that is our job. But I think the burden of the work sits with government and making sure that we are in an investable country. We can encourage investor confidence, which I think that's the biggest problem that South Africa sits with at the moment.
Lovely. And in 30 seconds each, Simi, starting with you, your closing remarks?
I think I must confirm that the South African banks are extremely committed to financing the transition to net zero. However, our resources on their own will not be enough. So the importance of developed countries, development partners, multilateral development banks in meeting their commitments it's not just about the pledges or the political statements, as Deepak says. We know from history that the $100 billion that was committed to previously, that pledge has not been met. And so we need to ensure that the pledges are met, there are financial flows, because collectively that will bring down the cost of funding transition in South Africa and broader in emerging markets. Thanks, Kulen.
Thank you. Next is Hamida. Your closing remarks.
Yeah, well, I disagree fundamentally with Manda. I think we are the 13th emitter in the world, and we know we're close to what China, India, or even America emits. So, I mean, yeah, on the continent we might be number one, but I think disproportionate responsibilities. I mean, more importantly, in relation to investment, foreign direct investment, you should go and read a couple of books written by Ciatini, Martin Core, and a couple of others will show you that in developing worlds, foreign direct investment does not lead to maximum beneficiation development for underdeveloped. It's not, foreign direct investment is not interested in communities like in Mpumalanga. They're interested in making money. So I think we need a just transition. I like some of the key principles that you outlined in your green revolution, Deepak. Obviously, it's within a capitalist system, but I think we've got more gains than losses to make from a labor perspective. So, yeah, thanks very much. And I think it's really important that we understand that coal, in relation to people and workers, it's complicated. Thanks.
Thanks. Galo, followed by Deepak, 30 seconds each.
Thanks. Yeah, lots to say, but I'd conclude by stressing that I think we kind of in a fork in the road. You know, the question is not whether or not the transition is going to happen. You know, the transition will unfold by global trends. The question is whether this transition is going to be just or whether it's going to be unjust. And we're on a trajectory globally and nationally where we are more leaning towards an unjust transition as it stands. So we are in a fork in the road. Can we make that transition just? And then can the financial sector, both public and private, play its role? I'd say by making deals more than buying deals and actually being proactive in its contribution and ambitious is really the key question that we need to engage with. And that's going to have a massive impact on whether we can achieve a truly just transition going forward and not just a low carbon transition, which obviously would not be just. Thank you.
Thank you. My 30 seconds worth. Fascinating conversation. I think we're not only at a fork in the road, we have an inevitable transition to undertake. We're all in this together with obviously differential responsibilities, as COP has indicated. And I think in South Africa, we are not only blazing a path of informing the rest of the world what a just transition might look like, but we also have all of the key competitive factors at our disposal to ensure that our just transition makes for economic growth, prosperity, joblessness, and in fact eradicates the wealth gap that we have as our current reality. So for me, this is a journey that is one, inevitable, but number two, with all of the risks and all of the difficulties, immensely doable.
Yeah. And finally, Manda, 30 seconds.
I thought you started with me, but yeah, I think we agree. Everyone has to do their part. And someone spoke about financial institutions being proactive. Definitely. I think that's the big wheel that still needs to turn within the banks. We have to stop thinking about deals walk through the door, but go out and actually search out for these deals that will lead us to a greener and a more sustainable future. So a just transition is something that we have to be proactive about rather than be reactive.
Yeah. We needed an hour to have a conversation on all of the issues raised. Unfortunately, we don't have an hour, so we've come to the end of our session. Some important points have been made, and clearly a journey and a transition that is unfolding, and conversations, big conversations need to be had as we unpack what needs to be done going forward. So thank you for participating, to my panelists and to the delegates for taking an interest in this session. Pierre, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you all for a really valuable and thought-provoking discussion. We purposely included a diverse group of panelists, which I think has really enriched the conversation and which has given us state bankers some very useful insights and lots of food for thought. I thank you all for your valuable contribution today. Our final session is a panel discussion on banks, biodiversity and planetary boundaries, which is the next frontier that countries will need to embrace as we travel our sustainability journeys. This session will be moderated by Madeleine Ronquist, who has been a stalwart within our banking, our BASA Sustainable Finance and Climate Risk Committees, and who is one of my go-to persons for thought leadership. Madeleine is the head of Environmental, Social and Climate Risk Management Change in the FirstRand Financial Services Group, and her portfolio includes environmental and social risk management, climate-related risk and opportunity management, climate, green finance, positive impact banking and investment. She has been with the group for 20 years. Her professional background includes environmental science, risk management, climate risk management and environmental law. Her role is to ensure that FirstRand is positioned as one of the global thought leaders in climate change, natural capital management, positive impact finance, responsible investment and sustainable development finance. She is an eternal student and an international speaker. She has taken leadership roles in the development of the UN Principles for Responsible Banking, board committees within the United Nations Environmental Programme Finance Initiative, the informal working group of the Task Force for Natural Capital Accounting Financials, TNFD, the South African Advisory Committee on Environmental and Society, a National Business Initiative, the NBI Advisory Committee on Green Finance, the Programme for Carbon Accounting Financials, PCAF. Madeleine has also been co-chair of UNEP-FI and head of the UNEP-FI Africa Task Force. Madeleine, I hand over to you to introduce your panelists and to moderate this section. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre, for that introduction. Our panel is all fired up. We've actually had such a good conversation up to now, which I wish we could share, but we solved the world's problems. So just to tell you, and I hope that we can share some of that absolute wisdom with you in this session. I just wanted to start out by quoting my idol, Sir David Attenborough. And he says, "I wish the world was twice as big and half of it was still unexplored. It is surely our responsibility to do everything within our power to create a planet that provides a home not just for us, but for all life on Earth." And then I'm going to turn to my panel. So the first for me to introduce is Thomas van Wiegen. He's the Managing Director of Earth Inc., and he'll tell us a little bit more about his work. Then we have Candace Stevens. She's the Head of Innovative Finance and Policy for the Wilderness Foundation Africa. And I gather that she's also the recipient of, the recipient of the Green Health Award. Congratulations, Candace. And then I have Penny Byrne, who works for Standard Bank of South Africa, and she is a climate research analyst for them, and specifically focusing on climate. But in this conversation, really to give us an overview of the interconnectedness between climate and biodiversity. Then I can't see her, but I think Gabby is joining us in person. Dr. Gabby Teran is the Program Manager for National Biodiversity and Business Network for Endangered Wildlife Trust. Hello, Gabby. I'm sorry that you missed our offline conversation earlier. And then the last on our panel, but certainly not the least, is Julie Clark. She's an environmental specialist and seems jack of all trades relating to environment, biodiversity, climate, and everything else at the Development Bank of Southern Africa. I look forward to hosting this session with you and having an interesting conversation. So Gabby and Thomas, if I can turn to you first. I've mentioned, some of the work that we're doing on climate, and it's interesting for me that the question that keeps on coming my way is, what are the links that link climate change and nature together? There's a unique complexity between the integration of natural capital and biodiversity. And can you give us a better understanding of how these two are intertwined, or whether we should rather look at them as separate challenges? Shall we ask Gabby to go first?
Hi, Maddie. Thanks for that. And lovely to see everyone. Yes, it's an interesting and complex topic around climate change and biodiversity. And they are incredibly intertwined. And I think it's been unfortunate that biodiversity has lagged behind the climate change agenda up until now. Trees provide the oxygen we breathe and our carbon captures. Ecosystems, healthy ecosystems are really rich in biodiversity and are positive for climate change. And simply potentially reforesting areas to plant trees for carbon capture in areas which are essential would be a really bad idea for biodiversity. So there are very edges between them, and I'm very pleased biodiversity is finally catching up on the agenda.
Absolutely. Thomas, your view?
Thanks, Madeleine. So I'll wear my dual hat in this discussion. I'm also the project lead for the Natural Capital Finance Alliance, which is the UNEP FI and Global Canopy project, working on Encore, which is an online tool to be used by the finance sector, finance industry, which includes insurance, etc., looking at how do we embed natural capital. And up till about a year ago, it was purely around natural capital, and biodiversity has actually been a very current addition over the last couple of months. A couple of months ago, we launched what we call the biodiversity module, which forms part of Encore to actually emphasize the importance of biodiversity in financial decision making. And we've been having this discussion or this narrative, I think, internally in the UN for probably the last 2 years, that this is not a singular discussion. I mean, we've been talking a lot about climate change. And unfortunately, and that's a personal opinion, it's not an NCFA opinion, is I think we've fallen into the climate change distraction trap with a lot of focus and a lot of financing being placed on that. We just don't understand the interconnectedness. And coming back to what Gabby mentioned earlier on, is that they're inextricably interconnected. The work that was done by Johan Rockström and Will Steffen in 2009 in the establishment of the planetary boundaries concept, I think just really enforced it. And that thinking has actually matured over time. And I would love to understand why it hasn't become a lot more mainstream in its application. I think, in the scientific community as well as business, it really speaks a lot of business sense. It speaks directly into the SDGs. And I'll touch on a point on the SDGs now with regards to the planetary boundaries, but with regards to exceeding biodiversity boundaries, 2009, it was based upon the rate of biodiversity loss. Around 2015 and 2016, they really looked at the metric between that, and they considered it as biosphere integrity, which includes then the genetic diversity as well as functional diversity, which then speaks to ecosystem services, which we have obviously got entrenched in the Encore project. Encore really speaks very strongly to seeing it more holistically as ecosystem services, and all the different natural capital aspects which underpin functioning ecosystems. So I think the move was a fundamental move. I think what's even more fundamental that came out of that discussion, and if you talk about resilience science, which is sort of one of my pet interests in life, and complexity theory, is that you have these positive and negative feedback loops between those various, or between the 9 planetary boundaries. And the current thinking is that biodiversity integrity actually underpins all of the other planetary boundaries. So you've got this forcing that occurs between them. And certain of the forcing, positive, negative forcing aspects are more intense than others. And I've actually got a schematic. I wish I could have actually shared it with the participants. But the climate change, but you'll be able to get that, Google it on the Science and Stockholm Resilience Center. There's an incredibly strong forcing between climate change itself as a planetary boundary and then biodiversity integrity. And also notwithstanding, we've got to take into consideration things such as fresh water, the oceans, certain of the other biophysical processes such as the nitrogen cycle and the phosphorus cycle, which are all interconnected. And I think until that point that we understand this interconnectedness, we are still going to be missing the boat. And I said it earlier in the discussion with the panelists, is that we're actually at a precipice. Mankind is at a precipice. If we do not mainstream biodiversity into business, full stop, and especially the financial institutions, with, I would say, immediate effect. We virtually have 9 years. 2030 has become the new 2050. Like pink became the new black at a stage. And I think there's this real sense of urgency of getting this embedded. And I think, Madeleine, you'll probably be able to chat a bit later about the TNFD process that looks at it. We've always been of the opinion that the TCFD and the TNFD process should actually become a singular process. And I do believe that over time, and hopefully with the new TNFD team that was established earlier this year, that there will be a very strong alignment and possibly, hopefully, an integration. We would stop having this narrative of either or, but it would be a singular narrative. Thanks.
Great. Yes, I couldn't agree with you more. And I think as much as there's been very little focus on nature in the climate change discussions, there's also been a very little discussion about adaptation, which is what we touched on before we actually joined this panel. And I'm sure we'll go back to at some point. I think the link is even closer for us in adaptation to nature. But just, because we are talking to banks today, I think banks are really interested in understanding how natural capital and biodiversity and ecosystem management links up to banking, and how banks should react to the challenges of nature-related risk and the pricing of externalities. So here I would like to turn to the two banks on the panel, Julie and Penny, but I'll ask Penny from Standard Bank to go first to just give me a view of how the banks are reacting and if they are reacting at all.
Thanks, Madeleine. Yes, absolutely they are. I think that all the banks are currently on a climate journey at the moment, and we're working very hard to understand the impact that climate change is having and is projected to have going forward on our business. Nature-related risks form a lot of the underpinning of climate risk. And so as we continue to dig deeper, their importance is going to become more pronounced. Also, the TNFD wasn't formed in a vacuum. The need for a structured assessment of natural resources and nature-related risks is essential to fully understanding climate risk and how best to protect business and contribute to solutions.
100%. I agree. And I'm happy to hear that the banks are moving forward on it, specifically the commercial banks. And then, Julie, if I can turn to you, and you've prepared some very interesting slides for us. If you can just talk us through some of your slides and your thinking around how banks should actually react to the risk and challenge of climate, but specifically in this case, nature-related risk.
Thank you, Madeleine. I think I can put my slides up, but I'm waiting for them just to say that we're in a race against time. I think the banks have acknowledged it. And it's all hands on deck because we can't do enough fast enough. We have to stop the greenwashing and aim for that transformative change as quickly as we possibly can. And in terms of the slides I had prepared that aren't coming up, but in the meantime, what I can say that there is this overemphasis on engineering infrastructure at the expense of ecological infrastructure, or to the neglect of ecological infrastructure. And that undermines the whole engineering system anyway. And the first people who feel the impact of those shocks and collapses in ecosystems are the poorest of the poor. So the whole thing is integrated in terms of poverty, addressing climate resilience and adaptation, and addressing service needs, basic service needs to people in the short and long term. And if you get it wrong, that's where all the externalities are happening. The poor are the first to pay the price, but ultimately the whole of society pays this enormous externality cross. If we are to try and reverse that, to make it a positive externality, we have to learn to work with the poorest of the poor in an inclusive way and invest hugely into ecological infrastructure. And actually, it doesn't require a lot of money. That's the weirdest thing, it just requires a lot of commitment, and it requires a vision to work with ecological infrastructure, because it often saves money. And it's been proven over and over again to save money and save the grey side of engineering. So green, grey and ecological infrastructure all integrated into one system. And the moment we just aggregate it and focus on one, the externalities will not be able to be addressed. And the way that we're going to address these externalities there's so many ways that banks can enter into this process. That we have so many mechanisms at our hands to address externalities. We mustn't just focus on one or two, like appraisal tools for projects could be one entry point, but there's many more. For example, there's how are you partnering? How are you doing collective common principles and implementing them? What is your credit risk link to your pricing? What kind of instruments, financial instruments, are banks working with, and what are the latest models and new ones that actually are bringing in paying for your externalities? So some of them, if your outputs or your outcomes don't meet a certain threshold and they fall short of that, you pay into whoever it is who's giving you the loan. If you meet and exceed certain thresholds and your outputs and outcomes, well, then you get paid back, and the interest rate can remain consistent whether you meet or whether you are in the middle of the bell curve or whether you're on the other side. There's so many exciting ways that banks can start engaging. And the thing is really to start looking at where is your weak point, analyze your whole financial system and find your weakest point, and then work from there. You can always be opportunistic in terms of where other little points come up, like maybe somebody is analyzing or wanting a new policy or a new strategy, and you can plug it there. Make sure you are thinking comprehensively, because managing externalities isn't one entry point, it's multiple entry points. And it's how the whole bank and all the managers and directors of every single unit in the bank are having and building this common vision of a bank in 10 years' time. What would be different to what it is now, and how are they getting there? What pathways are they cutting? What targets are they setting? What methods are they doing to disclose where they're at? And how are they pulling one another in other finance institutions with them? I think before this conversation, we're talking about Treasury, and Treasury sitting on a lot on top of the sort of food chain. And if Treasury just worked with the banks, we could be so powerful in establishing a whole green value chain for all the government projects in this country. And that would have a profound impact on how we treat biodiversity, and a profound impact on how we look at which projects to support. It would help uncover a lot of these hidden subsidies and a lot of this greenwashing, and it would get to the heart of sustainable development. Those are just some of my thoughts.
Great. No, they're very insightful, Julie, and our organizers may be able to pull up some of your slides a little bit later in our discussion. But I think that really gives us a lot of insight of the opportunities. And as we said before, one way to get the bankers moving is to look at the opportunities that it provides. And I'm sure we all have ideologies about putting value back into nature, putting value back into society, and this is one of the ways that we can absolutely do that. So my question was based on, so what are the banks doing? Do they even know that there's an issue, and so on? But how do we create, and I want to ask Candice and Penny and Gabby to comment is, because it's so important, how do we create awareness about the urgency of nature, biodiversity, and ecosystem decline? So we said before that you paint a grim picture when you talk about species decline. I think in South Africa, it's around 22% of extinction. And basically you say, well, the world's going to end. But we know that we cannot be the messenger of bad news, so we have to spin it positively and yet get people to understand the urgency. So Candice, can I go to you first to give us your perspective on raising awareness and getting people more, riled up to the urgency of addressing this issue?
Thanks, Madeleine. And I think as a pioneer and as an optimist and a collaborator, that's really the point that I'm coming from. And I have the privilege of chairing Africa's Sustainable Landscape Finance Coalition. And one of the primary aims of the coalition is exactly what you're referencing now, and that is the cohesion around a landscape finance sector. How do we pull together all the different role players from different sectors with different skill sets, different requirements to start to problem solve and really understand this integrated crises that we're facing? And I think the previous speakers have really alluded to that. We can't try and fix one part of the body when another part of the body is failing. It really is a holistic approach, and that requires collaboration and requires cohesion. And so one of the things that the coalition is doing is pulling together critical decision makers from all of these different sectors. The banks are represented, BASA is of course represented, but including public sector, legal, development finance, private equity, you name it, they're represented to start to have these discussions, to say, this is the bank's perspective, this is what we're grappling with, to have different perspectives from the conservation sector or the private equity guys. And slowly but surely, that ball of string, which seems almost impossible to unravel, where do you start? All those knots are starting to become undone. And then we can see real and legitimate practical solutions. Because on the ground, when you're dealing with a particular landscape, whether it's in South Africa or in any of our neighboring countries in the region, there are concrete examples of finance solutions that are unraveling themselves to create that sustainable and catalytic push where you see biodiversity and climate impacts being addressed, as well as social and just transition impacts. But that really does require conversation on a level that we haven't quite had before. And so that would be my primary sort of stirring up. Madeleine, when you talked about stirring people up, it's about the fact that there are solutions, but it's getting involved in a conversation to understand what's actually happening out there, and to not get left behind. And that really is the encouragement. We can be very inward focused, and banks have a lot of things to address in their own systems, but at the same time, they have a role to play in problem solving in that cohesive landscape and joining the conversation.
100% agreed with you. Penny, is there anything that you can suggest in addition about raising awareness about this very important issue?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have to keep this conversation going. I think this panel is a good start. And I know it's obviously not the first time, but these kinds of conversations, bringing biodiversity experts together to discuss these issues is absolutely part of the solution. We need to keep educating and sharing knowledge. And I think we should also try to appeal to people's innate love of nature, which I'd argue we all have. Biodiversity loss affects everyone negatively. It's not just this abstract thought. It's quite real and relevant. And we also need to communicate the financial impacts of biodiversity loss and make clear the business case for acting now to stop it.
Great. Yes, I couldn't agree with you more. I think in our bank, what we're seeing is that as opposed to the compliance training and awareness, this is the one thing where you don't have to use the big stick, because everybody's interested in climate change. Everybody's interested in what's happening with nature. And we're getting more and more questions, and we feel so much more in demand than we did before, because people are asking, send us some training information, have a session, have a discussion. And that is great. And I think it's because everybody's interested and it affects everybody. Gabby, what is your view on this?
Thanks, Maddie. And yeah, as a person who's a biodiversity scientist based at a conservation organization, I have both of the views of being incredibly anxious around the need for urgent action, and also incredibly encouraged by my peers who are in the ground, on the field, kind of working hard to address some of these things. Biodiversity, we're talking about it now as a term. Biodiversity represents the land and the insects and the plants and the birds and the connectedness and the functioning. And there's a lot of people that are really committed to making sure that these are still around for our children. However, so as part of the National Biodiversity and Business Network, we house the Biodiversity Disclosure Project. And on an annual basis, we actually assess the biodiversity mainstreaming performance of the JSE and selected state-owned enterprises. Our 2020 report is about to come out. We assessed 354, so all of the JSE companies and selected SOEs. Only 22% of those, only 79 individual organizations recognized biodiversity as a material issue. We went through a public consultation process looking at public documents, as well as approaching every single company to then see if they had other information which they wanted to share and sign NDAs. And it's really, I want to stress the urgency at which we need to have these conversations. But we need to have these conversations that actually results in transformation. The 2020 Biodiversity Framework, which will be established next year, one of the main goals is urgent and transformative action. And it is doom and gloom. I don't want to say it isn't. There are lots of people that are incredibly passionate about preventing that. But we also need to recognize that it is business as usual in many different sectors. The UN recently said that in a study, only 18% of investments over the past year could be considered green and sustainable. And now we're talking with a group of people here who are incredibly passionate about this. And obviously this is not the group we're referring to, but it's very much there. And we need to recognize we need to ramp up the action, and we need to scale up our discussions and our conversations and have them and make people understand that nature is everyone's business.
I find it shocking that so few companies are actually seeing biodiversity as a material risk. And I really hope that, and we are engaging with you as well, just so that more companies are actually aware of the fact that it is a material risk to their organization. I'm hoping that they just haven't mentioned it publicly, but that they are dealing with it internally. Always the optimist. And that we will get more buy-in in the process of people understanding what it means, what is the definition, and so on. And moving on to the TNFD, I think one of the working groups is really about understanding nature-related risk. What does it mean? There are so many words that we throw around, as you say, biodiversity and ecosystems and natural capital, and what does it really mean? And, even as a scientist, I have found that I have had to do a lot of research into different biomes and different species and species decline and so on, and it continuously goes on. It's not as if, everybody knows everything. And I think it challenges all of us on the panel every day, because you have to learn all the time. And so the TNFD is doing well in terms of defining it. It's doing well, I think, in understanding what standards and tools are out there. But, my question is the time for completion, the deadline for the TNFD is 2023. And I hope they will forgive me. I sit on their task force, but, do we really have the luxury of time? I know it takes a lot of time to get countries to agree on a framework, and I really hope that we will be able to integrate with the TCFD, because for us, certainly, we don't want to introduce yet another set of frameworks. And we will integrate it, within the view of this is so interconnected that you cannot do it separately. So having said that, and I saw Julie shake her head about, is 2023 in time, or is it way overdue? I also, think that, so we refer to nature-related risk and biodiversity as an emerging risk. And I always smile because it's great that it's finally getting the attention that it needs, but it's not an emerging risk. It's been with us since before we learned about climate change. That's what I originally studied, not climate change, but natural science and ecosystems and biodiversity. So having said that, if we don't want to wait until 2023, Julie and Thomas, if I can come to you, and maybe Thomas first, talking about what tools are currently out there for us to use in assessment, analysis, research, and better understanding of what we mean by nature-related risk and biodiversity.
Yeah.
Tom.
Thanks, Madeleine. So just to have a little bit of an interlude into that. So at the moment, the global economy is worth about 125 trillion US dollars. So out of that 125 trillion US dollars, and it might have gone up or down now with COVID, etc., 44 trillion is directly or moderately or highly dependent, on natural capital and biodiversity nature. So that's a huge, significant portion of the global GDP. And I think, before the session started, we were banding around the idea, of the business case for biodiversity. I think the business case for biodiversity is very clear. When we start understanding the dependency, it doesn't go about, how much money we're going to make out of it or how much money needs to go into it. It's how much money are we going to lose if we do not mainstream biodiversity into and specifically financial institutions. If you think about your exposure into specific commodity types, and if we could use an example such as maize, consistently you've got drought in a specific geographic region, and the male crop fails and fails and fails, and then farms get repossessed. You're going to be sitting with portfolios of stranded assets. And we're seeing that actually unfolding and playing in some of these South African commercial banks and DFIs that specialize in that specific area. So we have to take it quite seriously. And I think, coming from putting on my NCFA hat and my on-call hat, that's what we're trying to achieve with that specific platform or that tool, is to illustrate that dependency, that it doesn't always go around the impact that you have on nature or the risk of nature. It goes around, the financial side of it. And what's interesting about that is, and we're anticipating the rollout of some interesting projects next year with regards to the application of on-call in very strategic, I can't say too much, unfortunately, at this point, or disclose high-level financial interventions around the embedment of natural capital. So it's an ongoing discussion, but just to allude to work that's previously been done by the Dutch Central Bank, they looked at their entire portfolio and how that has been, what's their capital exposure on natural capital, and it was quite significant. And we're seeing this narrative start unfold where on certain global institutions are starting to develop an appetite around this, and I would say more than an appetite, a understanding. And I'd just like to, before I close off with my statement, just give you a quote which actually sums it up, because there was a recent report by Credit Suisse where they said that I think there's a serious lack of understanding of biodiversity and biology. And you ask yourself the reason, why is that? And Piet Klop, who's a senior advisor for PGGM, stated the following, and I think this sums it up very beautifully. Diversity is the opposite of investors' desire for standardization. And if you think about climate change, it's very easy to accomplish that in the climate change narrative. And comparability of things. Biodiversity is challenging because it really is the anti-commodity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You're well said. Julie?
Okay, they said I should share my screen. So I'm going to just try and see if it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
so
let's try.
see. Tell me if you get it without wasting time.
Yes, we do.
Okay. I'm just going to go through those ones that I was talking about. So I just wanted to say that there's so much we've got, and there's so many tools out there, and there's so much collaborative effort. I mean, National Treasury's current effort on taxonomy in South Africa is a fantastic starting point. So, and then in addition to that, I just thought, let me just quickly speak to 5 completely different types of approaches and toolkits, but in a blitz visit. So this one is the Task Force for Nature Disclosure. And they're saying it's really humbling, as Gabby was saying, you know, where are we at? We're at nowhere. Where do we want to be? We want to be, save the earth. How are we going to get there? And they give a lovely example of a roadmap for an organization like a bank that's getting involved and tied up in deforestation and human rights abuses, and how you can get from that point to how you can get out of it and become nature positive and inclusive and join in a just transition, and words added there. So that's the kind of thing that's out there. Each of these, they give guidelines for, I mean, we've got the information, we can do this. It's highly doable. Then in terms of, we can do so much more than just look at our own organization. Look at the whole financial value chain you're working with and find out where you sit in that little financial value chain. Who's upstream and giving you money, and who's downstream taking money from you, and who's aligned to some basic fundamental principles or criteria like inclusivity or net zero or global biodiversity framework. And then start saying, well, who do I want to work with? Maybe you really don't want to work with a whole lot of these players and you exclude them. Or maybe you want to work with the real baddies and you want to turn them around and make them into goodies whilst you're making yourself become a goodie too. And then how do you strengthen all the players in this value chain so there's no weak link? So that's really much more than just looking at yourself. As somebody was saying before, don't look inward, look outward. And this is a lovely, great tool that's just coming on stream that's saying, look, when you look at your whole loan book, don't be afraid to look at it and call it in terms of countries that are very vulnerable with nature and others or sectors that are highly dependent on nature. So look at them both, where they overlap. You're in trouble. That's your business on the line. So what are you going to do about it? How are you going to invest to ensure that your business stays afloat? And then there are these magic tools for projects, for actual specific investments, like the appraisal tools that where banks feel very comfortable working at. And the IBAC tool is a great tool because it sums up a whole lot of information from a whole lot of players on biodiversity, protected areas, lumps it all together, and it spits out a Safeguard 6 report for you. And it also spits out a star rating on how vulnerable your project is and what your project could do, or potentially it could achieve. So those are great tools. And I just wanted to say the last tool that DBSA is working with now, and we really would love help. So anybody listening to this seminar, please, if you would like to come and involve, we've been intrigued by the gender marker methodology of the United Nations. And it's a very client-friendly tool. So this is a different tool. This is something to help clients. So when they bring a project to the bank, just look at it in terms of what is its potential for transformation or for biodiversity positive impact, or for the just transition and how they integrate. Take a look at it and then mark it and say, look, you know, your potential, you're sitting here, you presented a score 0 to a score 1, but actually you could easily achieve a score 2, which just meets a few higher criteria. Why don't we go for it? And then start working towards that. And that way we're all bringing each other up from the zero we all are to the hero we all want to be. So thank you.
Thanks, Julie. And I'm not sure if you will be comfortable with the organizers sharing your slides, but I found them very insightful. And it gives us quite a nice perspective. So we've spoken about OnCall, we've spoken about STAR and IBAT, so there are many tools out there. If you have not been exposed to nature-related risk or biodiversity up to this point, you may feel slightly overwhelmed, and you may not know where to start exactly. So in closing, I'm going to ask our experts to give us 2 or 3 starting points, advice of where to start, how to tackle this big, big elephant. And I'm going to start with Candice. Candice, you're on mute.
Thanks, Madeleine. So my primary advice on where to start is that there is an internal journey within your own organization and your institution. And I think that's been unpacked quite a bit. I think everybody does understand their own internal systems a little bit better. To start there and to look at how do we break that down into one piece at a time and mainstream these issues into the internal systems that we look at. And then the second is to also have an external outlook. So how do we provide benefit in terms of what we do as banks into that external picture? And this is really what I want to put out there is one of the critical shortcomings we face in sustainable finance to address those external issues is big questions around de-risking and that first loss investor. And so the first step in my mind that you can take is to be a little bit more innovative, take a little bit more risk, and to move beyond the confines of your own box to say, how do I meet a different sector? How do I meet a different landscape's needs? And that really does require that first step in taking a little bit more risk than you normally would.
Very insightful. Thanks, Candice. Penny, if I can move to you next.
Yeah, so I would just start by saying that this is the world at 1.2 degrees. We're currently at 1.2 degrees above pre-industrial levels. And although we're aiming for 1.5, which I think is a good goal, it's going to be even harder there. So in terms of what advice I could give potentially to people trying to embark on this journey is sooner is better. This life is going to get difficult. Extreme events are going to continue to occur with greater frequency and intensity. And these projections get worse at each incremental level of warming. So really, my main advice is sooner is better. The sooner we can start trying to grapple with these issues, the sooner we can have some positive outcome.
Great, I agree with you. Julie, from your side?
So speedily, I would say it's your inner voice of wisdom calling here, but you're not speaking for yourself or your organization. You're speaking for the voiceless. And the voiceless in this case are all those species on Earth who also regard this as their home. And when you speak and when you analyze a document, choose very consciously who you're trying to please, rather than trying to please the boss or trying to please this, or please the voice of generations who aren't born yet. And please the voice of the species who can't speak, but who are trying in every way to communicate with humankind right now that they're on a wrong path, and for all of us to switch paths.
Julie, you give me the chills. Thank you for that statement, and I think it touches all of us. Gabby, if I can come to you next.
Thanks, Maddie. And I think I echo all of my previous panel speakers. We are at a real nexus, but there's real opportunity. The fact that there are so many tools out there, which Julie demonstrated, and there's so many frameworks out there, means we are making progress. We are trying. Maybe we need to try harder. Maybe we need to try faster. But it definitely is a conversation that we're now having at the right levels, and we need to disseminate that down. I think I want to take this slightly differently from an African biodiversity science perspective. We're incredibly blessed in this country to have biodiversity. We have one of the biggest biodiversity hotspots in the world in the Cape. The Cape Forestic region has over 9,000 species of plants and the second highest extinction rate of plants in the world. So it's here, it's home, it's happening. And what I would say then is that we need real data to actually determine our impacts and dependencies. We need accurate data at a business or land holding level, at an ecosystem level, and at a species level. And that would be my advice for assessing some of these tools. A lot of them appear to be really, really promising, and they use really intricate models of potentially species distribution around the world. We don't know species distribution around the world. It's impossible to map some of these. The Cape Forestic region, as I said, is so species rich we can't map it at that scale. So I would suggest if you're looking to really make an impact on on having a look at how your portfolio is impacting biodiversity, you need accurate data which represents species and ecosystems. So I'll sign off with that.
Great, absolutely spot on. And then Thomas, if I can ask you to end off on this, and I listened to a previous speaker who said, when you're the last to say your word, then everything has been said. But I'm sure, knowing you, that you will have a last word for us.
So if Julie gave you the chills, I think Gabby gave me the chills as well. So the beast that's behind me is an injury. It's a critically endangered lemur, occurs in the eastern montane forests in the island of Madagascar, which is probably one of the most biodiverse, I suppose, continents, island regions in the world, a place very close to my heart. And I think in terms of a personal sentiment, it says it all, the picture. But if I could just leave 5 points, I think, and have to speak to business and speak to banks, the key aspects would be internalization of externalities. Don't see the fact that you're funding maize or coal, etc., as an externality. It is a business internality. Understand the complexity and the interconnectedness of the boundaries which we are currently pushing, and understand and realize how that works from a financial dependency perspective. Once we have that type of realization in the organization, I think that's when you see real change taking place. You know, we're still measuring the incorrect metrics, you know, shareholder value, etc. There's a lot of discussion around alternative economics and capitalism and things like that, which I suppose that's a topic for a different conference. And then I think lastly, scalability. I think the work that Candace is doing, on a landscape level, we really need to see, and I sincerely hope that we get the lion's share of this proposed funding that's coming towards us for climate, that we can use it for climate adaptation, across landscape levels. On one hand, I'm quite buoyant about that prospect. I would like to see the commitment, and I'd like to see that commitment quickly. Otherwise, lemurs like this behind me will no longer exist in the next 5 to 10 years, especially the place where Madagascar is at this point. So on that, it's a bit of a sobering thought, but yeah, I'm hopeful.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Thomas. And I'm certainly in love with the little lemur on your shoulder, as with all other species that are threatened. Thank you very much. I have been so privileged to be part of this panel discussion with all the experts sitting on it. I am quite energized by the discussion. I will certainly be knocking on some of your doors to get more information, and I would invite people participating in this conference to do the same thing. You would have, I'm sure, the contact details. These people have so many insights, so many solutions. So if you feel at a little bit of a loss and you are feeling slightly overwhelmed, please feel free to contact them. Thank you very much for having us in your homes, at your offices, and at Investec. And thank you very much for listening to this panel with all their insights. Thank you very much. We're signing out.
Thank you, Madeleine.
Thanks, everyone.
Many critics believe that biodiversity and planetary boundaries have been hijacked by the intense debate on the global climate crisis, and that what we need to do is actually rightfully put back biodiversity and the landscape at the forefront of our sustainable development. It is probably the one strategic advantage that South Africa has as a country, where we are blessed with a very rich biodiversity and landscape. The discussion this afternoon essentiates that we as bankers would be really foolhardy Were we to ignore biodiversity and planetary boundaries from our lenses that we apply to the sustainability of our lendings and investments? The importance of natural capital, biodiversity and planetary boundaries has just been enunciated by everybody this afternoon. I thank you all for your valuable contribution. This concludes day one of our conference, which for me has been both jam-packed and really insightful. I wish to apologize for overrunning on our time. We have just tried to pack too much in here today. I hope you have all enjoyed it as much as I have, though, and I look forward to you joining us tomorrow at 7:45 South African Standard Time. Thank you all for your time. We'll see you tomorrow. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Banking Association South Africa, I would like to again extend a very warm welcome to everyone attending day 2 of our Sustainable Finance Conference. I will again be introducing our esteemed keynote address speakers, as well as our moderators during the course of the day. Yesterday we overran by about 30 minutes due to our jam-packed agenda. Today's agenda is no different. I will therefore only be reading brief bios today on our keynote speakers in an effort to ensure that we get as much and as deep conversations as possible in, and that we finish timelessly. We are once again mindful of your busy diaries and that some of you may therefore not be able to stay with us for the entire period. So we once again remind everyone that we will be publishing the entire conference on our public internet site in about 10 days' time, where you can download or listen to the various sessions or keynote addresses, access presentations, etc. Our website address is www.banking.org.za. Yesterday we covered a number of themes and topics. We began with how banks are becoming more sustainable by integrating ESG practice more holistically and are beginning to price in sustainability. We then focused on the climate crisis and the response, most notably at COP26, with reflections from both the Honourable Minister Barbara Creecy and the Deputy High Commissioner to the UK, Mr. Adam Bai, OBE. Steve Nichols from the NBI thereafter provided a presentation that contextualised South Africa's NDC, our position at COP26 as a country, and referenced the Just Transitions Pathways project. Before we examine the just transition in greater detail, the possibility of South Africa transitioning to a net zero carbon economy and the fossil fuels challenge was interrogated. Dr. Olver described the onerous task of the Presidential Climate Commission to create a strategic roadmap that will enable South Africa to transition its economy whilst ensuring that this is done on a just basis. The importance of a social-centric transition was further reinforced by a diverse panel who all agreed that a just transition is a critical component of the response to the climate crisis, and in particular for South Africa, due to our high levels of poverty and inequality. Day one's proceedings ended with a panel discussion that shifted our focus from the climate crisis towards a crisis of equal importance, as we heard how biodiversity loss is one planetary boundary we are testing to its absolute limit, and if this is breached, the damage that this will cause to both the economy and subsequently society. I was alarmed to hear that as much as 30% of the world's GDP would be lost, about 45 trillion rand, should we breach this boundary. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first esteemed keynote speaker, who is Mr. John E. Morton. John will be joining us on a pre-recorded basis. John was most recently a partner at Pollination, a specialist climate change advisory and investment firm. He was a presidential appointee in the Obama administration and served as White House Senior Director for Energy and Climate Change at the National Security Council. In this role, he had overall responsibility for coordinating the Obama administration's policies and strategies on international energy and climate change issues. Earlier in the administration, he served for 6 years as Vice President for Investment Policy, Chief of Staff, and Chief Operating Officer at the Overseas Private Investment Corporation, OPIC. Before his government service, John was Managing Director of Economic Policy at the Pew Charitable Trusts and a private equities investor with the Global Environment Fund. He began his career as a strategy consultant with Mercer and managing World Bank projects in environmental infrastructure sectors in the former Soviet Union. John is currently employed by the U.S. Department of Treasury, where he serves as their climate counselor. With these few words of introduction, I hand over to John.
Thank you to the Banking Association of South Africa for the invitation to speak today. The transition to a low carbon and ultimately net zero economy is the most predictable and consequential economic transition, arguably in all of human history. And it is a transition with tremendous economic consequences for businesses, for industries, and indeed for entire countries. The banking sector has an essential role to play in the global transition, and South Africa's transition in particular, driving innovation through investments in cleaner products and greener energy at scale. My name is John Morton, and I serve as the climate counselor to U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. In this role, I work to coordinate, manage, and heighten the ambition of Treasury's whole of economy approach to combating the climate crisis, leveraging the tools, capabilities, and expertise across Treasury to support the shifts in public budgets, tax policy, and the flow of private capital needed to support the transition to a global net zero economy. I also have the privilege of leading the US government's partnership with the South African government in the leader-level announcement and now ambitious work plan that we delivered earlier this month in Glasgow related to South Africa's Just Transition program. We are now just a couple weeks out from the conclusion of COP26 and the finalization of the Glasgow Climate Pact. So let me just offer one big picture observation. If you had told even the most optimistic of the signers of the Paris Agreement as they huddled exhausted around Parisian conference tables in December of 2015, that 6 years later, you would have countries representing 90% of global GDP having made net zero commitments, and moreover, that private sector institutions representing over 100 trillion in assets under management would have made mid-century net zero pledges. Even those most optimistic officials would have looked at you like you were crazy. So, how much did COP26 move the needle? Well, as a result of late-breaking updates to nationally determined contributions and net zero commitments, including South Africa's NDC, which we enthusiastically applaud, combined with other emissions reductions pledges, including the Global Methane Pledge led by the United States and the European Union, the International Energy Agency now assesses that current announced pledges and commitments could, if enacted, limit global warming to 1.8 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels by the end of the century. So we're not yet at 1.5 degrees, but we're approaching it. This, of course, makes some big assumptions. This makes assumptions that we can act on the commitments we've made. So the commitments are a start, but now urgent action is required, and we must all be held to account for our commitments. Estimates are today that we need an additional $2 to $3 trillion annually of investment beginning today to be on a pathway to achieve 2050 net zero targets, with the total price tag for achieving net zero likely to be in excess of 100 trillion. This capital must come from the private sector. The billions in public international climate finance that have historically been the focus of finance conversations at COP are an important part of this conversation. And reaching the 100 billion target by no later than 2023 is a top priority for the US administration and our developed country partners. But the question of how we move from the billions to the trillions needed to finance the global transition is one that must involve the private sector as the central actor. The good news is, much of the private capital needed for the transition is already committed. On Finance Day in Glasgow, Mark Carney announced that the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, or GFANZ, a network of financial firms that have committed to align their portfolios to net zero pathways by 2050, with meaningful 2030 interim targets, now consists of over 450 major financial institutions and financial services firms from across 45 countries, responsible for a total of 130 trillion in financial assets. At the beginning of the summer, GFANZ was just 5 trillion in assets under management. This exponential progress is another thing to celebrate. But just as governments must follow through measurably on their NDCs, private sector net zero commitments cannot be empty, greenwashed promises. They must be rigorous and verifiable, with science-based 2030 interim targets and yearly transparent reporting on progress to complete decarbonization. So now that we have 130 trillion committed to net zero by mid-century, how do these funds flow rapidly and efficiently to the projects that are going to have the most positive climate impacts? That's the key question, and how quickly we answer it will determine whether we meet or fall short of meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement. Secretary Yellen and the US Treasury are committed to partnering with financial institutions to help expedite the promise of net zero commitments, both through the effective deployment of public funds to de-risk and mobilize private finance at a significant rate, and through the fostering of enabling environments that facilitate private sector, private climate investments without the use of public funds. The scientific consensus is clear that each nation, developed or developing, must decommission their unabated coal power plants as quickly as possible, and certainly no later than 2040, to keep the limit of 1.5 degrees global warming within reach. It is absolutely vital that public and private financing be made available to accelerate this clean energy transition. This requires helping high-emitting countries like South Africa design programs in an inclusive and equitable way that provides resources to those communities that are affected by both the detrimental effects of climate change and the dislocation from a clean energy transition, while also helping them to benefit from opportunities embedded within that transition. As a leading emerging economy, while also the highest emitting country on the African continent and one of the world's leading consumers of coal, South Africa was and is a natural partner for us to begin this vital work. That is why, in my first months as climate counselor, I have been deeply engaged with partners in South Africa as the country outlines its pathway towards transitioning toward a cleaner and more sustainable future. Over the coming months, the United States, UK, France, Germany, and the EU will work to structure a financing package of an initial 8.5 billion investment over the next 3 to 5 years, targeting South Africa's energy sector, which is responsible for almost 80% of South Africa's total emissions, and where Eskom plays an outsized role. As part of this effort, the South African government has committed to accelerating closures of unabated coal facilities and dramatically increasing the role of clean and renewable energy in country. Our work will include financing from the Climate Investment Fund's, or CIF's, new Accelerating Coal Transition Investment Program, which is designed to assist high-emitting, coal-dependent middle-income countries in their efforts to transition towards clean energy economies. The CIFs have a strong and proven record of mobilizing significant domestic and international private finance. Multilateral development banks and bilateral aid and investment agencies will also provide support to this ambitious and whole of economy transition away from coal. During our recent International Partners Group trip to South Africa, we prioritized meeting with a broad set of stakeholder representatives of those communities most vulnerable to the economic risks of the transition. We also met with business leaders, including representatives from BASA, to discuss the private sector's role and the investment opportunities embedded within this transition. We all recognize the opportunity in renewable energy generation and transmission, and we urge the South African banking sector to play a central role in financing a cleaner, greener South African economy. Just as the global banking sector has led the ramping down of financing for new unabated coal power generation in the past few years, It must continue to lead the way in financing renewable energy projects at scale. There will also be new roles for the banking sector in partnership with the public sector to finance new job-creating industries in existing coal communities. Any financing and accompanying recommendations provided by the United States and other donor countries must have the support of the local business and investment community, and it must be grounded in a broad-based just transition program that has the South African government's full backing. We are confident and hopeful that the South African government can deliver such a plan in the months ahead. This partnership has great potential to be transformative in reducing emissions. By most estimates, over a gigaton of emissions over a 20-year period in South Africa, and enabling the delivery of reliable, clean power across South Africa, expediting the country's path toward a cleaner and greener future, and ultimately enabling the achievement of the most ambitious reductions possible consistent with its recently updated NDC. And ultimately, the long-term success of the partnership will rely in large part on how many private dollars are mobilized with our public dollars, and in turn, how quickly regional investors like you seize this investment opportunity. I firmly believe that what we achieve in South Africa over the coming months and years will chart the course for the decarbonization of other emerging and high-emitting countries around the world. Thank you again to BASA for the invitation to speak today, and I really look forward to the ongoing engagement and partnership in the months and years ahead.
Thank you, John. I was enthused to hear the positivity within your address and to note the progress that has been made since the Paris Climate Conference back in 2015. We all have very short memories of what we are actually achieving, and the banking sector, if I put ourselves back 6 years and the progress we have made similar advances over this period. I was also pleased to hear to note the decisive shift in US policy since the Trump administration, and that the US is seeking to strike partnerships with financial institutions that are prepared to make net zero carbon commitments, and that we can expect developments in this area over the next couple of months. So from our side, a really good, heartwarming message from you, John, for which I thank you. Morning, everyone. We are still waiting for one of our panelists to join. However, in the interest of timekeeping, I think we should go ahead. Our first panel discussion this morning is on innovative sustainability financing. Our moderator for this session is Shamila Subramani, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer at the JSE. I must just mention that Shamila was awarded the ESG Sustainability Professional of the Year last year by the Institute for Risk Management of Southern Africa. Morning, Shamila, welcome. I hand over to you to introduce your panel and to take this exciting conversation forward.
Thank you very much, Pierre, and thank you very much to the Banking Association for inviting me to join the panel today. I must say I feel very, very dwarfed by all the giants that sit on this panel and everybody that I think is very well known to the community in the arena of sustainable finance, and who each of them have made significant contributions to the space in the country. So it's my absolute pleasure today to introduce to you the panel who I'm going to be sharing the stage with and who really are the experts in this area. We have Greg Fife, who's the head of sustainable finance from Standard Bank. If you could just say hi. We've got Tanya Dos Santos, who's the global head of sustainability at Investec Bank. Avana Singh, the head of sustainable finance solutions at Nedbank. Heidi Barons, the sustainable finance corporate and investment banking head at Absa Bank. And we also have Nigel Beck, who's the head of sustainable finance and ESG advisory at First Rand. So I think we're just waiting on Nigel to join us, but we're going to kick off in the meantime. We have a short session, but I think a very exciting one lined up for you. So the area of sustainable finance, I think, has grown in prominence probably exponentially, I would say, in the last 2 years. In my many years in the field now as a practitioner, you haven't seen the level of interest that has been placed in sustainable finance probably that has happened in the last 2 years. It's an area that's been growing over a number of years. And broadly, if we look at what we broadly term responsible assets under management, has been growing substantially over the last few years in the time that it has been tracked. It's an area that poses a lot of opportunity that we're looking at saying is a pivotal area for helping us to achieve sustainable development ultimately, because that's really what we're aiming for with this, but also an area that has different perspectives in that in some areas has been considered as being a lot of greenwashing that is going on, credibility and questions that come into issue. But all of our panelists here today, I think, are people who have worked very hard to ensure credibility in the space, who have ensured to work that we can actually use sustainable finance as a lever to help us achieve sustainable development. So without further ado, let's get into the subject matter that we're here to unpack today. I think that Nigel has joined us. Nigel, there we go. Hi, we just did a round of introductions. Nice of you, nice to see you today, and all bright and early this morning. So let me kick off with a set of questions on looking at what is sustainable finance and what are the range of products that we have. Greg, let me start with you. Could you give us a little bit of a background on what are the different types of products and asset classes that we consider in sustainable finance? And how do these different products cater for different projects, companies, and even countries? So it's quite a big question, but I'm sure you could give us a brief view given your experience in this area. I'll hand over to you. Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Shamila. I'll kick it off and then tag team it with the rest of the panel. But I mean, if you have a look at, I guess, the traditional sustainable finance product, and I agree with your intro comments, we've seen significant growth in the market, both in South Africa, but also, you know, across the continent. I mean, the traditional products are typically across capital markets and loan markets. On the capital market side, green bonds, social bonds, and I guess more recently, sustainability-linked bonds. We have seen a significant growth in certainly in the South African market, and it's largely aligned with what we're seeing internationally, just an exponential growth in the market. Because then if you look at on the other side of I guess the debt market, looking at loan markets, similar trends here. So on the green loan side, social loans and sustainability-linked loans. Our experience, and very interested to hear also the experience of colleagues at other banks, is that there's been a significant interest, particularly from the South African corporate client base, on the linked products right across, you know, different sectors. So seeing a significant interest in that product. But then I guess more broadly, and I'll leave the equity side of things to others, but we're seeing also development in early shoots of interest and I guess product innovation more broadly across kind of wholesale or corporate investment banking products. So definitely interest in looking at sustainability overlays on derivative instruments, again, ODC instruments in the derivative market. Looking at on the supply chain side, so sustainable supply chain financing, working capital type facilities, etc. So really, I guess in line with what we're seeing in other markets more globally, we are seeing a development of sustainable finance products and product innovation into these areas. And then the final comment I would make is on the transition side of things. I mean, I think there's a huge opportunity for us in transition finance specifically, and certainly in South Africa, given, I guess, the coal base of our economy. So let me leave it there, and thank you, Shamila.
Thank you so much, Greg. I think that was really quite helpful. Could I just maybe ask the panelists if anybody wants to chip in on the equity side, possibly? Okay. All right, well, I can just give a quick overview on the equity side, if that's helpful, is that what we're seeing now is looking at sustainability as it is concerned with the entity as a whole. So whilst we're seeing on the loan side and the bond side generally what we call these sort of use of proceeds models where you ring fence what you're borrowing and you're using that to actually support very specific projects which have been tagged as green or social or sustainable. What we're seeing on the equity side is that we're looking at the entity level, and how does that qualify? So this is where we're looking at things like ESG ratings and the like, or even companies that are looking at it's called automatically green. So if you might be, for example, in renewable energies, notwithstanding some of the criticisms about part of the supply chain, possibly, what you're doing is fundamentally contributing sustainable development. And so at the entity level, you're accredited as being green. And so we've also seen there where there's been a lot that's been happening in terms of mergers, acquisitions, financing of companies that are automatically green, and where a lot of attention is being paid by investors at the entity level looking at the ESG ratings. Now, just to qualify that, with ratings themselves don't necessarily mean that an entity is a good practitioner of sustainability, because often these things are disclosure driven. So that is a part of where we're seeing developments now on looking at just how credible these ratings are, what they're looking at under the hood, and the whole aspect of rating and things like that is getting a lot of global attention in the regulatory context as well. So we have on one hand on the capital markets, the debt side, which Greg has unpacked for us quite well, but then on the other side is also the equity side to say at an entity level, what is the firm doing and how does that look in relation to meeting the kind of development challenges we have when we consider sustainable development and the like. So it's a massive field, and I won't bore you any further with the equity side, but I want to hand over very quickly to Arvana. Arvana, you have I think the exciting but also challenging role of looking at broadly sustainable finance solutions at Nedbank. So let me pause for a bit and ask you. So Greg's touched on it a little bit when he's talked about the kind of banking products we have, but can banks and financial institutions of all sizes and different market focus areas create sustainable products? And maybe you can share with us a little bit about how Nedbank has been approaching that.
Sure, thanks Shamila. And I think the answer to that is definitely yes. To create sustainable products, an underlying intent to make a positive difference and a positive impact should be present. And this then becomes your driving force and purpose upon which to create products. I think secondly, it's the ability to innovate and to rethink your current existing product set in terms of design, in terms of how can you embed features and look at credit through different lenses to really unlock those sustainability objectives. And thirdly, the development of frameworks and the application of market principles serve as really important tools upon which to enable sustainable products. So if you look at these three ingredients, purpose, innovation, and frameworks and tools, this can be universally applied across financial institutions of different sizes, and it can be applied across different market contexts. And very much so, the context of the market itself can serve as a good guidance framework upon the problems which need to be solved and another input into product development.
Thank you so much, Ivana. Very useful there. So just to recap very quickly, you've talked about purpose, you've talked about innovation, and you've talked about frameworks and tools. I want to turn very quickly now to Nigel. Nigel, you have been active in the space for a number of years and have been behind a number of the big issuances that have come to market that we've seen in the industry. When we look at that, and what is the demand? So I want to talk to you a little bit about the demand side. Where are you seeing the demand coming from, and how has that changed over the last number of years? I suppose, let's talk a little bit about the drivers, if you can, a little bit on the supply side as well.
Sure, thanks, Shamila. And sorry for being late. I had to move from my work laptop to my personal laptop because Zoom's unfortunately blocked, and I apologize for the lighting. It seems like I'm half in shade here. Anyway,
you're getting us ready for kind of a nightclub feel there, Nigel.
Exactly.
That's exactly.
Just slightly worrying at 8 a.m. in the morning. But anyway, I think, to answer your questions, if we look at the evolution of the market, specifically with regards to demand, I think originally a lot of the demand was driven by the DFIs. So obviously they've always driven a very strong, sustainable green ESG agenda. And that's been there for a long time, and I think that's still present today. What we are seeing, and obviously, a couple of yourself and Greg have touched on it, there's also the equity side of things. What we've seen is equity investors have had a stronger focus very much on ESG, trying to understand kind of ESG risks, trying to understand the elements around stranded assets, what are a corporate's transition commitments, and how does sustainable finance and sustainable finance products show commitments in that direction of travel aligned to this. So, those are two of the elements that I guess are driving demand. And then the third one is obviously the debt investors. So the debt investors, we've very much seen a change in tune over the last few years. Internationally, I think, there's been a very, very strong focus by debt investors on sustainable finance instruments, whether it might be green bonds or social bonds or sustainability-linked bonds or even loans as well. Locally, over the last year, I think we've seen very much an uptick in our local investors and their appetite for these type of instruments. So if I look at back 3 years ago when we were talking to specific investors around ESG, they were very much looking at very much more from a kind of exclusion aspect, rather exclude arms and ammunition, potentially exclude tobacco, rather than looking at specific asset classes like sustainable finance. Now, when you speak to debt investors, they're very strong on ESG. They understand the underlying instruments, and they specifically ask around the KPIs. So, for example, if we bring a sustainability-linked bond to them, they'll want to make sure that KPIs and specific targets are of international standard. 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago, when we did, for example, the first sustainability-linked bond, it was a very different discussion. So the discussions were very much more around, what is this instrument? So I think there's been a lot of evolution and a lot of growth in the market. Then on the supply side of things, I think we've seen strong supply coming from listed corporates. Obviously, listed corporates kind of cross-referencing the equity investors that are under pressure to make sure that they're moving in the right direction. They've made certain commitments, whether it's net zero commitments, being carbon neutral, and they've got to be shown to be moving in that direction. And obviously, sustainable finance products are an enabler of that. And it's listed corporates and the REITs. So the real estate investment trusts as well are very focused on that. So I'd say those are the kind of key kind of demand and supply areas that we're seeing at the moment. But to be honest, this area is evolving on a daily basis. So, there's new products coming in, there's increasing demand, and there's increasing supply as well.
Thank you, Nigel. And you touched on a couple of very helpful areas there. I think that's helped to clarify this. The key one, I think, for me is the rate at which it's changing. And I definitely feel like some days I'm struggling to keep up with just everything, the plethora of announcements around standards, around frameworks, around what investors are looking for, their changing demands. And on the point of investors, let me turn to you, Heidi, a little bit. So why are investors looking at this? What is it that's of interest to them, and any pushback sort of elements, if you could help us get some news on that?
Thanks, Shamila. So I think from an investor side, kind of speaking to a bit of what Nigel was speaking to, is that there is this progression and this change. So traditionally, it was very much a risk return consideration. But over time, it's really become, how do we become a responsible investor? How do we become a sustainable investor? And, some that are really leading, it's really the question of how do we make impact? So it's not just kind of where's our money going, but it really is the question, what is our money doing? And how does it help society and the planet, given kind of the challenges we're facing from climate change and kind of inequality, especially in the context in which we're in South Africa. So those kind of, that progression is definitely incredibly important. And that's kind of led to lots of investors signing up to things like the principles of responsible investing. So there's kind of that growing way of thinking that is kind of started in the market. And I mean, if you speak to investors, they're in very different stages of this journey. So some have embedded sustainability, for a number of years, and it's a very core part of their investment decision process. And some of them are in the beginning of that. So it depends on where they are in the process. But definitely what we see is that everybody's on this journey. It just depends kind of how far along you are. I think there's a lot of demand coming from that. And I think also kind of there's pressure from the investor side, from the pension funds and kind of the original sources of money. So that could be the consumers that are really saying, what is ultimately happening with our funding, especially in some of this might, have been driven from developments in the global north, where there's student protests, etc., that are asking what's happening with endowments, where's our funding going, is it being used properly? So I think that's a lot of where kind of the sustainable question has come from. But I do think that there is some questions and sometimes some discomfort. So, I mean, I think investors are starting to get comfortable with sustainability-linked instruments, but kind of depending on how much information is disclosed in these bonds that are coming to market, you know, what are the benchmarks? How do we objectively assess that this is really good? Or how do we know that this kind of instrument is helping the client do more than they would have done anyway? Or is this just helping the status quo? I think these are the questions that investors are asking sometimes. And that's kind of some of the pushback to say, does it shift the needle? Or is it kind of just enabling BAU? And I think that's an incredibly critical question that also, I mean, us as practitioners on the panel, I think that's what we need to face all the time. So I think that's kind of some of the, and some healthy skepticism as well, to say, you know, the climate crisis is a crisis. And if we're just helping somebody move incrementally, then will it really make a difference? I don't know. So I think there is some skepticism from some parties. Yeah.
Thank you, Heidi. Very helpful from the perspective of understanding where you're seeing the pushes for change. And it's also interesting to see that you said it's going right down to a civil society awareness level, right? Because ultimately, that is where the savings pool is coming from, and that is what's buying these products. You know, it's your and my pension fund, it's our savings money ultimately that's behind a loan or any kind of investment, really, if you when you look at that. So very interesting to see that civil society awareness, I think, is having a big role to play, and that these questions are starting to ask. So you've touched on impact and you've touched on credibility, I think, ultimately in the themes that you're talking about. Great, can I move to you quickly? So one of the question of impact. Are we seeing investors necessarily thinking that they need to sacrifice returns for greater impact, or is that not even a question? And could you just unpack that a little bit for us? I know you have experience, looking at the bonds that have been issued by Standard Bank as well. Could give us some insight on that.
Yeah, I think it is very important question, in particular. And perhaps we can, if we have a look at ourselves as a borrower and use that as a litmus test, and we'll also again be interested to get feedback from others on the panel. But I think particularly in the capital market space, debt investors or lenders to banks, I think they certainly view the specific purpose funding, so whether it's for a green application or a social application, they definitely see that the ESG or the sustainable finance overlay that's something that's of real value. So our experience, certainly coming out of our social bond from August this year, was that there was definitely strong demand from our kind of debt investor base. For the specific bond that had a 3 and a 5 year tenor and was for a specific application in a particular segment of our low income housing book. So a real kind of, I think there is a bit of a supply demand imbalance at the moment, and we think that instrument priced below vanilla, somewhere between, I guess, 5 and 10 basis points, which is an important evolution in the market. We've also announced a green bond, in fact, last week, and in the roadshows that have taken place this week, and I can absolutely confirm that there's a huge amount of investor interest in the product that has application in renewable energy. But my sense is that there is a bit of a supply-demand imbalance, and I think that will translate into we certainly hope so, a wider and deeper investor base, but also should translate into some pricing benefits. To tie into what Heidi's just said, I do think that the pricing differential or the greenium or whatever you want to call it in the linked market is not as pronounced, and that could well be for all of the reasons that Heidi has said. And I think that's an evolution as well. But certainly my view is that in the use of proceeds side of things, whether it's green or social, there's absolutely, I guess, a benefit to issuers in bringing those type of instruments to market.
Thank you, Greg. Yep, that's something that I think we've seen coming through. You reflected a little bit on the greenium, and that's something that's been quite consistent in the market over the last number of years. And it will be interesting. I think the point you made about the possible supply-demand imbalance is an interesting one for us to watch over, I think, the next period of time to see how that plays out and if the impact is an impact on that greenium and the tightening of the spreads that we're starting to see, that we've seen. Tanya, let me move to you. So different perspectives that you bring to us. Of course, the first one, congratulations on the sustainable linked loan we've recently seen from Investec. I think Greg's given you a little bit of a segue there to talk about pricing possibly, but just what your experience has been on that. And then the other area I want to touch on is the work that you're doing with the Global Investors for Sustainable Development Alliance. That we know that is focused explicitly on looking at closing the funding gap for the sustainable development goals and saying, how do we bring the power of the financial markets to bear to close that gap, which is probably over $1 trillion, I think between $1 and $3 trillion a year, if we're looking at that. Maybe you could talk to us about those two things, please, Tanya. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Shamila. Good to be with you on a panel again. So I think firstly on demand, we've definitely seen that demand picking up coming out of our UK office. So the first sustainability linked loan we actually did in the UK, and that was 3 times oversubscribed. So there's definitely a pickup in investor interest. The same with the IBL loan, with our banking loan last week, and that was 2.5 times oversubscribed. So we're definitely seeing, more investors interested in these types of funds. In terms of the Global Investors for Sustainable Development. So just a quick explanation of what they're doing. It's really trying to channel these funds. So there's no lack of funds, there's no lack of money. We're just struggling to figure out why is it not going to where it needs to be. So the aim, or one of the aims of this alliance is to figure out what the barriers are and try and channel the funds. And a couple of interesting points came out of it, probably not, unsurprising, but essentially you've got so many players in this space. You've got, governments, multilateral development banks, the big asset managers, the retail banks, etc. And everyone has a role to play, but their risk appetite and their country appetite and their forex appetite and their returns appetite is all different. So it's quite difficult to then get to the scale that we need for sustainable development in the developing world. So what the fund is trying to do is create a blended finance model where the multilateral development banks will come in. You'll get this concessional financing where you're balancing and trying to de-risk so that the retail banks can come in. But the biggest aim is scale, because these little projects happening everywhere is not going to get us to where we need to be. So we're very excited about what's happening with the GISD, and we hope in the next couple of months that fund will be launched.
Thank you, Tanya. We all hope so too, because we know that one of the biggest issues in sustainable development right now is simply the urgency of the issues, right? We need the money at scale, and we need it to move fast. Nigel, can I turn to you? In dealing with these issues and these challenges, what is the role of innovation and how is that shaping up in sustainable finance? Because clearly we need to apply our minds quickly, we need to move fast, and we need to do this with intent, as Ivana says. What are you seeing in terms of innovation?
Sure. Quickly before I respond to the question on innovation, I think to just re-emphasize Greg's point on kind of the undersupply in the market and the significant demand for these products. We're definitely seeing that. We are seeing that in oversubscription in these types of bonds, which is translating into pricing. I think one thing that we must look at is we don't have enough proof points in the market at the moment to try and determine exactly what the greenium in South Africa looks like. Internationally, we've been able to quantify what the greenium looks like. We've been able to overlay that to certain currencies, and we've been able to overlay that to certain ratings as well. So which ratings bands specific corporates are in. In South Africa, we've looked at it. And the two curves are pretty close, and that's very much due to the lack of actual proof points in bonds in our market. And I think the more of these that we can do, I think we'll be able to demonstrate that premium. And I think something like these social bonds that Greg's mentioned, they are pricing better on an individual basis. Now to I think answer your question with regards to kind of innovation in the broader green space. I think there's been obviously lots of innovation in the green space. I'm talking more from from a technology perspective. So there's been a lot of work done in renewable energy and battery storage and green buildings, electric vehicles. There's strong focus on kind of future technologies as well, as like green steel using hydrogen rather than coal, and green cement, sustainable aviation fuels, carbon capture and storage, and the like. So there's a lot of these technologies that are now being developed, a lot of R&D being spent. And what we as financial institutions need to be doing is to say, how do we consider these from a bankability perspective? And how do we as financial institutions manage the technology risk against the missed opportunity? So in other words, how do you manage not financing the next growth business because you're not entirely comfortable with the technology, or there's not a lot of history of proof because it's relatively new technology. So innovation in this space is important, and financial institutions are going to have to look at this through a slightly different lens to the way we've looked at certain things in the past. I think secondly, if we look at sustainable finance products and the innovation in sustainable finance products, you'll see, if you look back to the first sustainable finance products that we did in South Africa in 2013, that was very much just focused on green bonds. So it was very much a green bond. Then it's been a bit lumpy. Internationally, there's been kind of a bit more of a linear trajectory and an upwards hockey stick. Ours has been a bit lumpy in South Africa, but there has been a lot more innovation in the space in the last 2 years. And that's very much got to do with the conversation earlier around kind of supply and demand. So what we're starting to see is innovation in the space to meet the demand for these type of products and these type of instruments. So if I look in the last 2 years, there's been a lot more focus. The first sustainability-linked loans. We've done sustainability-linked bonds. That was this year. We did sustainability-linked bonds. The first social bonds on the JSE as well. The first sustainability-linked loan on a syndicated basis as well. So what we are seeing is a lot of innovation in this space, but I think it's beyond just the loans and the bonds as well. We're starting to see innovation beyond that into kind of, for example, the pre and post trade space, looking at what investors and asset managers are trying to understand kind of ESG risk in their portfolio. We put together, for example, platforms that allow asset managers to understand a company's ESG score, how does that translate into a portfolio, and, whether they want to look at specific elements like, for example, carbon intensity in a portfolio. So innovation is key. I think we're going to see a lot more innovation in the next year or two. And I think there'll be continued innovation in the short to medium term in this space.
Well, we certainly need it, Nigel, but I found valuable from there is the link between the innovation when you're talking about technology and, of course, bankability, because as we get more comfortable with that, and you mentioned about being able to deal with the discomfort of not investing in an upcoming technology, for example, and seeing how that works out. But at the same time, it's like, as we see this moving, we need to move fast, but we've got to become more comfortable with understanding where we need to go and being able to finance that. I mean, Tanya also spoke about how some of these projects need to have upfront kind of concessional funding or things like that, maybe first loss layers for able to do that. So I think that's very interesting to be able to bring together the different types of financing with the technology development and the fact that some of that is nascent and that it's necessary, but how do we bridge that gap to be able to make ourselves a little bit more, to increase our risk appetite a little bit possibly and see how that goes. Now, we've talked a little bit about that, the role of innovation. Tanya's unpacked for us a little bit of the work that's been happening globally in that space, but there is no doubt that still, as a proportion of the broader space in financing in the capital markets, sustainable finance as an aspect in the types of instruments we've spoken about is still fairly small. So what do we need to do to mainstream sustainable finance? So let me turn to you for a minute, Heidi. If you could give us your view on what are the key constraints and the challenges. We're seeing, for example, one of the things that's developing is that the market is moving quite ahead out of necessity, but regulation perhaps might not be. So, and there are a number of other constraints and challenges. What are you seeing as the key ones from your perspective?
Thanks, Shamila. I think the first one that you mentioned, kind of that whole idea of that, kind of if we look at what's happening in the regulatory space in South Africa, there's a huge amount of work that's happening at the moment to develop the South African taxonomy. And that taxonomy, which I think is great work, really speaks to more of the use of proceeds model. But if we look at where the market's going, kind of speaking to what Nigel and Greg have spoken about, there's a huge, corporates across the spectrum are really, really keen for linked products. While regulation is really supporting kind of the taxonomy and what underlies that, the market itself has moved into a different direction. And kind of on the linked side, I think one of the challenges or kind of where we need to get to is, how do you objectively determine what is good for an industry and what is bad for an industry? So it's not necessarily determined by name base, but that there's kind of more of an external benchmark, which everybody in the market can take comfort from, which would also take away some of the investor skepticism. So I think that's one of the things. The other thing is kind of speaking to what Nigel was speaking to around innovation. I think as a bank, we're obviously very constrained by what our capital requirements are. So if there's these innovations such as electric vehicles or green hydrogen and all these things, which I completely agree, we need to find a different way and think about to finance them. Because they're seen as more risky following the traditional banking model, we'd obviously be required to hold more capital against them, which makes the interest rate more expensive, which kind of leads to a little bit of a, in German we'd say Teufelskreis, like a spiral of things that you don't want to happen. So we have to break that. And in that way, like sometimes the regulations that we have to operate under as a bank can also be constraining, just kind of in enabling that just transition that's so incredibly important. Then I think, kind of to mainstream, one of the things around, which is interesting in this space, is around how do you objectively decide that it's good, etc. And internationally, we've seen kind of as the market has progressed and matured, that you kind of go from kind of self-defined bonds to bonds that have second-party opinions, etc. But one of the challenges that's kind of international and local is that those SPO providers or second-party opinion providers, there's nobody that checks them and their work. So essentially, anyone can start a new business and say, I'm an SPO provider, and I know what I'm doing, and I provide an opinion. So I think that there's kind of an element of there's a lot of market flex when it comes to that. And then kind of just one of the things I think in general, which is difficult, is that sustainability is such a fluid space. What is defined as sustainable today might not be defined as sustainable tomorrow. And there's a huge element of kind of market perception that feeds into sustainability. And kind of as research happens, as there's more documentaries that come out, that feeds into the kind of public conscience, and what was acceptable yesterday, it could not be acceptable tomorrow. So kind of that fluidity is quite challenging to manage. Well, I think, because a lot of this kind of sustainability is very principles-based and values-based. And even kind of within an organization, you can have different ideas of what is sustainable and what isn't, because there's kind of a lot of complexity that underlies it. And I think kind of defining that and delineating that in a taxonomy can become quite challenging and sometimes too constricting, because some of it is better if it's principles-based, etc. So, those are some of the challenges. And I think on the kind of the secondary market, the products we haven't spoken about, which haven't been huge in South Africa, is kind of the secondary market products, where you kind of define an ESG score and then you have a basket of products, and those basket of products are sold. And I think they're the huge challenges that kind of like ESG scores are, there's no consistency. If you look at an industry and you look at 5 different service providers, the scores can be completely different for those 5 different names that you're looking at, just because once again, it's values-based, etc., etc. So those are some of the challenges. I think that, I'd be interested to hear from the rest of the floor, but I think that we're all kind of navigating as we move ahead in sustainable finance.
Thank you, Heidi. Yeah, and completely spot on with the fluidity and needing to manage in this kind of space, right? And I think finance generally tries to work better if you have a bit more structure around it, and then we're trying to create structure around something that's changing all the time. Ivana, a great point to stop and ask you a little bit about how do we avoid greenwashing? Heidi's already sketched out some of the challenges already, right? With those, maybe even the opinions that we might be relying on, and just how credible those could be. How do we do that?
Yeah, sure. So Shabila, I think governance is super important in this equation. So as we talk about ESG, really bringing that governance to the way that we actually structure these products, I think is super important. And having basically a committee or a convening forum of subject matter experts who are looking at this holistically. So whether that be from a social environmental perspective, from a mapping perspective, and really to use those universal tools again to have a point of departure that serves as credibility, and to be able to base your product product decisions on issues that are contextual, it's relevant from a macro perspective. We know that this is what's going to move the dial from a sustainable development challenge. And of course, as most as possible, use science-based targets where we can. We understand that clients at various points in this journey, so it's not a perfect world that we live in, but as long as we're moving the dial forward from a point of departure that remains very credible by adding systems value in a manner that's a shared value and still remains commercial to all parties, but can be measured, can be quantified, can be backed up and has a solid basis. I think that's how we mitigate greenwashing. So it really comes down to due diligence. And even when we're using these external service providers, really understanding that methodology, looking at the track record, looking at how what does the assessment entail, and challenging each other and challenging ourselves all the time. I think very important as well in systems and processes, really, especially under the use of proceeds application, for example, ensuring that we set ourselves up in a way that we can notionally follow that money, and importantly, look towards more forward-looking solutions. So it's not about taking what is there and what's already been done, but really looking for that additionality and being able to drive into the future. And to Tanya's point, to do that at scale. And the only way you're able to do that at scale is to be able to ensure that you change and you shift the way that you're allocating capital in the economy, given the finite capital that you have, and to innovate on the way that you're actually raising those funds and effectively then delivering into the promises and commitments that you make and evidencing that. So I think having a consistent strategy, having proof points on your strategy, being able to measure it, having it verified, using as much as you can science-based targets, and using as much as you can things like the sustainability accounting materiality map, the sustainable development goals, and taking into account the context and what's really realistic. I think that all assists in avoiding these greenwashing risks.
Thank you, Ivana. I think already there, some very helpful tips to anybody listening in as to what we can do to start avoiding that. And I think I would highly sort of encourage anybody who is earlier on in the journey is to actually start where Ivana's looking. Think about those things, build those structures up front. It makes it a lot easier to maintain that credibility going forward. And I think credibility is probably going to be the theme in the next few years if we look even at the way regulatory context is developing. Now, I'm conscious that we have 6 minutes left on the panel, and I could never do justice to the wealth of experience that's sitting in the room. But before we start wrapping up, and I'm going to ask everybody to just give their 30-second parting shot, I want to turn to Tanya very quickly. So Tanya, we're listening to a variety of different opinions. Is sustainable finance doing what it needs to do? Is the money really supporting sustainable development? So we've listened to the different points here. How are finance products catering for the social and the natural issues here? So we're looking at things like biodiversity, social sustainability, the just transition, which has already been mentioned. I know I've given you a big ask there, but just very quickly from your perspective, are we really supporting these things? And if so, how?
Sure. So Shamila, I think it's easier to see how we're impacting and helping from the environmental perspective, not from a biodiversity perspective. I think we need to do a lot more work going forward on that side, but certainly from a climate perspective. From a social perspective, I think we need to be a lot more creative. Too many corporates are just looking at their own diversity, as an example, and going, okay, well, we'll just appoint more females on the board, and now we've met that. For me, what's exciting is what you can actually do through your businesses, through these types of loans and bonds, etc. So, for example, in our UK business, we did a sustainability-linked loan with a company that does learning and development and training. And it was linked to 4 KPIs, and those KPIs were very specific around diversity, gender, from a gender perspective, from a ethnicity, from a disability, and even from a youth perspective. And that's where, as banks, we can have a much greater impact. I want to just make my one last point around ratings, because I think I disagree with most people on this point. Ratings are vitally important, and different ratings are vitally important. I don't think they should align and just have one rating, because every industry is different. And even within, if we look just at the finance industry, we all have different business models. We all have different ways of operating. The different ratings if people want them aligned, it's because they don't understand what drives those ratings. So if you're looking at an MSCI rating, that's very much more of a tick the box. So you can get a very dirty company getting a good rating. CDP, you've got to understand what is driving an A rating for a CDP. For us, what I love is Sustainalytics. So we linked our sustainability linked loans to our Sustainalytics rating, because it's not just ticking one or two boxes, which could predominantly be on the environment side, or one or two on the social side, appoint one or two, women to your board and suddenly you meet your KPI. For us, it's got to be much broader than that. It's got to have depth, and that will speak back to the greenwashing as well. So that was my 30 seconds. Thank you.
No, Tanya, thank you. I think it's very helpful. So, the question of ratings will warrant an entire conversation on its own. But I think what you're pointing to is understanding the theory of change underpinning each of those ratings and know what it is that you're being rated on. And so therefore that outcome of that rating is linked very much to the theory of change that it looks at, but also makes sense as to why we often don't see a correlation between those ratings, right? Because everybody's coming at it from slightly different angles. So think about which one is the most beneficial to you. And that's part of also how you communicate that with investors and with your stakeholders. Okay, so let me start with the latest addition to the panel. Daniel, your 30-second passing shot.
My 30-second passing shot. So I think, first of all, there's strong awareness around ESG at the moment. And I think that's one of the key aspects of what we're trying to drive. Everybody talks about, are we doing enough from a sustainable finance perspective? Are the proceeds going towards green? I think some of them are, but that's not always the objective. The money doesn't always have to go to green. To the extent it's for an underlying asset, yes, that's fine. But it's more a case of us trying to help a company that's trying to understand what they are doing. So whether they're trying to measure and monitor, and then trying to move in the right direction. It's almost helping them in that journey as they move towards being net zero or whatever it might be. So I think from a sustainable finance perspective, there's massive opportunity in this space. And I think, all corporates should be considering this in one form or another.
Thank you, Nigel. Heidi, can I move to you? I'm going on my screen anti-clockwise.
Perfect, Jamila. I think I would say, I think it's great that we have sustainable finance and that it is becoming mainstream. Like, I went overseas for 2 years, and to see the change in South Africa and the conversation in those 2 years was absolutely amazing. I left and I was trying to advocate for green bonds, and I came back and everybody had it at the tip of their tongues. So that's been incredible to witness. And I would say kind of the social side, I think a part that we're playing in, which in my mind is a huge part of sustainability, is really enterprise supply development. Kind of these corporates, their supply chains, if we localize those supply chains and if we help those small businesses kind of in that way, I think it's incredibly impactful in its own way and is sustainable finance in its own right. So those sorts of things, affordable housing, in my mind, that kind of really starts ticking the sustainable development side. Yeah. Because as we enhance job creation, that impacts families, that impacts lives, that's really impactful. So I would say there is things happening there which really makes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Heidi. Greg?
Thanks, Joe. My 30 seconds. So if you have a look at capital flows, I'm very encouraged that there is more money generally going towards the SDGs and climate. I think as kind of African banks, we've got a critical role to play in closing the infrastructure gap, and I think I think sustainable finance has an important role to play there as well. I guess to endorse what Nigel mentioned, I think the big challenge for us is helping our clients with their own transitions and their own ESG strategies and implementing those and providing the financial solutions to do that. And then finally, I think 3 to 5 years, the blended finance opportunities are going to be significant. And I agree with the comments that Tanya made earlier. I think there's a huge opportunity for us here, and we need to, as kind of commercial banks in this market, we need to monetize that particular opportunity. And that's the big challenge for us, in addition to helping our clients with their own strategies.
Thank you, Greg. Avana?
Sure. I think sustainable finance is going to be our lever to drive sustainable growth, especially in the context of our country. And if we can use sustainable finance in a manner that helps reduce the risk in the system, and that impact that we create actually feeds into risk mitigation, then I think we're setting ourselves up in a manner that can only allow us to flourish into the future. So it's an extremely critical lever for us to move forward in South Africa as well as Africa, and definitely to tap into those pools of liquidity and partnerships and platforms and products to ensure that we can unleash as much commercial and sustainable value and impact simultaneously.
Thank you, Ivana. Thank you very much to all our panelists today for those fantastic insights. It really does feel like we could have had a half-day session on this topic alone. But I think my parting shot is really that we need to invest in the future we want. And if we don't, the one that we're going to get is really going to be worth infinitely less. And here are our practitioners doing this. Thank you very much for joining us today. I hope you have a wonderful rest of conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Shamila and team. I was really enthused to listen to this conversation. This morning we opened up with a keynote address from the US, and the positivity in that message was wonderful to hear. It's now been followed by this discussion. Yesterday there were a number of speakers that highlighted the need for the financial sector to step up to the plate and to provide innovative financing. And I thought the message that came through very strongly to me this morning was that the market has evolved and it's going to continue to evolve, and that the instruments are becoming available, and that this is just going to continue to grow and grow and grow. The one issue we've always had in our country is a lack of supply of suitable projects to provide finance for. But I heard from the panelists this morning that supply is now strong and that it should grow, and that the huge opportunity that will present itself to us is in the transition space. Yesterday, the PCC highlighted a funding gap in South Africa of 19 billion rand per annum for the next decade at least. And that's just in the energy sector alone. When we start looking at some of the other sectors and the need for them to transition, given the intensity of our economy, I think the opportunities are going to be really significant. And I'm really pleased to hear that the financiers are there, they're on top of their game, and that we will continue to grow stronger, and that what we will start seeing is that the green sector will become the go-to sector where sustainable finance plays a dominant role in transitioning our country. So thank you all for your time. I thought it was a really great conversation. Our next keynote address this morning is on Kenya's green economy. This will be given by a remarkable young woman, Nuru Mugombi, whom I had the privilege of meeting a few years ago. She is from the Kenyan Bankers Association. She serves there as the Director of Public Affairs and is the lead on sustainable finance. Among a host of commendable achievements that she has achieved over the last number of years, these include, amongst others, some huge capacity building initiatives in both sustainable finance and SME business, digital accessibility for the disabled in Kenya, the empowerment of women through the Graça Machel Trust's New Faces, New Voices network, the design, where she sat on a working group with the Treasury to design a credit guarantee scheme for SMEs, real-time bank-to-bank payments, consumer protection. She is chair of the Eisenhower Fellowships in Kenya and a commissioner with the Ethics Commission for Cooperative Societies. Nuru was responsible for developing the green bond market in Kenya in 2016. In 2015, she became the youngest female to earn the Fellow of the Kenya Institute of Bankers designation for industry excellence and leadership. And in 2016, she was recognized by the Eisenhower Fellowships Program and US President Obama as an emerging African leader. With these few words of introduction, I hand you over to Nuru. Thank you for agreeing to be part of our conference, Nuru, and welcome.
Thank you so much, Pierre. And it's so wonderful to see you. I think the last time we saw each other, it was at the World Bank IMF spring meeting, and the world has changed since 2019, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure. And welcome, everybody. I'll be going through a few slides. I'll talk broadly about sustainable finance, and definitely I'll be touching on the green economy. But you know, you can't talk about green finance in Africa without talking about the social aspects. Of course, we know how agriculture underpins all economic activity across the continent, and agriculture doesn't happen through machines only. Human beings are involved. So you really need to speak to the social aspect of sustainable finance. So I'll be walking through that. So I would like to start with this view that COVID really pales in comparison to the full economic impact of climate change. And I want to share with you some statistics. I've been tracking various data points regarding the economic impact of climate change, particularly in Kenya. But looking globally and really then bringing it closer to home, we know that we expect about a 1 to 2.6% GDP loss annually because of climate change. Now, added to that is a further 4.4% GDP loss because of food inflation. Now, in Kenya, we've been experiencing more recurrence of drought, more heavy floods, and most recently locusts. And when you look at the locust trends, it has been tied to climate change as well. And then there are further studies that are coming out that really just talk about how, from a sovereign risk weighting perspective, sovereign rating agencies are beginning to look at climate change resilience when they are assessing sovereign risk. And climate change can actually add a further 1.17% risk to our bond yields. And then finally, from a social perspective, as I mentioned, social preparedness. So, of course, we know that there's the direct impact, right, on productivity in the agriculture sector, for example. But from a social perspective, just thinking about the whole rural-urban migrations and those patterns, are people prepared for social risks? And of course, we've seen this impact through COVID, right? We've been able to quantify that through COVID. So from a social preparedness, when it comes to climate change, volatility, it will reduce GDP growth by a further 0.6%. So when you add all the impacts, all these GDP impacts of climate change that we are anticipating when we see the full impact of global warming, the GDP impact can be as high as 8%. Now in Kenya, the GDP impact of COVID is 4.5%. So imagine we're really just trying to grapple with the fact that what we have dealt with for the past year and a half with COVID, it kind of pales in comparison to what we should be anticipating if we don't gear our economies for climate change. So I want to walk you through, since we do have this appreciation in Kenya as you do in South Africa, I want to walk you through the journey that we've been on. Some of you might know this story. Some of you, it might be new to you. And I think it's good to kind of share. And I know on the continent, we have the Ogas, right? We have our big brothers being, you know, the South African market, the Nigerian market definitely have been practicing sustainable finance. Obviously in Nigeria, catalyzed by Governor Sanusi, and in South Africa, catalyzed through, I think, the King Code, really. So of course, this is a space that we are developing as a market and really standing on the shoulders of markets like South Africa and Nigeria. So in Kenya, our journey started with defining what is sustainable finance. And we really took a pragmatic approach where the banks were heavily involved in helping us frame. And when I say us, I'm talking about the Kenya Bankers Association, helping us frame the definition of sustainable finance and really looking at the three lenses, the economic, social, and environmental. And we were very particular to look at all three lenses, not just the environmental. And I know from a developed market perspective, sustainable finance is almost synonymous with green finance. But from our perspective, the social aspect was still a key area that we felt was important for our context. We defined our priorities, 3 of them: comprehensive risk management, and of course that touches on the green aspect. Governance was a key issue for us, and I think that resonates in South Africa as well through the King Code. And then finally, what we did not see in the sustainable finance policies and principles at that time was the issue around inclusivity and innovation. And that's why we wanted to really make sure that our journey was really anchored on the local market context. And then what we took was global best practice. So we looked at the IFC standards, the UNEP-FI had done some really good work, UN Global Compact, the Equator Principles had been established for a very long time. And there were several other, of course, Nigeria, as I mentioned, the work that Governor Sanusi started, there was a huge body of work globally. But as I mentioned, what we did see, what was missing was the issue of socio-economic sustainable development. And this was, of course, before the SDGs. And we defined our 5 principles, touching on the need for financial institutions to think about financial returns, but also to recognize that economic viability does not necessarily happen just because you're posting great earnings. The second principle around innovation. The third principle is really about the comprehensive risk management. The fourth principle helped the banks think through scarcity and choice, really how they make decisions, especially from an internal perspective. What are your water policies? What are your energy policies? What are your paper policies from an institution's perspective? And then finally, governance and ethics. So these are the principles that provided the frame for the work we undertook in Kenya. Pierre talked about our capacity building program, and really this is one of our hallmarks, because really I think we really need to build capacity in our local markets in terms of really understanding and appreciating sustainable finance, again, from the local market context. I think globally, we are all aware of the narrative around sustainability and the impacts of climate change and the billions and trillions that are needed. However, when it comes to the ground, and we say in Kenya, kwa ground, when it comes to the ground, what does that mean to that cashier? What does that mean to that Treasury official? What does that mean to that finance director? So it's important to help the individual see how through their own individual role, they can help practice sustainable finance. So we deployed an e-learning platform, and at that time in 2012, we started developing it in about 2013. And by the time we launched it in 2015, there were no online training programs in Kenya. There was the UNEP-FI training, of course, and of course there were the Cambridge and Harvard University trainings, but there was no local market training. So this was an innovation of its time, and we're glad we did it, because now when everyone switched to digital e-learning because of COVID, we were already very well embedded in this practice. Our platform has reached over 36,488 bank employees so far. That's about 95% of the banking population in Kenya, the banking staff population. Of the 36,000 plus people, over 27,000 have completed the core modules. And to me, that is just so encouraging. And it tells you that regardless of what role you are, you don't have to be a high street investment banker. Regardless of what role you are, there's something you can learn, and there's something that you can do around sustainable finance. One of the key learnings from the capacity building approach to sustainable finance that we took in Kenya was that by learning, you can impact doing. So when we surveyed over 5,000 of the people who took the course, the majority of them, all the green is saying yes and absolutely. The majority of them felt that by learning, they were encouraged to start seeing how to practice sustainable finance. So capacity building, I think, is really that linchpin that can help us really accelerate the sustainable finance practice. Now, fast forward to 2020, 5 years after we launched the training, we wanted to understand 5 years later what has happened, what capacity has been built, what practice has been shaped. And we found that by building internal capacity, banks have been able to really integrate sustainability practices in a continuous improvement process and really invest in their ESG systems. 76% of the KBA members had, at the board level, conversations around sustainability by 2020. 81% of them had started developing procedures to align to climate change issues. 57% of them had already started integrated reporting. So these were some of the indicators, that proof of the pudding, to show that by building a consistent sustainable finance training program, you can actually impact on practice. We also wanted to understand how well are banks adapting and following the SDGs. And we were really happy to see that banks are embracing banks in Kenya are embracing the sustainable development goals, but at different levels, depending on their institutional bent, if you will. Industry, innovation, and infrastructure was a key thing. I think the manufacturing sector and affiliated sectors have really benefited from this. So really the issue around infrastructure and innovation is coming through. Education, gender equality is coming through. But there is some work to do around the more green assets. So issues around energy, green energy, issues around water. Definitely these are areas that we need to build alignment to the SDGs. But that said, we undertook a very interesting program, and Pierre had mentioned the Green Bond Program. So, you know, in Africa, there's nothing you can do by yourself. No one can claim that I'm the only one who enabled X, right? So my claim to fame really is that I designed the Green Bond Program and convened the partners. So this Green Bond Program is really a partnership. Started through the KBA with partnership with the Nairobi Securities Exchange, and we brought on board many partners, including the Climate Bonds Initiative, Financial Sector Deepening Africa, FMO, WWF, IFC. Multiple partners have been supporting the initiative and the work. One of the pieces of studies that was sponsored by WWF was really trying to understand what is the green financing demand, because we wanted, and Pierre, I'm happy to hear how you're saying that the assets are coming through now in South Africa, and in Kenya it's the same experience. We are able to identify more green assets, including in sectors that perhaps we never really paid attention to, including transportation. And the green demand is really growing exponentially, I think, particularly in agriculture, manufacturing, and transportation. And by helping the market understand the demand through research, and that's one of the things, and that was one of the goals of the Green Bond Program, to undertake research, to understand the pipeline and the ecosystem. We're able to help inform the market practice and incentivize really banks to start designing products and raising capital towards deploying, mobilizing this capital in these sectors. Now, there was a very interesting piece of research that was done by the National Treasury, supported by GNI Plus and the Kenya Private Sector Alliance and KBA. And what we wanted to understand is, okay, we've talked about demand, we've talked about banks moving towards this space. How much money is coming from public sector and private sector to climate-related finance? I'll walk you through these slides. I'm not sure if all the participants in this program are cited. If you're not cited, I'm sorry, I'll try my best to describe what is on the screen. But on the top left, we have a look at climate finance in Kenya in the year 2018, and looking at the domestic versus international sources of climate finance. And we find that in Kenya, the international players, and it's no surprise here, right, because of the DFIs and the sovereign investment. So the international players obviously are contributing more to the climate finance inflows. But we are seeing increased activity domestically. We also wanted to look at this climate finance. Is it going to mitigation, adaptation, or a bit of both? And we found, interestingly, the majority of the activity is going towards mitigation. So that kind of signals the market that we need to do more work in adaptation work. And then when we looked at the individual sectors, we found that there were certain sectors that were kind of like the donor darlings. Energy, for example, it's so easy to deploy the billions and trillions through energy, right? It's low-hanging fruit. It's necessary, but it's quite low-hanging fruit. But there are some more key sectors like water, which has come to the fore because of COVID, that need more climate investment. So these types of studies help inform and guide and help prioritization of where climate finance is coming from. I'm showing another slide that just speaks to how the different public and private actors have allocated. And particularly with banks, I was very happy to see that banks in Kenya had allocated 27 billion worth of climate-related finance in the year 2018. So we are finding that even though our alignment to SDGs and our activity might be a little bit low on the specific and clear and green assets, we are finding an increase. And perhaps I think there might be an issue around, can I say, definitions and tagging. I think banks are practicing green finance, but they're not calling it that. So when a client comes and says, I need some working capital, or I need some trade finance, or I need some venture capital, the client might not be describing the needs in terms of green. I need green finance. And therefore, we're not tagging and tracking these assets accordingly. So most recently, the Central Bank of Kenya issued some climate risk guidelines. And I think that, and this was last month. And I think such policy signals are really helpful because it will now help the market see the need to start tagging and tracking the brown versus the green assets. And I think you would likely find that over the years, there'll be an increase in climate aligned finance through the banking sector. Just two quick case studies. I know South Africa, you all, like I said, you're the OGAs. You've been practicing green finance for a very long time and issuance of green bonds, including through the municipal market. Our first demonstration issuance was the Acorn Green Bond. It was the first certified green bond in East and Central Africa. It was actually the first for Kenya. It was the first listed green bond, both in the Nairobi and the London Stock Exchange. It was also, we have interesting policies that we've just never implemented. For example, project bond framework and also restricted private offer framework. So this bond touched on both. So it was really a unique transaction, benefited hugely by Garantco's credit enhancement. And then also we spent about 1 year lobbying the National Assembly to introduce a tax incentive for withholding tax around green bonds. So those two levers, I would say, helped really this transaction. And it really was supported by banks. And when we looked at how this transaction was placed, we found that banks in Kenya, local banks played a key role. After DFIs, the local banks played a leading role in placement of this bond. And it was because, again, the capacity, the banks understood the transaction, they understood the need for green finance, they understood the sustainable finance story. So when this transaction came along, it moved very quickly, even though Acorn was a first-time issuer in a dead capital market. Our capital market has been very quiet for a while. Another case study is KCB. KCB is one of the larger banks in East Africa, and they recently got GCF accredited. And KCB's story is just wonderful and remarkable because the team there really have alignment from the board level all the way to the branch around sustainable finance. So the GCF accreditation made KCB the first bank in Kenya to be GCF accredited, and that was last November. And the bank was able to tap 250 million from the GCF for both climate change mitigation and adaptation for more bigger ticket transactions. Now, I want to talk about, and I'm almost done, I want to talk about the social aspect. Remember I mentioned that in Africa, you cannot talk about sustainable finance and green finance without talking about human beings, people. So one of the principles that we have, our sustainable finance principle, the second one talks about growth through inclusivity and innovation. And within inclusivity, we talk about SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises. We talk about women, gender, we talk about youth, and we also talk about PWDs, persons with disabilities. And we embarked on a very interesting study to really understand how are banks promoting accessibility for persons with disabilities. And we got several banks to be part of a pilot project, and it was just the most amazing and humbling and remarkable experience that helped us remember that we are leaving people behind. So even when we talk about green finance and decentralized models through mobile banking and deploying capital to the agriculture sector, who exactly are we deploying that capital to? And a lot of them are persons with disabilities. So really just understanding the social aspect, I think, of green finance is an important aspect that we should never forget. So I've walked you through our sustainable finance roadmap as I conclude, and I've talked about how we defined our principles and standards. I've talked about how we built industry capacity, and I've talked about how we started promoting practice, including by hosting best practice sharing. We've hosted Mongolia, we've hosted sessions, even with South Africa, and Sandra Biola, I remember, invited me to present. Maybe some of you have heard this story before. We've hosted delegations from Ghana. So really, really promoting best practice. We also have an awards program called the Catalyst Award that we introduced in 2016, just to help encourage by showing people that you're actually doing some of this work. So that's really some of the work that we are doing. And obviously, most recently is the climate risk guidelines. For all this, the Sustainable Banking and Finance Network, which Kenya Bankers Association is a member of, as is the South Africa Bankers Association, we have been classified as an advancing country. Now, I know the Kenya country report by the SBFN is about to be launched, but the global report, hopefully Pierre and the team will share it with you. It's a good window into what different countries around the world are doing around green and sustainable finance. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we all know this wonderful African saying that says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And that has been our journey in Kenya. We have gone together. We have walked lockstep with the various DFI partners, with the various organizations, with the banks, and with the market. And that has been our journey. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nuru. A really enlightening presentation. I was astounded to see the similarities between our two countries. And I guess if we had to shift from Kenya to Nigeria, we would see exactly the same all over again. And I recorded 6 similarities between our countries in terms of where we're at the moment. When you spoke about the climate finance landscape, it is... Yesterday, we saw very, very similar graphs. The challenges that you have in Kenya, the challenges we have here, your noting of the social aspects in respect of climate change and transitioning, exactly the same as South Africa. The grounding principles that you've premised your sustainable finance drive on, the need for capacity building, the focus on SDGs, the need to focus on persons with disabilities, which was a major project in our country 2 years ago. And then, of course, if you look at the guidelines that was issued in respect of climate risk, that's the equivalent of the paper that was produced by our National Treasury back in 2020. So we are neck and neck. And maybe I shouldn't be surprised, because both Kenya and South Africa, we both at an advancing stage in terms of the SBFN progression chart. So our similarities are great. I do think that there is room for increased collaboration within Africa. I think our challenges are perhaps bigger than elsewhere in the world. When the world warms by 1%, we warm by 2%. We both have the same water issues and same energy issues. So I guess one of the messages that I've taken from your address this morning is that as Africa, we need to reach out to each other and we need to support each other. So I thank you, Nuru, and a really great presentation, and thank you for your time, and thank you for being part of our conference today. Thank you. We will now go into a short break until 5 to 10 South African Standard Time. Thank you all. Welcome back, everybody. We will now jump straight into another panel discussion, which will be on sustainability reporting challenges. This discussion will be moderated by Loshni Naidu, who is a project director at the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. Loshni, I hand over to you to introduce your panelists and to take the discussion forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pia. Good morning to everyone, and welcome to this exciting panel, where we are going to discuss some of the sustainability reporting challenges. Today, I'm joined Gill Lyndhurst, who is the Executive Director, Partnership for Carbon Accounting Financials, as well as Pitso Maleleki, who is the Head Governance and Reporting Sustainability Risk at ABSA Bank. Unfortunately, Dr. Yannet Terblanche from the Head of Policy, South African Reserve Bank and Prudential Authority, as well as David Carlin from the TCFD program, from the United Nations Environment Program Financial Initiative, couldn't be with us this morning. But we do have some of their thoughts that they will be sharing through recordings. So before we get started and kicked off with an exciting panel discussion, we're going to play David's video and hear some of his thoughts on today's topic.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is David Carlin. I am the TCFD and Climate Risk Lead at UNEP-FI, which is the UN Environment Program's Finance Initiative. And over the past few years, I've led programs for nearly 100 banks and investors to help them identify, assess, manage, and disclose their climate risks. We've come up with a variety of tools and worked with a number of different partners to address some of the big challenges that institutions face when making TCFD disclosures. And given so much has come out over the past few months around disclosure mandates, around new guidance from the TCFD, I wanted to talk a little bit today about some of the challenges that institutions are presently facing, as well as in particular some of the unique challenges faced within Africa with regards to TCFD reporting. And then we can also speak a little bit about some of the solutions that cover Africa, as well as other economies and other areas that are either struggling with regulation, with data, and with disclosure. So to begin, it's relatively clear to many that the TCFD is a global standard now for climate risk disclosures. There's well over 2,000 supporters of the TCFD. There's a number of institutional supervisors and central banks that have mandated the TCFD in their jurisdictions for both financial institutions as well as for corporates. And that is likely to increase. We saw earlier this year at the G7 summit an expectation from the governor of the Banque de France that global disclosure mandates are likely. And those mandates are likely to follow the TCFD in its structure. And TCFD structure itself is expanding and evolving over time. It still sticks to its four main pillars of governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. But at the same time, it's also taken on a wider mandate by exploring both portfolio alignment as well as transition plans in its latest release just last month. What that means is that those at the TCFD who are working on this issue recognize that it's not just enough to identify and disclose risks and opportunities, but we also need to be able to align portfolios and actively support a transition. So this state is a very positive one for climate disclosures, and clearly the increasing expectations around those disclosures, both from stakeholders like investors and the public, as well as from regulators, has driven better quality disclosures. And the TCFD's own annual reports have indicated this over the years as the reports become more detailed and more advanced. However, there are still some challenges that institutions have with TCFD reporting. And I think highlighting three of them here is helpful, and also how they play out in the context of Africa is also particularly useful. I think the first is really around quantitative scenario analysis, and institutions may struggle to have the right knowledge as well as the right data and models to be able to effectively take scenarios provided by open source providers, such as those developed for the NGFS or other models such as the IEA's models, and take those models and really draw meaningful conclusions about portfolio strategy and portfolio risks. That's a step that really requires both skill building, but also having the right tools in place, both in-house or developed externally. The second piece is around standardization, and that is the recognition that disclosures, to be useful, need to be able to be comparable and standardized. And that's not always the case when it comes to many disclosures. We see not only the lengths of reports are very different, but also the level of detail, the scenarios considered, the information explored are all quite variable. And as a result, what we have is a challenge for end users in comparing these. And when we stop thinking of these reports as simply the scenarios, as simply reports, we really need to think about them as tools to help understand and make decisions around a company's readiness to seize the opportunities of climate change, as well as to manage the risks of climate change. Finally, in addition to that, is a need for better data and information, especially around emissions. And as that point around target setting and around alignment becomes more significant to the TCFD, this is an area where undoubtedly having data on your clients and having specific information about their emissions for your financed emissions is going to be notably important. Each of these problems exists within Africa, but in some ways, the unique circumstances on the continent may exacerbate the problem or make the challenge a bit bigger for institutions. When it comes to quantitative scenario analysis in Africa, a couple of the challenges include a relative lack of granularity on the part of many models. And so despite the fact that the NGFS has aimed to remedy this somewhat by downscaling their models, there's still a large number of assumptions that are necessary in order to reach the same degree of resolution and clarity that, say, the EU or North America has in its scenarios that have been provided. So figuring out how to make those assumptions is a challenge. Also, on the physical side, figuring out where to get local data from is an important challenge. Likewise, on the skills side, few institutions have released TCFD reports on the continent, and as a result, not that many have run or conducted deep and complex climate scenario analysis. That's going to need to change if the TCFD reports are going to be as useful and as detailed as they possibly can be. So one area to look for both skill building, the development, as well as the engagement with modelers is really around the quantitative scenario analysis. And then on the second point around standardization, getting to that same idea of usefulness of these scenarios to ensure that these scenarios really are useful in the disclosures and to ensure that the disclosure overall really is useful, there's a need for standardization. And as I said, because of the number of assumptions, you have a greater degree of variation in the choices being made around data, around models, around scenarios, around judgment than perhaps in other regions. Another challenge is the relative lack of regulation that many of the supervisors in Africa have not yet mandated TCFD reporting. And as a result, the TCFD pillars, the 4 pillars I've mentioned previously, and their underlying disclosures are still open to interpretation and still open to an ability to decide based on one's own opinion how to interpret. Finally, on the point of financed emissions, data continues to be a problem on the continent and continues to be a problem when it comes to collecting information from the various clients. And in many cases, what that means is that proxies as well as assumptions are necessary. And I know many others on the panel will be able to speak a little bit about how emissions can be proxied and what some of the potential work-throughs are. But this does remain a significant challenge for institutions trying to get a holistic picture of their financed emissions. Finally, what I'll say is, I think all of these challenges are significant. They're not unique to Africa, but perhaps they are more exacerbated there. And I would say, importantly, that they are also solvable. And I think a few of the things that I would like to see happen in order to make that solvable is to see greater regulatory consistency, especially for those regulators that are part of the NGFS, to take the lead from other NGFS institutions in both developing a working knowledge of climate scenarios, but also setting expectations around their use in analysis. I think also setting mandates that are for disclosures that are in line with the TCFD is a particularly helpful step that regulators can take. From a financial institution side, I think building skills through capacity building programs, such as the TCFD programs that UNEP-FI has run, as well as through readiness programming with the Green Climate Fund, are ways to ensure that institutions have the right skills to be successful in this disclosure and assessment work. And then finally, the last thing I'll say is on the data side, really looking at this data and thinking about what are the new tools, what are the new data sets and new technologies, whether they be AI and remote sensing, or whether they be simply new collection systems for client data, are all going to play a major role. And starting to build that data infrastructure and architecture to get the information you need is going to be all the more important as requirements and expectations rise in the coming years. So I just wanted to thank you for having me here, and I very much look forward to a great workshop and great conference with you. Thank you.
That was quite a comprehensive presentation from David. So Giel, I'd like to start with you. David's outlined quite a few challenges and potential solutions. So there's been a lot of activity around sustainability reporting. And based on your experience, and if I could ask, if you could start from a PCAF lens and then maybe move to a broader sustainability perspective, what are some of those reporting challenges that you've seen, similar, different to what David has outlined and experienced? I'll hand it over to you, Giel. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so indeed, from a PCAF point of view, and well, we are a global collaboration of financial institutions. Currently, over 180 financial institutions around the globe are part of PCAF, helping each other to measure and disclose the emissions related to their loans and investments. And we have seen a tremendous growth globally on, well, on the one hand, on more harmonization. And that's, I think, key, because we had many different standards out there. If you already look at sustainability reporting frameworks, there were about 4 frameworks out there, but also due to the IFRS and the new International Sustainability Standards Board, we see a lot of convergence in the market for more harmonized standards. And that's I think, crucial, because we need to get to one overall framework for well, measuring climate risks and disclose them. And then PCAF plays a key role there when it comes, especially for financial institutions. And most of the sustainability reporting standards, of course, also cover corporates. But there was a lack also, lack in detail of the greenhouse gas protocol when it comes down to how do financial institutions measure and disclose the emissions related to their portfolio. And that's what PCAF has done to indeed help harmonize the way financial institutions measure and disclose. And we were quite successful in developing the first ever standard for measuring and disclosing emissions. And that standard is also now integrated into the TCFD. So the TCFD has decided in its recent report to ask financial institutions to report on their emissions based on the PCAF standard. So also there you see that through our work and the integration into the TCFD, and the TCFD will be a major pillar in the International Sustainability Standard Board, you see that more and more gets harmonized. And I think that's really crucial. Also, what I see is that many financial institutions are also pledging for net zero goals or high level goals. And that's also, I think, needed to also align those type of metrics like PCAF has been developing, to align those metrics also with scenario analysis, like David has been mentioning, in order to set targets and to develop strategies. And I see also with the whole Glasgow financial lines for net zero, which is backed by almost 500 financial institutions globally, you see also that there is great momentum to collaborate and to also connect all these type of initiatives with each other, so that the metrics that are being built are connected to target setting, to strategy development, etc. So I think overall, I'm very positive about global momentum, and also, of course, also the collaboration and the willingness to collaborate, because this is not a competitive space we're in.
Thank you for that, Giel. I'm going to pick on some of the points that you have raised in a moment, but I do want to go to Pits to get him to weigh in on his thoughts and opinions around some of the main reporting challenges that they face as an organization. And Pitso, if you could also elaborate a little on how APSA responds to some of these reporting challenges.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Roshni. I think from APSA's perspective, what we've battled with largely is the data and the collections thereof. I think that is the key message that we're trying to put out there. The data that formulates the reporting from TCFD perspective is not as mature as we would expect it to be at this point in time. And so how we are addressing that from our perspective, we have started collating this data. At this point in time, I won't go as advanced as David has called the remote sensing and the other technologies. We're not there yet. So we are building momentum in terms of manual sort of collection of data from our clients at this point in time. And so the ambition is over time, we'll get to a level where we've got a subset of data that we can use for reporting on our clients. So that is the approach that we are taking. We also in-house building systems, and I think David touched on that as well. And data mart, data lakes, you can call them different names if you want. We are building the systems to collect this data about our portfolio. A lot of challenges that we're facing while we are doing that is to get the external data. That is how, like, for instance, emission data for our clients. That is a big challenge. And I think going forward, we might need to employ the same strategies that David has mentioned in terms of artificial intelligence to gather this data, or even remote sensing, so that we can bring that data into our repository. So that is the sort of approach that we are taking. And it is a journey, I must say, but I think in time we will get there. I think in the next 2 or 3 years, when we do have this conversation again, and then I'll say we've got at least 50% of a clean data that we can use for TCFD reporting. So that is sort of the approach on our side. And I'll pause there.
Thank you for that, Pitso. Giel, maybe I want to pick up on Pitso's start around data, because, I mean, you've also mentioned data in your response. Yep. And you talked about, the potential standardization and the movements of all these frameworks and guidance and things that are coming out there. If you could elaborate a little bit more, if you don't mind, in terms of, well, how can we accelerate better data that's usable and useful for institutions and countries as well.
Yeah, I see two components here that are I think, key. One is in the PCAF standard, we have also integrated a data quality scoring. And that seems to be a very valuable instrument for also making efforts efficient from financial institutions to target the right improvements in their data sets. Because if you start to measure your emissions related to your loans and investments, then of course, like David was saying, there are already data sets out there with proxies, average data per sector, also for Africa. There are quite some input-output databases available, and also within PCAF we have a database that supports financial institutions with the measurement. But that is all sector level proxies. So that starts just with, well, what is my exposure to this specific sector? And then you apply an emission factor on a sector level to get to a first high level estimate. But that is low quality data, of course. But scoring that data according to the PCAF scoring system, it will get a 5. But it might be that for some larger clients, or for especially also, for instance, project level. So if you do project finance, you have often better data. And that's scored with a 2, or can even be a score of 1, the top quality. But by implementing next to the data collection on emissions, also adding this data quality score, that will help to focus, you could say, because financial institutions can then understand which parts of their portfolio have high emissions. So where are the hot spots, I would say, in financial greenhouse gas inventory? And then when the hotspots have poor data, then that's where to focus. And often that's really specific sectors where you have high exposure. And knowing that will probably also help financial institutions to start targeting only those type of sectors, those type of industries, because they dominate the overall picture of your portfolio. And that of course can differ. Financial institutions differ. So some might have large exposure to real estate. Others might have large exposure to specific heavy emitting industries. But understanding that from an initial screening point of view is key, and then data can drive up to higher levels with a focused effort. The other point I wanted to make is I think data improvement is only feasible through collaboration. Because the whole transition is about collaboration. You need to collaborate with your clients. But I think you can also find new ways of collaboration. And I see that in the PCAF network already evolving, where financial institutions, for instance, collaborate with National Bureau of Statistics, or with even grid operators or utilities, to see if they can get access to this type of data. Because I'm convinced that the data is out there, but the financial institutions don't have access to it. Because in most cases, this data is linked to energy emissions. Emissions data is to a large extent connected to energy consumption. And when you get access to energy consumption, and well, we all get an energy bill, then you could get also a first estimate on the emissions. So finding ways to work together with other stakeholders like utilities, grid operators, National Bureau of Statistics to get access to this type of information, I think is key. And that's also what is happening within the PCAF network.
That's lovely to hear, Gil. Before we get to Janet's video, Pitso, can I ask you to weigh in on collaboration from a South African context with the financial institutions? Would that assist? Are there activities, projects, processes, forums, whatever, in place to assist with the collaborating to improve accessibility to the data and the usefulness of data?
Yes, of course. I think that is a very good point that Jill is making there. It's often difficult to even know where to get this data from. So from my perspective, Jill has mentioned two places where we can source the data. And then where I'm sitting is I might know both of them, or even, at least I'll know one. So how we approach it, we know, very little in South Africa, for instance. We've got CSIR and some other academic institutions who are collating this data. And we often use them to access the data, but at a cost. So, even the cost is not that cheap to access the data as well. So I think collaboration will be key. From the financial industry to collaborate to assist each other. So that if you know that there is a database about emissions for listed companies in South Africa, for instance, and where can we get that? And I think BASA, I think in the BASA calls that we have on every Friday, if that can come forward to say, okay, guys, we sort of know that there is some level of data, even if it's not a complete one, that we can source, and that can assist FIs to report. I think that will help in a great deal. So then I agree that collaboration and knowledge sharing and amongst I won't say the entire financial institution for now. Then I'll just look at the wider BASA amongst the banks in South Africa, to have those discussions in those calls. I think that will assist a lot to get the data that is available out there.
No, that's great. Thanks so much, Pitso. So, gentlemen, we're going to pause here for a moment and move over to Janet's video, where we will listen to some of the thoughts that Janet wanted to share with us around some of the reporting challenges. So if we could please play Janet's video. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Janette Terblanche, and I am from the Prudential Authority, and I head up the policy division. So, in terms of the topic that we've been allocated in this conference, from our perspective, we are currently looking at disclosure in the financial sector in South Africa, and we are actually already disclosing. Unfortunately, all the organizations who are disclosing at the moment are doing it in their own format, in their own way, and it is actually not really comparable. There is a risk that organizations are only disclosing what makes them look good to investors and not actually what the true picture is. From our perspective as the Reserve Bank and as the Prudential Authority, we do see sustainability and sustainable finance more broadly as a strategic imperative. From the Reserve Bank side, we have established a strategic climate change program, and the Prudential Authority has established our Prudential Authority Climate Think Tank. From our side, as the Prudential Authority, we are working with National Treasury, industry, international standard-setting bodies, and others to address sustainable finance more broadly, and particularly then reporting of sustainable finance. So the work is not happening in isolation. This is a banking conference, so all of the participants would be familiar with the Basel framework and that it has more or less 3 pillars. I'm not going to go into the details of that. But essentially, Pillar 1 is capital, Pillar 2 is risk management and supervision, and Pillar 3 is disclosure. So from the PA side, we are currently running a project on Pillar 2, and we are developing a set of indicators which could then be used by both us as a supervisor and by the industry in the longer term. The Pillar 1 and 3 requirements will form part of projects which are further down the pipeline for us at the moment. A further aspect of our response is the liaison with international bodies and organizations such as the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, the International Association of Insurance Supervisors, the Financial Stability Board, World Bank, IFC, IMF, and others. So we are actively participating in many international fora where international standards are being developed. One aspect of this is then disclosure on sustainability. The PA is actively involved in many of these international initiatives. So for banks, the impact will be similar to any other major change that we have seen from the international standard setting bodies. For example, those of you who've been around a little bit longer in the banking industry would remember that when we introduced operational risk into the Basel framework, Basel III, and then the implementation of the effective reform package, which by the way is still being implemented, after the 2008 global financial crisis. So you would know that these are big changes and that there is a lot of industry involvement and engagement in getting to the ultimate regulatory framework and the regulatory requirement. If history is any prediction of the future, banks are likely going to have to include sustainability in their risk frameworks, ultimately hold capital against it, and disclose sustainability initiatives or exposures on the banking books and maybe even in the trading books. But the work on this still needs to happen. It is important to have comparability between, for instance, banks or insurers or other organizations. This assists not only in, supervising banks, but also it assists investors and depositors in picking which bank to put their money in. It's likely that we will see guidelines or regulatory requirements which will determine the level of disclosure in order to get to that comparability. With the establishment of the ISSB, or the imminent establishment thereof, it is also possible that the requirements in terms of sustainability reporting may become as detailed as our IFRS requirements, which we are all currently adhering to. Comparability of data and information has been one of the main criticisms leveled at sustainability reporting. So, from a regulator's perspective, access to data appears to be a significant challenge in this initiative or in the disclosure initiatives. The solution is probably to be found in accessing data in other jurisdictions with, for example, comparable weather patterns, and then base our modeling on that and augment our data on such data set, by such data sets. So, from our perspective, we look forward to further engagements with industry in developing a comprehensive sustainable finance framework, which includes disclosures for South Africa. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Jeanette has raised and echoed quite a number of sentiments that both of you have actually discussed in your responses. The one I do want to pick up on is the comparability aspect again. And if we look at it, and as Jeanette and everybody else has mentioned, there's been quite a lot of challenges, movement in the sustainability reporting space with the formation of the different standards boards and guidance and things that are coming out. And we've seen that in jurisdictions, there are bodies that are creating specific frameworks. So, for example, in South Africa, there is an EU green taxonomy that's being developed and rolled out. So we do see jurisdictions tailoring some of these global standardizations to be more specific for their areas. Now, the question that I have for both of you is, and it centers around comparability, what is this going to mean where we take these global standards, tweak them to suit our jurisdiction, our context? How does this lend itself? How is this going to support or not support consistency of the reporting and comparability of the reporting. So Pitso, if you don't mind, we can start with you. Or did I just...
No, thank you. Thank you, Loshni. Yeah, I think comparability is crucial when it comes to reporting. And again, applying these global standards into our, I'll just call it home then, but that is an African continent. And that also can be challenging. And we often rely on mostly European or American companies or banks that have issued their reports. And then I'll reference one example, the Bank of England as an example, whereby how we approach our reporting, we often look at those kind of reporting, like Bank of England has issued in the TCFD or even in stress testing approaches, and try to bring that at home. And we find that at some point it becomes a bit of a challenge for us because they a little bit mature than us. And we know that as a continent, we still lagging behind in most of these things. So that becomes a challenge when we try to compare to, let's say, what the Arab bank is doing on the other side. I think the key point here that we need to take is, as a banking association in South Africa, we need to look at home first and align amongst ourselves. And once we get that right, and then we can improve by looking outside and applying those other techniques from other countries or other continents. So that would be my my key message in terms of comparability. Let's compare apples to apples. We look at home first, and then post that we can look outside and see how can we improve based on the maturity of other countries abroad. Thank you.
I really like that, Pitso. It means we've got to collaborate and engage with each other a lot more than we have been doing in the past, I guess. So thank you for sharing that. Giel, if you want to weigh in with your thoughts around the topic.
Yeah, so reaching comparability, to my opinion, requires two things. One is really deep understanding and adoption of methodologies to measure. And we see that still some frameworks are quite general in nature, so that leaves a lot of interpretation open for the user to implement it, and that leads to non-comparability. And that's where PCAF has been focusing on, to make methods really detailed, so that on an asset class level, so if you measure a mortgage or you measure a business loan or you measure project finance and emissions related to that, that you have all the same method to apply. Because initially we saw multiple methods being used, and that led to incomparability. So clear understanding of the method to apply is needed, and often methods need to be adopted to the local context. So I think that's what, of course, can happen. But to get to detailed method is key, and also comparability of data is key. So you can still apply a method and use different type of data sets, and then you get to different results. So I think also getting to harmonized data sets and data processes to collect those is key, and that can only be done through collaboration and sharing best practices and sharing this type of data among the financial sector in Africa.
One of the topics that has come through in quite a few of this is also about mandating the reporting in jurisdictions. So, Giel, based on maybe just building on your response, do you think making climate reporting, sustainability reporting mandatory globally in all jurisdictions, would that solve certain challenges? Would it solve all the problems? Or do you think there's a whole lot of other challenges and we're just opening a can of worms?
No, I think what I see also in many jurisdictions is that indeed mandatory disclosure of corporates, so your clients, is key because you need the data from your clients. So, well, first of all, I think mandatory disclosure should be in place for corporates to disclose, and then also the format they should disclose it should be clear, and it should all be in the same way. But next to that, I think, and that builds also on Pitso's remark on the cost, I think also this data should flow in an open source database. Because if that is not fixed, then this data is still hard to get to, or you have to buy it from a commercial provider that has collected it. So there should be a whole data system around it to capture that data in open system that can be accessed by financial institutions.
Pitso, your thoughts on mandatory reporting?
Yeah, I think I will echo Giel's points there. But I think for us as financial institutions to have a better reporting and that is comparable and transparent, we require our clients to also report. For instance, if I'm in my portfolio, I'm sitting with 50 clients that are not reporting, and then I won't have that information for the bank to report on. So the mandatory reporting, I think, is key and is crucial. It doesn't just assist the financial institutions, but it also assists the clients that we be serving as well. So that is my take on it, and so it's both ways. It's a win-win kind of situation.
Thanks so much, Pitso. We're coming towards the very end of our session, and there's so many more questions that I did want to pose to both Pitso and Giel, but I think we've got time for just final thoughts that you'd like to leave our attendees with. Giel, if we can start with you, just any final thoughts that you have.
Yeah, again, I'd like to welcome every financial institution to join PCAF, and PCAF is an open network. It's free to join. There are no costs involved. You get even free support to measure. So we do some capacity building with you in-house workshops, and you get access to the database to start up the measurement. So I would really welcome every financial institution in Africa to be part of our network and collaborate with other financial institutions in Africa to start up the measurement and disclosure of finance emissions.
Thank you so much, Giel. Pitso, final words from you, please.
On my side, I think there are key words that has been shared in this session. I think the first one is comparability. So I think us as financial institutions, we need to be comparable when we report out there. I think that is something that we can work better on. And then the second one will be the accessibility of data. So that is my cry where I'm sitting now, that we don't have access to this data, and it's costing us a lot. And if we try to access it, if if that process can be made a little bit easier for FIs to access this data, I think we can improve a lot in terms of our reporting. So that would be my final thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pitso and Giel, for joining us today. This has been such a great discussion. There's so many more topics, questions that I had for both of you, but thank you again for joining us, and we will hand over back to Pierre. Thank you, bye.
Thank you, Lashni, and thank you to the panelists this morning. It was really great to have some international heavyweights on our panel who could actually guide us in terms of the global frustrations that have been experienced around data. You know, I heard words such as the need for standardization of assumptions, the need for comparability. Giel spoke about harmonization and convergence. And I think we've seen a lot of that already within our own country. And I heard Pitso say that there is no data out there. It's actually not true. As a country, we just need to start pulling it all together. Our Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment already has a carbon budget in place for your big emitters in South Africa, and they are compelled to provide their emissions into the department. A complication, they provide it at a group level as opposed at a company level because they believe by disclosing it at company or outlet level, you actually give away competitive information. But somewhere we're going to bridge this gap. I think that global convergence is already starting to happen, and it's happening very quickly. This morning in our opening address, we heard how fast the world has moved in terms of climate change since the Paris Climate Conference back in 2015 and what's been achieved since then. My sense is we're probably 2, maybe 3 years away before we achieve what Pitso has been calling for. I think cost, access are critical issues. But on a positive note, Pitso, we are in the process of creating a task group, which is within the Climate Risk Forum, specifically with our Prudential Authority. Our Prudential Authority is already starting to work. Janette, you listened to her this morning, has already created scenarios for drought and flood within the insurance sector. And we're now moving across to the banking sector. So I would hope that you actually join our little task group that we do create when we do engage with the Prudential Authority, because I think that's the opportunity for us to flesh out what our needs are and how we actually align to global standards. And when I listen to Giel talking about the FSB has already endorsed PCAF, we really need to build on those foundations that are out there already rather than to duplicate. And to move in our own direction, which again creates the same problem that we already identified right up front, which was already identified by David right up front in this discussion around the need for convergence and standardization. So my sense is that 2-3 years from now, we can actually expect that convergence to be in place, that those strong standards will come through not only for the financial sector, but also for our customers, because it's absolutely critical that we get data in and that we can place reliance on the integrity of that data coming in from our customers. So I think this has been a really valuable discussion. I think it's an area that is really fast moving. I think those banks that haven't started moving towards actually collecting that data and moving towards the disclosure are going to find themselves caught short. So I thank you all for your time this morning. It's really been an interesting conversation for me, and to Giel and to David, our global heavyweights, and to Lashni for moderating this little session so well, and then Pitso on his side as well as Janette. I thank you all and have a good day further. Our next keynote speaker is well known to most of you. He is Vukile Davidson from National Treasury, where he serves as Chief Director for Financial Markets and Stability. Having begun his career in financial markets within Standard Bank's investment banking division, he moved on to National Treasury, and while at the National Treasury, he has worked on various key financial sector legislative reforms, including South Africa's resolution framework, as well as working on policy issues as diverse as climate change and financial innovation. Vukile has also worked at the Financial Stability Board in Basel in Switzerland on topics which include challenges facing SMEs and addressing the decline in correspondent banking services, with a specific focus on the Americas, the Middle East, North Africa, and Asia. Vukile has an MSc in Development Economics and Finance from the University of London. Most of you would know Vukile from being our chair of our Climate Risk Forum, where the financial sector, our regulators, National Treasury, and key state departments are all partnering to implement the recommendations as contained in the 2020 National Treasury Financing a Sustainable Economy technical paper is concerned. Vukile will discuss the Climate Risk Forum in more depth in his delivery this morning. Over to you, Vukile.
Thanks, Pierre, for that generous opening and introduction. I just maybe would start my remarks by the usual sort of disclosures and just to say that the comments I'll make today are not to be necessarily assigned to National Treasury, the Minister of Finance, or the South African government, but represent my own comments. Okay, so the climate crisis is a consequence of our past economic activities and paradigms. These include past allocations of capital and the returns that they generated. Our ability to meet the challenge of a carbon-neutral future necessary to stave off catastrophic climate change will therefore lie in how we rearrange future economic activities, how we account for externalities contributing to the destruction of the climate, and how we account for risk inherent in assets subject to policy changes to meet the climate crisis. National Treasury is leading in this policy challenge. Most advanced is our work as it relates to the carbon tax, which will contribute to reducing externalities related to the destruction of the common good of a livable climate. The financial sector policy work, although behind, is progressing quickly to ensure investors understand how their investments are at risk from a changing climate, as well as providing a framework to invest in the assets necessary to transition the economy to government's stated net zero target. Simply put, the aim is to close the gap between social and financial returns, what we generally call sustainable growth. The sustainable growth that the transition to net zero can provide will also provide significant benefits to the broader economy. The shift will require huge capital investment. It will be jobs heavy, and it will facilitate innovation, all aspects that are consistent with government economic policy and what the broader economy requires. To capture the benefits and manage the risk, we need two fundamental things. The first, reporting and disclosure. What gets measured gets managed. Climate change represents a unique challenge for reporting and is unlike other risks in that we cannot rely on the experiences of the past. They're also likely to be non-diversifiable, highly correlated, and subject to tipping points, meaning things could get really bad at the same time in many places. The gold standard in disclosure was created by the Task Force for Climate for climate-related financial disclosures. Working together with the Financial Stability Board. A consistent, comparable, and comprehensive description of the carbon intensity of firms' activities and investments is a fundamental building block to the transition of the economy to a net zero future. The G20 has recognized the importance of the TCFD framework, with many countries moving towards mandatory reporting, including peers like Brazil and the United Kingdom. This work needs to be supported by work happening at the International Financial Reporting Standards Foundation on a common reporting framework. Specifically, the IFRS Foundation is looking to establish an International Sustainability Standards Board to develop this global standard. The G20 countries, as well as the FSB countries, have welcomed the IFRS work program. The IFRS will work to build on the recommendations set out by the TCFD, which has widely been accepted as the international best practice. On taxonomies to provide returns, which is the second fundamental pillar, the requirement is to mobilize financial resources to transition the economy to a net zero future. To unlock sustainable finance, we need common definitions of taxonomies for the activities that contribute to climate goals and mitigate the risks of greenwashing. The general need for these taxonomies means that we're unlikely to have a single global taxonomy, given that many countries will be looking to develop taxonomies at the same time, although clearly this would be the most efficient outcome. But as more jurisdictions develop their own taxonomies, we, together with G20 countries, are working to ensure that they are compatible and interoperable. Otherwise, cross-border green finance flows will be severely constrained, fragmented, and risk not achieving the meaningful change required. This principles-based approach is evident in the EU-China common taxonomy that is being developed, which will provide a useful basis for the interoperability required at the global and regional levels. This will support economies which are at different stages of the journey towards net zero, especially emerging economies like South Africa, where the transition issues are more complex given their stage of development and available resources. Policy in South Africa is already moving in recognition of the need to mobilize finance and address the risks from the transition to net zero. In the National Treasury's technical paper, we sought to do the following. The first was to define sustainable finance for all parts of the South African financial sector, including banking, retirement, insurance, asset management, and the capital markets. The second is to take stock of global and national financial sector policy, regulatory and industry action taken to date in dealing with environmental and social risks and opportunities. Third, identify market barriers to sustainable finance and the implementation of environmental and social risk management best practices. Lastly is to identify gaps in the existing regulatory framework and recommend actions required by regulators, financial institutions, and industry associations like BASA. To address those topics and working with industry and other social partners, National Treasury has established 5 working groups, including 2 dedicated to the challenges I've outlined earlier of reporting and taxonomies. The establishment of these working groups, form part of the key recommendations of the technical paper. The work of the 5 working groups is coordinated by a Climate Risk Steering Forum, made up of industry, public sector, and stakeholder participants, as I've said, and chaired by National Treasury. There are several key recommendations, and I'm just going to go through at a high level what these are. The first is that regulators and industry to co-develop or adopt technical guidance, standards, and norms for the use across the financial sector in identifying, monitoring, and reporting and mitigating environmental and social risks, including climate-related risks at portfolio and the transaction level. These should include environmental and social risk management frameworks and use a science-based methodology and the incorporation of the recommendations of the TCFD. Second, develop a benchmark of climate risk scenarios for the use of stress tests in the sector. Third, develop or adopt a domestic taxonomy for green, social, and sustainable finance initiatives. Excuse me. Fourth, include disclosure of progress in environmental and social risk management, including climate risks, in supervision activities carried out by the Prudential Authority and the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. Additionally, incorporate voluntary codes of principles or acknowledge benchmarks for good practice into regulatory regimes. Sixth, work with the Institute of Directors, Trustees, professional and other industry associations, as well as academic institutes, to build governing body capacity and fit for purpose skills necessary for the identification and management of long-term risks and sustainability challenges. 7 is to build capacity across the sector and implementing arms of government, particularly at the local government level, to ensure environmental and social risks are addressed within local infrastructure, development planning, capital raising, and insurance planning. And this also extends to our international development finance institutions with whom we are working. Lastly, is to finalize an action plan to give effect to the recommendation using a technical working group comprised of the regulators and industry representatives, of which I've already outlined. I'll now briefly touch on the next outputs of the Climate Risk Forum, which will be the Green Taxonomy paper, and later a Climate Risk Disclosure paper both to be published in early 2022. Firstly, the taxonomy paper, which is an initial step focusing on green investments, will be a green finance taxonomy, will set out a classification system or catalog that defines a minimum set of assets, projects, activities, and sectors that are eligible to be defined as green in line with international best practices and national priorities as defined in government policy. It could be used by investors, issuers, and other financial sector participants to track, monitor, demonstrate the credentials of their green activities in a more confident and efficient way. In future, the working group will work to develop more granular criteria, including metrics and thresholds, to help operationalize the classification system. We hope to broaden and embed the use of the taxonomy in line with what is happening in other jurisdictions, ensuring the interoperability I mentioned earlier. Karen will later speak on some of the more onto the details relating to the disclosure work, which we also hope to publish. So I won't take up too much time on that. But let me end my remarks by stating the obvious. We have not and are not doing enough. The banking sector has not done enough, and policy is not moving fast enough to address climate-related risks. Having said that, and importantly, what the technical paper does not do is lead the policy discussion. To be clear, the tools we are developing are in support of government-determined policy and are not designed to lead it. Future regulatory instruments integrating climate-related risks will reflect government policy, the most clear of which is our stated commitment to a net zero carbon goal by 2050. Thank you.
Thank you, Vakile. What gets measured gets managed. I think Vakile started with those words, and I think it leads on from the discussions that we were having in our previous session. He also spoke about the convergence that is taking place. He spoke about the IFRS and the standardization which is coming in respect of TCFD. The need for reporting, which both the G7 and the G20 both recognize as an essential, And then the need for the creation of taxonomies. And as you heard from Vakile, there's a lot of work taking place in that area at the moment. Our green taxonomy will be open for public commentary within the next 2 months. And that we will work towards creating a climate risk disclosure taxonomy for reporting purposes by 2022. So there's a lot happening in this space. I would just say to everybody that is participating in the Climate Risk Forum and in the working groups, that the work that you have done and the achievements that have been made over the last 18 months are absolutely significant. 2 weeks ago, I was asked to represent South Africa. Vakile couldn't make it on the day. Where we had a panel discussion on progress being made. And you will hear later this afternoon how South Africa has progressed significantly over the last 18 months. And much of that can be attributed to our Climate Risk Forum. So those of you that are not involved in the Climate Risk Forum and in the working groups, I would urge you to reconsider, because this is where the action is. This is where it's all going to be developed. And I think at the end of the day, the approach that National Treasury has taken, where we are partnering as a financial sector, as regulators, as key state departments, with their chairing this forum, is achieving so much more, because we are able to put a number of good heads together and come up with what I think is going to be a unique and framework, which will be the envy of many, many countries around the world. So Vakile, from our side, thank you very, very much. I do appreciate you taking time out today, out of your busy schedule, to come and present to us. We now go into another discussion with a keynote speaker, and that will be Karen Ireton, who many of you will also know. Karen is currently a sustainability consultant, where her clients include blue chip companies, the World Bank, and the International Finance Corporation. She chairs the Climate Risk Forum's working group on disclosure. Karen has worked with a number of leading financial institutions in Southern and West Africa, as well as at the United Nations Environment Programme Finance Initiative, where she also served as co-chair. She was responsible for drafting the first draft of the Principles for Responsible Banking. During her corporate career, she held executive sustainability roles at Standard Bank, Anglo American, and at Eskom. In her address, Karen will address regulation, disclosure, and international trends. I'll hand you over to Karen. Thank you, Karen, for coming in here today.
Hi, morning everybody, and it's really nice to be presenting at the BASA conference, but I must express my disappointment. Here I hope to be able to feed off the energy of all of you who I've worked with over the last number of years, and what do I find? A very handsome group of techies, Pierre and Yassine, but none of you. So let me express my disappointment. Thanks to the previous speakers, all of whom have taken most of my material, so you're going to hear a lot of duplication. But I think the issue of disclosure and regulation and what's happening internationally are very pertinent to this point in time. So I've got some slides, but I'm not going to focus hugely on the slides. I'm really going to talk to you a little bit more. And I want to stress, although I co-chair the disclosure working group with Shrilan Naidu of the FSCA, and I've worked very closely with National Treasury on the technical paper and the work of the Climate Risk Forum since then, I do not speak for the regulators. If you want the word of the regulators, you have to get it from them themselves, but I can give you my thoughts and my opinions on where we're heading in this direction. So, as Vakile has just reminded us, this started with the National Treasury paper, which was produced in draft last year in the middle of COVID. And remarkably, even with the constraints that COVID pushed upon us, and perhaps because of the constraints that COVID pushed upon us, we've made absolutely remarkable progress since then. We've now published the final version of the technical paper, and as Vukile indicated in his keynote, we set up 5 working groups under the Climate Risk Forum that dealt with the issues of taxonomy, scenarios, sustainable finance, disclosure, capacity and competency. And although originally that disclosure working group was heavily focused and remains heavily focused on TCFD, the nuancing of that is in the comments obtained on the draft version of the technical paper. It became very clear that stakeholders wished us not to stop at TCFD and signaled to Treasury that the economic and financial consequences of nature-based risks and other aspects of ESG should not be forgotten. So the disclosure working group, the change to a disclosure working group, is a reflection of that. Over the year, we've had a number of capacity building and competency building events. Those have given us a lot of depth we didn't have at the start of this process, but there's hugely more to do. So if we look at the presentation, I'm going to speak to the TCFD principles. For some of you, that's old hat. We're not going to dwell on it. I'm going to talk about this movement from voluntary to regulatory, and whether regulation is the way to go. Going to look at some of the most significant developments internationally and what are the challenges that regulators face. Was also asked to weigh in on the topic of whether TCFD should be adapted or adopted. What does it mean for comparability? And then I'm going to talk to the minimum guidance principles. I think I've got that wrong. The principles for minimum guidance for disclosure and where we are with that process, and then a little bit on after TCFD, where to from here. So don't need to remind all of you, TCFD is built around the 4 pillars: governance, strategy, risk management, metrics and targets, and ending in disclosure. And the reason that this is so powerful is it's the way we manage businesses. It's all about how you manage a financial institution. You set up your governance frameworks, indicating accountabilities, indicating policies, processes, etc. You set your strategy, or you should set your strategy, and you test your strategy regularly for risks and opportunities. What we haven't seen before, and what TCFD emphasizes in a way that few other reporting frameworks or reporting guidances have emphasized, is looking at what these risks do to your strategy and asking you to disclose them. The whole risk management process, what you use, how you use it, how you set it up, how you test it, and then the metrics and targets. And we've heard a lot in the panel discussion about the challenges of metrics and targets. And while the data is absolutely critical, what I would argue is that it's not just the data that people want. What they want to hear articulated is the judgment call of the leadership of your financial institution. So a word of warning to those of you who think you can just hand over this document to your usual report writers and say, go ahead and make a TCFD report and make it look very pretty and make it look quite impressive. It's not about that. It's about how are you leading in this field, not leading as in I'm better than so-and-so, but how are you leading internally? What guidance and processes do you have? What judgment calls are you making? Backed up by data. And the data obviously needs to be there to back up those judgment calls. But you don't only make judgment calls when you have perfect data. So I won't go into that. It's very much old hat. But I also want to emphasize that different from other reporting frameworks, this is about the financial impact. The financial impact externally, what is the impact in the market of climate change, and then what does it do to you as a financial institution, as a company, as an investable or, institution. And also, if you look at it from the perspective of central banks or national regulators, what they're looking at is what is the aggregated impact? Does the financial system have the resilience to hold up in the face of all of these risks? Vakili has also spoken about the opportunities that present themselves. So really, if there's one area that the TCFD and the CDSB, the Carbon Disclosure Standards Board teams will tell you is some of the weaknesses are in this area, the red ring area of what is actually happening financially. And while those tools are not there yet, the work we've done in the Disclosure Working Group indicates that the existing IFRS standards are usable and helpful in trying to turn some of these projected impacts into financial considerations using existing IFRS standards. There's obviously the original recommendations, there's supplemental guidance, a lot of that focused around the financial sector. But if one looks at the TCFD year report, you start to see some really interesting pictures, and you start to see why TCFD remains one of the most powerful instruments we have in understanding corporate exposure to climate change. It now has 2,600 plus supporters. Those are organizations that have actively taken the effort to sign up as a supporter. You don't have to sign up as a supporter, so one can expect that there are many more organizations using TCFD in various forms, but actually the numbers are phenomenal. 89 countries and jurisdictions exposed to this, $194 trillion in assets, and the important one, 8 jurisdictions where they have already declared that the TCFD framework will form part of their aligned official READ mandatory reporting requirements. New Zealand, a leader in the field, passed its first climate change disclosure law, focused heavily on financial firms, and in New Zealand's case, interestingly, state-owned enterprises that were financial or vaguely financial, and the listed companies. They took it from a survey a couple of years ago through a solid consultation process, and over the last year have taken it through the parliamentary process. So it's had its second reading. It is now formally a law in New Zealand. But many others will follow very quickly. We know the European Union is powering ahead in terms of developing their sustainability reporting standards, including a carbon-related process or a climate-related reporting requirement that will be TCFD aligned. This corporate reporting standard will be going through the European parliamentary process over 2022 and the beginning of 2023. They will have a consultation period in the first half of next year, and then we'll go into more proposals on the adoption of standards and sector-specific guidance. As I said, TCFD remains one of the foundations of their work, and they are in consultation with the IFRS and the International Sustainability Standards Board and the Value Reporting Foundation. All of this alphabet soup is not particularly helpful, which is why there is a global call for an international sustainability standard. Sometimes I think we need to take the ego out of it because actually there are quite good standards already there. The IFRS has declared and the ISSB has declared that they will try not to reinvent wheels, that they will work off the foundations that currently exist. We have to hold them to that because quite honestly, the intellectual property and the effort that has gone into developing what currently exists needs to be acknowledged because the science doesn't change. What we need to do is make sure that we close gaps, that we refine and improve, not reinvent. In the last week or so, we've had the IFRS issue their climate-related disclosures prototype. I'll speak to that in a moment. And so what this trend and this sort of energy that's happening is starting to signal that we're moving quite fast from a voluntary, go down the TCFD route, it's voluntary, never really was all that voluntary, but classified as voluntary, to major developments taking place internationally. The G20 that's been mentioned, the G7 that's been mentioned, the EU, several countries, as I indicated, the New Zealand law, etc., etc. So all of this is starting to build a momentum. And seeing this carbon-related disclosure in the context of a broader sustainability reporting requirement, but with a caveat, recognizing that this is not about a ring-fenced, siloed sustainability report over there that the board doesn't sign off on and nobody else pays much attention to. It's about mainstreaming sustainability reporting and climate as part of that, or climate certainly mainstreamed within your financial disclosures. But it is, as I indicated earlier, a lot about judgment and leadership. And that you can't standardize. That has to come from what you have within your organization. Interestingly, for financial sector people, the NGFS, the Network for Greening the Financial System, which is central bankers internationally, have issued guidance on reporting and are to issue further guidance on reporting in line with the TCFD for central banks, and are committing under their Glasgow pledge to building capacity at supervisory level. So here are the signals. South Africa is a member of the NGFS. The Basel Committee for Banking Supervision also has a disclosure or a document out for discussion on incorporating climate-related disclosures into the Basel reporting framework. Sorry, that's a duplicate slide. So the Glasgow Pledge of the NGFS talks about the guidelines on TCFD-aligned reporting, signal, signal, signal. If the central banks go that route, likely that any regulatory requirement comes in the same direction. They will be working in cooperation with the standard setters, so we're not going to see pulling apart on this, but we are going to see kind of strong development of the reporting frameworks. But also, and this gets to the, what goes beyond TCFD, is the impact of the loss of biodiversity, risks of climate litigation, those kinds of things become the further advancement. In terms of the Basel Committee, as I said, there's the consultative document, comments close next year. It deals with principles for effective management and supervision of climate-related financial risks. They're currently identifying potential gaps in their current framework and measures to close any gaps. They are seeking a principles-based approach. Principles 1 to 12 provide guidance to banks, and principles 13 to 18 are focused on the supervisors. Having gone through that, in summary, I think you can say there are a lot of similarities between this document and the TCFD in intent. The language is, of course, much more specific to banks and bank processes. The flow of the document follows the Basel framework, and quite honestly, it's a document that needs a hell of a lot of work. It needs to be cleaned up, it needs to be simplified. But the important message is that if you are already down the track on TCFD for any or all of these developments, you are very well positioned. So while we're waiting for IFRS, while we're waiting for Basel, etc., keep developing your TCFD reporting capability and making sure that you cover all of those bases, not just at a narrative sort of base, but narrative based firmly in strong process and indicating and articulating the judgment calls and leadership within your organization. So in terms of the principles for supervisors, and again, I think this is a signal to all of us that Basel is looking to supervisors to determine that climate-related financial risks are incorporated into the strategies, governance, and internal controls of the supervised banks, that they're adequately identified, monitored, and managed, and that they're comprehensively identified in their risk profiles and considered in all aspects of risk, and that there is an ability to apply climate scenario analysis. So I think all of those are strong signals to us. Again, they're indicating that supervisors should be capable of using a range of techniques, tools, and follow-up measures, ensuring that they have adequate resources and capacity, and that they are, again, using scenario-based climate risk analysis, including in the stress testing. So in conclusion, I think we can say that if you're on the TCFD path, you are well equipped for whatever comes. But if you haven't yet started, best you get going. Focus on the quantitative, but also on that judgment and leadership dimension. And I'm not talking leadership in my report is prettier than yours, or mine is out 2 months earlier than yours, but in terms of leadership within your client base, leadership within your internal management of these issues, and in taking climate-related risks seriously. Sort of a final point is, should we adopt TCFD or international standards, or should they be adapted for South Africa? I think the harsh reality is we're part of the real world, best we stay there. And while there are certain aspects that we think are unique to South Africa, as we heard from the keynote speaker from Kenya, social issues are not unique to South Africa. Social issues are unique to most of the world, quite honestly. So we need to incorporate those within our climate-related risk frameworks and to address those within the frameworks of the international standards. If we go down the regulatory route, are we likely to have a slow start and a slow ease in, or are we likely to get a sort of heavy-handed and fast? Who knows? I suspect that the voluntary work that you're doing now effectively is the slow start, and I think the pressure that is going to build on our regulators, particularly if they start to want to accept international funds for a just transition and other climate-related steps, then best we acknowledge that they will be under pressure sooner rather than later to put in place regulatory steps. Do they wait for a standard, or do they go the TCFD route? I think that personally, I think the TCFD is a very good framework for regulators. And I think that the work that we've seen them do and participate in with our principles and guidance for minimum disclosure indicates that they are taking that seriously. That work is in sort of final draft, likely to be released very soon. And I would like to acknowledge at this stage, firstly, the IFC for their ongoing support, both in the Disclosure Working Group and the National Treasury process. Shrilan Naika from the FSCA, who's now co-chair of the Disclosure Working Group, and of course the members of the Disclosure Working Group over a number of drafts, as well as international colleagues from the IFC who provided very useful inputs. So I think with that, I'm going to leave it at that. Pierre, thank you very much, and hopefully we will get to see you quite soon.
Thank you, Karen, for an insightful presentation. We are blessed to have a person of Karen's ilk leading us in this critical working group. Given her vast experience, credibility, and network, we can take comfort that as we progress in our disclosures, that we will align to global best practice and that our disclosures will be credible and comparable. So for me, this has been an insightful session. I think the messaging that Karen gave us was pronounced. And I think she went as far as to say that those banks who have not started progressing with their TCFD reports as yet, that they need to take heed, and that they need to start creating capacity and the necessary skills to do so as a matter of urgency, or they're going to be treading in hot water in the near future. With that, thank you, Karen. I really appreciate you coming in here today. Our next keynote speaker is Wendy Dobson. Wendy is the head of Group Corporate Citizenship in Group Risk for Standard Bank. She's been at the bank for 12 years and established the regulatory advocacy capacity and led the development of the C strategy. She's currently responsible for ESG risk, conduct and ethics risk, reputational risk, sustainability, stakeholder engagement, and CSR. Wendy is also the co-chair of UNIP-FI's Principles for Responsible Banking Board. Wendy is a doctoral candidate at Gibbs, researching practitioner understandings of responsible corporate political action. She is an alumnus of the University of the Witwatersrand with a Master of Management degree, which is in Public and Development Management, and a Masters of Arts, where her major was Applied Ethics for Professionals. Wendy, I thank you for giving of your valuable time this morning. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Pierre, and good morning to everybody. It's a real privilege to speak at this very first BASA Sustainable Finance Conference, very timely after COP26, on an issue that is really becoming existential, not only for the banking sector, but for all of us as people living on this planet. We really have to think about how we harness the power of finance to contribute to tackling climate change and other sustainability challenges. I'm speaking to you this morning in my capacity as the co-chair for the board of the Principles for Responsible Banking. And I know many of our South African banks have signed up to the principles. And what I hope to do is feedback on the collective progress that's been made since they were launched just over 2 years ago. And also to feedback to you on our engagement with civil society and the things that civil society are raising as material issues they'd like to see signatories to the PRB taking forward. Now, since the principles were launched just over 2 years ago, there are now just over 260 signatory banks. It's a really fantastic achievement. And for some of us, I know that were there developing these principles, working on having many discussions in different places around the world pre-COVID. I don't think we anticipated this level of support so fast. It's really been fantastic. And the number of signatories is just over 45% of the global banking sector. So it's a substantial and significant voice. Represents over $70 trillion in assets, and represents banks across the continent, across all continents really, across the globe, more than 65 different countries represented. And it's the big banks, it's the Stand Charts, the Citi, the BNP Paribas, the Barclays, it's big regional banks, and it's smaller banks from all corners of the globe. Some that are really focused on very niche and small markets. So the principles for responsible banking, there are 6 of them. The first is around aligning the bank's business strategy to be consistent with and contributing to the goals that are set out both in the Sustainable Development Goals as well as the Paris Climate Agreement, and also relevant regional frameworks. So that's the first principle, that this is not something, responsible banking is not something that sits in a little ghetto in a corner of the bank, but it's aligned to the strategy. The second principle relates to increasing positive impacts while reducing negative impacts and managing the risks that arise to people in the environment from our banking activities. And in this regard, signatories commit to setting and publishing targets in those areas where they have the most significant impacts, either positive or negative. Principle 3 looks at climate, clients and customers, and that's because in banking, our material impact on people and on society and the environment is indirect. It's through who we finance and what activities we finance. And so by signing up to the principles, you're signing up to working in partnership with clients to encourage them to adopt sustainable practices, to transition to lower carbon activities, etc. The fourth principle is stakeholders, and that requires proactive and responsible consultation and engagement with relevant stakeholders. And I'll talk more about how this is being institutionalized through the governance of the Principles for Responsible Banking. Principle 5 deals with governance and culture and embedding a culture of responsible banking in your organization as a signatory. And the last principle is around transparency and accountability. And that is committing to disclosing your achievements and progress in terms of meeting these principles, both as an individual signatory and also as part of a collective progress review that is published. Now, when you have more than 200 banks from around the world signing up to this journey, different banks start from different places. Some banks are more advanced in how they think about sustainability, about ESG, and about climate change, and some are just starting on that journey. Some banks are very well resourced, others aren't. And the principles are flexible enough to recognize that banks are coming onto this journey at different levels of maturity. And there's a range of support that's provided to signatories to help them align to the principles. There's a lot of peer exchange that takes place, a lot of opportunities to share best practices, to share lessons, what worked, what didn't work, on various topics, including things, for example, target setting, assessing your impacts, developing indicators. And these are invaluable in terms of also being able to just benchmark how you're doing as a bank, but also hearing from people who are actually doing this work, who have actually got the scars, who've learned the hard lessons, and to learn directly from them. There are a range of working groups on different topics that put together industry-leading guidance and toolkits on things like setting indicators on how to measure financial inclusion, for example. Again, these are being put together by banks, by people in banks who have gone through this journey and actually done this work. There are a lot of discussion on what we might say are the new cutting edge issues that are important in this space. So biodiversity is increasing in importance, and just as we're finally getting our heads around TCFD, there is going to be a framework for natural capital disclosures, issues around gender equality, financial inclusion, something we as South African banks are quite familiar with and have a lot to share with banks around the world in terms of our own journeys on financial inclusion. Also issues like resource efficiency, circular economy, and an issue that's really going to become important from next year is pollution. Other forms of support that are provided is individual feedback on your progress. So on an annual basis, a review is undertaken by the UNEP-FI Secretariat and of you as an individual signatory, and there will be support and guidance provided on your progress to help you meet any gaps or further strengthen what you're doing. And there's a range of tools that have been developed and that are available to signatories to undertake the work necessary to align. Now, last year, the structures to make sure that the principles for responsible banking were implemented were reviewed, and a new PRB banking board was established under the auspices of UNEP-FI. And the role of the board is to ensure the integrity of the principles, effective monitoring of alignment, and implementation. And some of the things that were introduced as a result of this new governance approach is a biennial report on collective progress. The first collective report was published in September. It makes for an interesting read. It's useful to be able to benchmark where you are against other signatories. And I think it gives a sense of comfort that many of the issues that we are dealing with as South African banks, for example, access to data and modeling on climate change, is something that's being felt in many other places around the world. The board also engages with and reviews the signatory status of banks that fall behind in meeting their commitments. So it's very important that to the legitimacy of the principles as a whole, that you can't just sign up and then forget that you've made these commitments as a bank. There is a process of review and looking at banks that have fallen behind and eventually taking action to delist banks that after a number of grace periods and support are unable to show evidence that they're aligning. And that's really what the governance structure the board has been set up to do. This is the current board. The co-chairs of the board is myself and Siobhan Tuhill from Westpac Group in Australia. And you can see that different parts of the world and different types of banks are represented on the board. I'm not going to comment on the gender equality of the board. It seems to be a trend throughout the sustainability world. Perhaps something to think about when we look at issues around inclusion and gender equality going forward. Now, one of the big achievements since the principles were launched 2 years ago was the establishment of the Civil Society Advisory Board. Now, this body, rather than a board, it brings together 12 NGOs and civil society organizations that represent either different subject matter expertise and different geographical diversity, and are able to represent the views of different stakeholder groups. And this body is really, really important in ensuring that the principles have legitimacy. That it's not seen as just another framework, part of greenwashing that banks can sign up to, gives them some credibility, but they don't actually have to make any changes in how they manage their businesses. So the Civil Society Advisory Board, what it does is it conducts an independent review of the collective progress. And if you have read the collective progress report, you will see that there's a separate section where the Civil Society Advisory Body have given their own separate independent views on the progress made and what they believe the priorities going forward need to be. They provide advice to the banking board. So the banking board has a minimum of 2 meetings with them during the course of the year. The co-chairs of the Civil Society Advisory Body and the banking board also meet to discuss strategic issues. And it helps us to ensure that going forward, as we review and revise the framework around the principles, that these reflect issues that are relevant to our stakeholders. It also provides an opportunity for those signatories that are not used to stakeholder engagement, are not used to engaging with civil society organizations and activists. It's something that in South Africa we're quite comfortable with, but that's not true across the globe. And the Civil Society Advisory Body really provides a structured and organized opportunity for signatories to hear the views of civil society. And their commentary is on collective progress, thematic issues. It's not about, they don't comment on individual signatories and their progress. This is the current composition of the body, a range of organizations. So for the WWF, I'm sure everyone's familiar with them. The Climate Action Network, which is an umbrella body of many different NGOs in the climate space. Share Action, which is similar to the South African organization Just Share, a shareholder activist group. The International Labour Organization represents employees. And you can see here there's an organization representing human rights issues and so on, financial inclusion issues are also represented. Now, there was a sort of a call for nominations to the body, and they were scrutinized by the Secretariat based on a set of pre-existing criteria, and this is the resulting civil society body. Turning to the progress that's been made by signatories in the 2 years since the principles were launched, what you can see here is that 94% of signatories are including sustainability as a strategic priority in their banks. And I don't think that's surprising. If you weren't doing that, you probably are one of the banks that hasn't signed up yet. 93% are involved in a process of analyzing their positive and negative impacts. And while 93% of them have started this, only 29% have actually completed an initial impact analysis. And for those of you who might be doing similar work, there are some useful tools available on the UNEP-FI website to help you. Only about just under a third of the signatories are in the process of setting targets. And this is something that civil society has pointed out. Only 17% of signatories have set at least one robust target in one of their material impact areas. This is typically either in the climate mitigation space or in respect of financial inclusion. So there's a lot more work to be done in translating the impact analysis into setting actual concrete, measurable targets. Even so, there's some early indications that action is translating into positive impact. Over 15,000 corporate clients and small businesses advised on their climate strategies. Over 1 million vulnerable customers gaining access to financial services. Over 2/3 of banks that are looking at climate change are investing in green assets and low carbon technologies, and $2.3 trillion mobilized in sustainable finance. So progress is being made, but there's still a long way to go. And the Civil Society Advisory Body really prioritize the need to set targets and to report against those targets and report on impact. That was their number one feedback to signatories. They also felt that there needs to be more focus on the intersections and connections between things like climate change, loss of biodiversity, human rights, and gender equality, that these things are linked and we shouldn't look at them in a siloed manner. They also felt that in terms of setting targets for impact, we should focus on climate change, biodiversity, pollution, and human rights including things like health, decent work, and informed consent when communities are impacted. Obviously, it's no surprise that climate targets are the top priority, with alignment to the 1.5 degree temperature goal, but with interim targets, credible action plans for achieving these targets, demonstrating evidence of client engagement, and sectoral policies to ensure alignment to the Paris Agreement. The civil society body also encouraged all banks to join the Net Zero Banking Alliance, and then also made some comments related to employee engagement and involvement in banks' decision-making on sustainability and responsible banking. The signatories to the PRB can also signal their commitment to more ambitious targets in specific areas. So a number of signatories have already signed up to a climate commitment that was done 2 years ago. And next week, we will be launching our second collective commitment, which is to financial health and inclusion. And it would be fantastic for South African banks in particular to consider signing up, if you haven't already, to this commitment, seeing as financial inclusion is something that we've all been working on for a number of years already. And the idea here is that if you sign up to this voluntary additional commitment, you will set specific measurable targets to making a substantial contribution to financial health and inclusion. And that includes things like financial and non-financial products and services, internal processes to be reviewed in terms of financial inclusion, improved data in this area, and partnerships with other organizations to extend measures related to financial inclusion. So just to wrap it up, if you haven't become a signatory already, there are lots of good reasons to do this. It really means that you're involved at the cutting edge of what's happening in sustainable finance. The principles represent one framework that you can use at a strategic portfolio and transactional level. If you embrace sustainable finance, what the entire conference is about is the business opportunities that are created and that exist ready to be exploited in this space. It helps to identify and manage risks. It strengthens trust with key stakeholders. You get access to a global community of peers who are working on these issues, and access to expert knowledge and tools as well to support your bank on its sustainable finance journey. And if I put my Standard Bank hat back on, I can say that we've definitely found being involved in this process to be well worth the entrance fee. It's really, really been beneficial, and particularly for us on our climate policy work and our climate setting work, target setting work, it's really been invaluable having this access to this global community. So that's it. That's a quick run through of the principles and where we've come from and where we are 2 years later. And I thank you for your attention. Happy to take any questions or comments, and wish you well for the rest of the day. Thank you, Pierre.
Thank you, Wendy, for a great presentation. I'm really pleased to note that I think you said it was 200 banks have actually now signed up to the principles, which is really wonderful progress over the last 2 years. What Wendy didn't share with everybody is that Banking Association South Africa, we were the first association to formally endorse the principles in Africa and the third globally. 2 years ago, one would have to be a really brave bank to actually sign up to those principles. But as we've learned over the last 1.5 days, how much progress has happened in this area over the last 2 years, that it's really the norm. So I would find it very hard as a bank to have a concern with any of the principles as outlined by Wendy. So from my side, Wendy, thank you very, very much for your time this morning. We really appreciate it. We have one last keynote address before we take a break. It is from Mr. Adamu Labara of the IFC. Adamu is the IFC's country manager for South Africa, Eswatini, Lesotho and Namibia, and is based in Johannesburg. He is responsible for seeing IFC's activities in those countries. He joined the IFC in 1998 as an investment officer for Central Africa, based in Douala. He subsequently worked from IFC offices in Abidjan, Johannesburg and Dakar across infrastructure, financial markets and agribusiness, manufacturing and services. He is also the resident representative for the DRC, based in Kinshasa. Most recently, he was the country manager responsible for Ethiopia, Djibouti, DRC, Eritrea and Somalia, and was based in Addis Ababa. Prior to joining the IFC, he spent a decade working for commercial banks, including the Bank of Credit and Commerce and Standard Chartered Bank. He holds an MBA from Henley Management College and a Master in Economic Sciences from University of, you'll have to correct me if I pronounce it wrong, Wauda, which is in Cameroon. A native of Cameroon, he is fluent in English and French. Adamu, if I could ask that you could please spend a minute and talk to us a little bit about the launch of the South African Progress Report in terms of the SBFN initiative in your address. I thank you for giving of your valuable time. Over to you, Adamu.
Thank you very much. The capital city is Yaoundé. So good day to you all, and thank you very much for the invitation to this conference on the important role that the financial services industry can play in supporting sustainable development in South Africa. It's a pleasure to deliver this keynote address during the second day of BASA's Sustainable Finance Conference. I would like to congratulate the organizers for putting together an engaging conference. Sustainable finance has been at the center of the news this month, particularly in relation to climate change, with South Africa announcing a just transition financing partnership with France, Germany, the UK, the United States, and the European Union during the COP26 climate conference. As the private sector arm of the World Bank Group and one of the country's key development partners, IFC has currently an investment portfolio of US $2.3 billion in the country and a commitment to align all new investment with the Paris Agreement. IFC therefore welcomes this development. There is a lot more to be done. Our research estimates an investment opportunity of US $588 billion in climate-smart sectors and activities up to 2030 to meet commitments under the Paris Agreement. Both public and private sector funding is required to meet these needs, including development finance and support from the banking sector. As a development finance institution, IFC has long recognized the need for sustainable finance to achieve development goals. As we have heard during yesterday and today's discussion, sustainable finance is about first reducing the environmental, social, and governance risk and negative impact on financial sector activities. This creates, therefore, the foundation to enable proactive investment with a focus on positive environmental and social impact. We are all familiar with South Africa's development goals, which include eliminating poverty, reducing inequalities and unemployment, ensuring a just transition to a low carbon and resilient economy, conserving vital natural ecosystem, and spurring economic growth, amongst others. Given the role of commercial banks in the economy, BASA's members play a critical role in delivering the sustainable finance required to meet these national development goals. That is why we are very proud to be working with BASA in a variety of ways to strengthen sustainable finance in South Africa, including through BASA's membership of the IFC facilitated and World Bank supported Sustainable Banking and Finance Network, SBFN, since 2016. We are also very pleased that National Treasury and the Prudential Authority have also recently joined SBFN as part of the implementation of National Treasury's technical paper on financing a sustainable economy. SBFN recently published its third Global Progress Report, the most comprehensive benchmarking of sustainable finance progress across emerging markets. A dedicated country report on South Africa's progress was released yesterday to coincide with this event. Thanks to the combined activities of BASA, National Treasury, and Prudential Authority, and others through the Climate Risk Forum, we are happy to see that South Africa continues to be in the advancing category by demonstrating best practice and multi-stakeholder collaboration. Notable developments include the new green finance taxonomy, which will support banks to direct more capital to green and inclusive activities while also managing environmental and social risk. IFC has a proven track record, not just in South Africa, but across emerging markets, and we will continue to walk the talk by providing leadership in the area of sustainable finance and unlocking private sector participation in the financial industry. At a global level, IFC has developed several programs and initiatives over the years in support of sustainable finance in the sector. Our performance standard for environmental and social sustainability and corporate governance methodology are widely used globally for managing ESG risk and performance in private sector investment. We are well known for our support to develop the Equator Principles in 2003, which are based on IFC's performance standard. Several BASA members were among the earliest signatories of the Equator Principles and have continued to play a pivotal role in their development over the years. An important recent development was the launch of the updated World Bank Group's Climate Change Action Plan in March 2021. That was originally launched in 2016, in April 2016. The action plan recognizes that climate change is a threat to any effort to end poverty. Therefore, the action plan aims to urgently tackle this challenge to protect the poor by increasing climate finance to reduce emission, strengthening climate change adaptation, and aligning financial flows with the goals of the Paris Agreement. The goal is at the heart of the just transition, which is central to South Africa's climate policies. The updated action plan has more ambitious targets, aiming to ensure that over the next 5 years, 35% of the World Bank Group financing on average will go to supporting climate action for its clients, and the World Bank Group will also align financing flow with the goals of the Paris Agreement. For the World Bank, the plan is to align new operations by July 1st, 2023. For IFC and MIGA, 85% of new operations will be aligned by July 1st, 2023, to be increased to 100% by July 1st, 2025. The World Bank Group's climate priorities include support to greening the financial sector by working across banking, pension, and capital market, nationally and globally, to implement needed changes. In order to advance climate finance, IFC focuses on 3 areas. Firstly, supporting a rethink of private sector climate finance. IFC is partnering with multilaterals, development banks, and other financial institutions to find new and innovative financing solutions and to help green the banking sector. Secondly, setting an example for the private sector by growing IFC climate business and using systematic approaches through financial intermediaries. And lastly, catalyzing private sector green finance, leveraging both financial institutions and capital market. IFC recently launched several programs to support these objectives, as well as broader sustainable development and financial inclusion. We have partnered with the World Bank and the Renewable Academy through the 30 by 30 Zero program, for which South Africa is one of the target countries. The program will follow a holistic three-pronged approach to create domestic market for financing projects and businesses that support climate change mitigation and adaptation, and reduce the exposure of financial institution portfolio to climate risk with tailored intervention at policy, regulatory, market, and financial institution level. IFC with the Hong Kong Monetary Authority and Alliance launched the MCPP One Planet initiative during the COP26. MCPP One Planet is a new global platform for Paris-aligned climate smart investment that will provide up to $3 million to private enterprises in developing economies. We also launched a new US $2 billion fund together with Amundi that will help to directly mobilize private investment into sustainable and green bonds in emerging markets. It will channel capital from institutional investors into anchor investment involving sustainable bond issuance from developing countries. And it will provide a new model for other asset managers and institutional investors to replicate, giving a major boost to affordable green finance. It built on the success of the first green bond fund launched with Amundi in 2018. Finally, IFC announced in May this year that it will invest US $1 billion in new direct financing for MSMEs, the backbone of African economies. As stated by our managing director, Mactar Diop, at the time, to create the condition for an inclusive and sustainable recovery, it is essential to expand and adapt our approach to MSME financing and ensure that trade, which is the lifeblood of economic activity, flows without interruption. We will leverage all these new programs and continue to work closely with BASA's member and other financial institutions to support South Africa's sustainable recovery and growth by strengthening environmental, social, and governance risk management to support financial stability, resilience, and competitiveness. Offering equity loan or risk mitigation product, leveraging the capital market and off-balance sheet structure, or providing the required technical assistance to support them directly to deliver finance. That result in sustainable outcomes in areas such as gender, agribusiness, MSME lending, financial inclusion, trade, digital, and smart and climate smart finance, all areas that BASA's members are interested in. Providing capacity building, training, and technical assistance on green building and green building financial product to the sector through the AGE Green Building Market Transformation Program. AGE is an innovation of IFC that is freely available, has freely available AGE software that can be used to design and certify resource efficient and zero carbon building. Helping pension fund respond to the ESG provision of Regulation 28 of the Pension Fund Act by supporting the development and providing training around responsible investment and active ownership. So continuing to collaborate with the Johannesburg Stock Exchange to raise awareness and build capacity. And finally, supporting BASA, National Treasury, and the Prudential Authority through the Sustainable Banking and Finance Network to stay at the cutting edge of international sustainable finance trend. There is still a lot that needs to be done to achieve the vision for the country that is laid out in the 2012 National Development Plan. We need to replicate what we know works, such as the private sector financing of the government RIPPP, which needs to scale significantly against a backdrop of fiscal constraint. We need to stop doing what we know does not work, such as taking a tick box reporting approach to ESG issues rather than integrating them into decision-making processes. And we need to collaborate even more to scale up sustainable finance opportunities and foster greater innovation across the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainable finance is a journey, and I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate again BASA for its leadership and guidance on the road of sustainable finance. I would like to encourage you to draw on IFC multi-dimensional support for sustainability in the financial sector. I will end with a challenge to everyone participating in this conference. Focus your sustainability lenses. Several in-depth studies of IFC portfolio over the last decade have confirmed that choosing clients that understand sustainability and will work with us to improve their ESG performance has resulted in higher financial returns and lower risk. Sustainability is also the right thing to do and helps protect the environment, people, and markets. As the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us, we can no longer afford not to operate this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adama, for a great address. I said it yesterday and I'm going to say it again this morning. The IFC has been a key partner of ours over the years, and much of what we've been able to achieve in terms of our sustainable finance journey has been with your support. So to you and your team, a very big thank you from us. Over the next 5 years, and Adamu mentioned it in his address, we will again partner with the IFC in what is known as the 30 by 30 Zero program, where we will seek to reduce our carbon emissions by 30% by 2030. Finally, I would just like to highlight that this afternoon, BASA will be disclosing our local South African progress report to its members. 2 weeks ago, we provided you with the global report. Our report is one of the first country reports that has been formally launched, and today is the launch date of that report. So we will put it on our intranet site this afternoon, and I urge you to have a look at it. We've made substantive progress in the last 2 years since the last report was done, and that's on the back of all the hard work that you've all done in this area. So with those few words, I thank you, and thank you, Adama, for giving us of your valuable time. We were scheduled to have a tea break at 12:05. Regrettably, we've run over time, so we are not going to have that tea break, unfortunately. We're going to shoot straight into our next address, which is our final session before our closing address. This discussion coming up now is a discussion on sustainability leadership, which will be moderated by BASA's Managing Director, Sisbongi Kuneni, who opened our conference yesterday morning. I am not going to repeat her short bio that I read out yesterday, as it would be pure duplication. With that, I'll hand you over to Bongi to introduce your esteemed panelists and to take the discussion forward. Thank you, Bongi.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Pierre. Colleagues, let's get straight into it. I have a great panel with us for this session. We are talking sustainability leadership, and our panelists have deep knowledge on climate issues, finance issues. They have worked at policy level and banking, and we should just be primed for the best of the best. So I'm going to start with the introductions. We have Gert Creecy, who is a Chief Risk Officer for FirstRand Bank. For our purposes of this conversation, I would like to start with saying that Gert is responsible for leading the FirstRand Bank's group on climate change programs. So he is a very strategic person for the conversation we are having now. But basically for FirstRand, he's responsible for risk management across the group. He's also a member of the group's Strategic Executive Committee. He focuses on board risk, credit, and audit committees. He has more than 20 years experience on treasury, investment banking, and retail banking experience. With those words, I'll say that FirstRand Group is in very steady hands on the leadership of its climate change programs under Gert. Our second panelist is Joanne Yowich. For many people, Joanne does not need introduction, but I'll do my duty and introduce Joanne. Joanne is the CEO of the National Business Initiative, the NBI. She's had this role since March 2011. Previously, she led government where she was a Deputy Director General responsible for climate change in the Department of Environmental Affairs. In 2020, when President Ramaphosa created a Presidential Climate Committee, Joanne was appointed as one of the commissioners for that. She's responsible, the commission is responsible for advising the country on a just transition path to low carbon, inclusive, and climate change resilient economy and strategy. So we are looking at this commission for guidance on all matters related to adaptation and mitigation. Not least, but last, I would introduce our panelist, Chris. Chris is a managing principal for client coverage in Southern Africa for Standard Chartered Bank. He joined the bank in 2013, and over the last 8 years, he has been performing various functions within the SCB. His current role is that he's the head corporate, commercial, and institutional banking for client coverage. And this is not just for South Africa, it's all of Southern Africa. And he is a member of the executive management team at SCB. Chris has accumulated more than 25 years experience in banking, and he's seen many facets of banking. I will repeat what I've said, we are in safe hands. So colleagues, the topic demands that we start this conversation by just asking from the panelists, in your views, how important is sustainability? And how important is leadership in achieving sustainability? What are the bold decisions that are required at this time? And also, what are the positive impacts that you can share with us? Can we start with those? And I'm going to start with Chris.
Thanks very much. Thanks. I'm hoping that you can hear me okay. There's quite a bit of background noise that I'm hearing, but hopefully if my breakdown is coming through quite poorly, please let me know. So thanks very much for having us. And I guess part of this question is just to take a little bit of a step back and say, I think without stating the obvious, this is something that's an imperative. I think it's an existential problem. I don't think anyone on this call, or certainly anyone we've spoken to, a number of our large multinational clients, will debate the fact that this is a priority. I think it's becoming core to everyone's business. We'd like to think that, the dialogue is changing, where a number of our multinational corporates and a number of our clients are turning around and saying, this is now a very, very important core part of their business. As a bank, a Standard Chartered Bank, we obviously believe that given we're an emerging market bank, specifically in Asia, Middle East, and Africa, a lot of the countries that are probably quite sensitive, more sensitive to climate change than some of the others, the huge desire for funding and need for funding in this space, we believe we've obviously got a very key role to play. Just sitting and relying on waiting for other people to sort of make the decisions for us or take control and start holding the rhetoric around climate change, I think is not going to work. So the desire for obviously leadership and people to step up and to be able to say, hang on, we're going to be part of the solution, we're going to be here, a force for good, and try and make sure that we can have a positive impact on the economies in which we operate. As we sit here today, I think in 59 of our present countries, over 33 of them as of yet are still to be able to articulate what is their net zero strategic goals for 2050. As a bank, we've obviously made sustainability one of our core pillars. We've decided that this is going to be something that's going to be measured. Our bank has made a commitment of sort of $30 billion before the end of the decade for sustainability and transition projects. So I think you can see that, the rhetoric now, everyone has stepped up and saying, we've had a lot of talking before, we've had a lot of promises, but when it comes to the back of COP26 is how do we actually make this implementable? And I think that is what we're all trying to take a step forward and make sure that this does become a core part of our business and a core part of what we want to do. The impact on the environment, on health, on progress if we don't address sustainability is not to be debated. Again, as I mentioned, I don't think people are sitting saying this isn't important. The question is actually being raised, how do we get there? How do we do it and the means? We can debate the sort of figures that are banded about, but our bank is sort of the view that over the next 10 years, there's going to be sort of $10 trillion worth of funding that's required to get countries to where they need to be. We can debate whether that figure is correct or not, but it's a material amount. For financial institutions, you spoke about what are the potential benefits, what roles can we play. I think there's a huge role for the funding institutions, not only to bring in our partner funders, where a lot of money is sitting, be made available. People are looking now to invest in sustainability, in green projects, to make sure that they also seem to be doing the right thing.
Thank you very much, Chris.
One of the issues we are seeing at the moment is that, sorry, I'll just park it there, sorry, and we can move on. Apologies.
So thank you very much, Chris, on that perspective. Maybe on the same topic, just adding one new thing in terms of your operating model, Gert, what would you say are the issues for you? Same issues, importance of sustainability, but angle this time, what impact has it had on your business operating model?
Thanks, Bongi. It's a very important question, and I think we first need to just briefly pause and say, what do we think about sustainability? Because it covers many different interrelated aspects. It is fundamentally about long-term thinking and fundamentally about thinking of externalities when you do your business. So you don't only look at it through a financial lens, but you also look at what externalities are introduced. You look at environmental points, you look at the social points, you look at governance points. The one that is clearly most often talked about at present is climate change and the environmental and social consequences of that. But the concept of sustainability is much wider than just environmental change. If you look at your operating model, it is less about the operating model and more about intentionality. You need to be intentional about this. You need to outline a vision. You need to set the tone at the top, and you need to create the operating structures in your organization to make that visible. What we've done, for example, is we've got a dedicated management committee, which is called the Sustainability and Governance Committee, where we, from a management perspective, not from an oversight perspective, but from a management perspective, we only discuss those aspects of our strategy. That allows us to have focus on that. That allows us to set the tone in the organization, that allows us to get airtime, And then below that, we've got a variety of specialist areas that might look at climate, or it might look at biodiversity, or it might look at water, or it might look at societal issues and others. And that is really what you need to do. The basic operating model remains the same, but the intentionality and focus change. That's really what we've experienced with this.
Thanks, Gert. I'm switching gears, coming to Joanne. And Joanne, just take us through your journey, because the NBI has done a lot of stakeholder management on climate change issues going into COP26. Looking at how different the stakeholders you have responded to your recommendations, where would you say we are as a country right now? And looking at the outputs of COP26, were we prepared enough?
Okay, thank you, thank you, Bongi, and thank you for inviting me to speak here. Yeah, so I think the NBI has worked on climate change issues for a very long time, since in fact around the early 2000s, at a point in which for business, the issues of climate change were very much seen as side issues that didn't have anything to do with core business. And since 2002, and I think particularly in the last 3 or 4 years, we've had the most phenomenal change of pace in our country, and a huge elevation at the level at which in corporate South Africa, the issues of climate change are dealt with. So I think that where we have come to is the fact that this is seen as a core strategic and business issue, as opposed to sort of a green environmental issue on the side. And the core relationship between environment and the resource base from which we operate and what we do, I think, is being understood very well. Over the last 2 years, we've done a big piece of work around looking at what it would take South African business to get to net zero by 2050. We have done it, firstly, I think, in a consultative and collaborative way, together in particular with Business Unity South Africa. But we've also established a CEO champions grouping of around 30 CEOs from a wide set of sectors. It's not a closed grouping. CEOs come in all of the time. And we call them the CEO champions, and they, to a large extent, have driven a vision for South African business of what needs to happen around climate change. And that vision is built to an extent on what is happening in individual corporates, as well as what the opportunities are in a more collaborative approach. And going into COP26, I think that what was really important and different is, firstly, we had a body of information that was very well developed and robust, that was taken seriously by government, that was taken seriously by very large sections of South African business, and that could inform a united approach and a joint platform. And I think that what that required fundamentally was leadership. And leadership is about courage. It's about being willing to take risks. It's about going where you haven't gone before. And I think that we are sitting in South African business at the moment with a very, very strong willingness to take those attributes and to make them concrete and practical in terms of starting to develop a different development path for our country.
Thank you. So back to you, Gert. What would you say is the journey to net carbon zero 2050? What is it going to look like? In terms of leadership, what are those bold, on the edge decisions that need to be taken at this stage?
Thank you. The starting point for me is that you need to have a proper fact base. You can't do these discussion based on emotion, based on gut feel. You need to have a proper data set that you reference to that is fact-based. And I think that is what the NBI has given South Africa. As far as we can tell, it is quite unique in terms of how its broad government and private sector together, and gives us a common reference point and a nuanced common reference point across each of the major industries that's being impacted. So if you look at the details, that it essentially says it is you have to decarbonize the energy sector. Then there's a form of electrification of the automotive sector. And then there's a number of other complex interrelated sectors, such as synthetic fuels and steel, agriculture, and others that need to be dealt with. But the point is there's a formal framework that is based in data that you can reference to and that companies can reference to. And if companies align their strategy to that, banks can facilitate the financing for people to transition. It is clear that it's possible for us to transition. It's also clear that there are ways and means to take into account the societal impacts so that you can grow employment, so that this is not negative for the country. It is not done in order to please someone else. It is done ultimately to put the country forward.
Yeah.
And I think that is what we need to keep on focusing on, and that what we need to keep on debating is so that we do the environmental side, the social side, and the sequencing of that appropriately. And that will ultimately then set your country forward.
Right. Thank you. And let me turn to you now, Chris, on the skill set. If you are sitting in your position as a leader, what sort of new skill set are you going to be advocating for? And in terms of change management, what is it that needs to change inside organizations?
Maybe it's a little bit easier on your second question to address it first. So what we're seeing at the moment is actually that there's a strong desire from our big multinational corporates, our clients, the financial institutions that we deal with, to obviously progress our sustainability goals. And I think that is pretty clear. What is quite nice is we'll see that if you ignore this, you almost end up ignoring this at your own peril. Because what we're seeing and what is happening is that the world's going to keep moving. We're going to have these big multinational corporates who are looking at the environment around them. They're obviously looking at their networks, be that infrastructure, be that their banks, and they're going to move to clients who they can see are actually taking this seriously and have got a clear and defined plan to net zero. And I think that's quite important. So we're seeing that now. We're very active in the debt capital markets at the moment. Where we're seeing now, we're in the process of issuing green bonds. We're actually seeing the pricing as tightening. We're actually seeing the pricing coming in. But what we're seeing when we're talking to a lot of our global investors is they're actually saying, what is this client doing? And you're actually almost getting dinged, you're getting penalized if you haven't got a proper sustainability program in place. So I think that the world's actually changing. We are actually seeing this playing out. We're spending a lot of time with our clients. Every time we sit with a client, we'll sit to them and say, what is your environmental, what is your sustainability program? How do we support you? How can we help you? We have training sessions. We've done it for our staff. We're doing it for clients. We sit to them and we help them plot out. Gert was talking about this transition. It's not a linear decision. We want to support clients. There are the environmental impacts. There's social impacts of these decisions. Understanding that, how do we, in a just way, go and obviously support our clients from a sustainability perspective and help them articulate what they're doing, make sure all our clients have got a clear strategy on where they want to be, not just 2050, because that's obviously quite a far way out, but making sure that by the end of the decade, 2030, we've got clear, defined and well-articulated strategies.
Thank you. Joanne, take us into a view, country perspective. What needs to change for South Africa? You have been able, as the NBI, to bring to bear the science of climate change, the different scenarios, to quite a broad spectrum of stakeholders. So what we need to know now, in a short spectrum, 5 years, what leadership challenges, leadership questions that South African leaders, and I don't mean political, I mean everyone at leadership, what do they have to contend with?
Thanks, Bongi. I presume in relation to the climate issues. I think that as a country, we did quite well in the COP, going into the COP, with the work that had been done by Eskom around its just energy transaction, and that enabled us to be able to secure that offer of an initial 8.5 billion of funding, hopefully most of it concessional, some of it grant, some of it loan, that would enable Eskom to start its decarbonization journey as an essential ingredient for the rest of us to be able to do it. So I think we did quite well there, but I think that in order to be able to get that down and to be ensure that the gains that we made are really taken forward, we are going to need to build consensus around the key actions that are going to need to be taken in a more fundamental way than we have before. I don't think there's complete consensus. So I think the business view, for example, would be that we must build renewables at a massive scale, and then we're going to need to work with government on the policy and regulatory framework that is going to need to be enabled for that to happen. Clearly, the financial sector has got a huge role to play. So you're going to have to bring together a whole lot of stakeholders in order to be able to do that. And I think we're going to need to focus on implementation in a very deep way, and on the kinds of collaborations and partnerships that we need for implementation to happen much more smoothly than many of the initiatives that we've tried in the past few years. And I think that that also means being able to engage with labor, with civil society, and to build that national consensus in a deep way, so that our ability to move is not something that is stop-start. So I think that that is probably a key to us being able to move forward. And I think that the jury's out, I think, really internationally, on whether our commitments are going to be turned into practical action. And I think that that is core to what we need to be doing.
So, Gert, back to you. There's always been a conversation on the public square about sustainability against profits. Your thoughts? Is this short-termism in play? Is there something about profitability which must be addressed to make investment decisions that go through a sustainability lens to be attractive to the funders?
It's a very good question, and a very important point that comes to the heart of the matter. If you look at historical narratives, it was indeed framed as two opposing points. It is one or the other. And in fact, many of the climate debates was even framed in that way. It is you do climate or you do profit. That narrative has changed. And the narrative change that has occurred is to say that you do development or profit or business in a good way, in a sustainable way. So it's no longer contrasted, and the underlying research has shown it is possible. So we are not talking only about theory. In practice, you can see it. So that's one part of the answer. The other part of the answer is that the way that global capital flows and global capital flow assessments have taken place, and you've seen large funds such as BlackRock and others actually early on leading the way. They, in fact, no longer allows for that optionality or the opportunity where you can opt in or opt out. So if you want to remain relevant, if you want to do business, it is becoming a prerequisite for you that you take into account externalities. If you don't, you will be held accountable either by funders or by civil society or by activists. So in other words, doing business and doing good business and making profit now need to be done taking that into account. So even if you didn't believe in it, you are being pushed in that direction. But I do think that even without that push, the narrative has changed sufficiently so that it seemed to see do business taking into account the externalities, do business in a sustainable way, as opposed to contrasting or conflicting objectives.
Right. Thank you very much for that. And I'm coming back to you, Chris. And now look internally. In your own organization, what is the employee value proposition for getting your staff excited about sustainability? And what are the issues? Is there any tightrope between portfolios? If you've got people working in different portfolios, is the one with ESG principles suddenly has it become very attractive? What are the issues there?
Yeah, thanks, and a very valid question. So I think we're very proud, I mean, I could say from our organization and talking to the staff about making sustainability one of our stands. And as I mentioned earlier, we brought it into the organization. We've even made it, you know, even right down to the relationship managers. We've given them targets. And, you know, as I mentioned earlier, from all our credit assessments, we make sure that sustainability, the environmental impact is something that's embedded in the culture. So, you know, I hate to use the terminology like a paradigm shift, but the rhetoric is definitely, it's there, it's front and center. And we can debate why it's a little bit late and it hasn't been debated, well, it hasn't been brought to the fore like it has now. But I can say, you know, in our discussions with other banks and clients and internally, I think everyone's embraced this and everyone is encouraged by the fact that the bank has taken quite a clear stand and set goals and what it wants to achieve, etc. The question around different parts of the organization, and I think Kat's probably touched on a bit of it in his answer where, you know, you say, are we potentially giving up revenue? You know, we've had to take very hard stance in sort of fossil fuel development, what we're doing in the oil and gas space, the mining and metal space. And yes, it does mean we've had to ultimately walk from transactions and help support clients going forward. But that in itself is one aspect. There's more with the majority of the clients, it's understanding their strategy and then working with them to that transition, you know, that just transition to make sure that, you know, we've got to understand, you know, clients also have priorities as countries do. You know, we sit in a country where we've got these social issues we need to address. Everyone wants to move towards green, but how do we do it? And how do we as a bank enable and support our clients and support our countries in doing it? And that's the piece for us where I think there's a lot of pride internally where we're starting to see a difference. You know, we've already deployed $1.9 billion globally in this, and we want to ramp this up, as I said, to the 300 before the decade. So there's a huge drive within the organization, a lot of pride to get it done. It isn't easy because there are a lot of underlying issues in each country, making sure we are aware and cognizant of each different country's issue. But again, you know, if we can be there for good and make sure we make a difference in the lives of the people, everyone benefits and everyone makes money. And the banks will ultimately make money through other streams, maybe not through that specific transaction that we've had to decide not to support.
That is absolutely true. Joanne, in the public square, there's always mention of a trust deficit, whether it is communities against government leaders, whether it is business against any other stakeholder. In this topic of managing sustainability, what are the leadership issues that must be addressed to overcome the trust deficit that we have, and also address for us a view that would say, as a country, we are getting pushed to take on issues that got to be signed up in COP26. Is that not trumping our sovereignty?
Okay, so let me start with the last one. I mean, I think that we willingly agreed to the outcome of COP26 amongst I suppose, all of the other countries of the world, and reaching that consensus is really difficult. And I would argue that the outcome of the COP was a very balanced one. We didn't make all the gains that we wanted to, but I think significant gains were made. And I think it's going to be very important that a lot of the things that we didn't succeed in achieving at COP26, we take forward into the COP in Egypt next year, which is an African and developing country run COP. And I think therefore an environment where the kinds of issues and concerns that we have will find easier airtime. So I think that. On the trust deficit, I think that in relation to climate change, the one thing that we have as an advantage in terms of addressing it is the fact that everybody agrees that this is an issue. Everyone agrees it's an issue. Everyone agrees that it's a concern. And actually, there's quite significant consensus around the way forward. I think in terms of leadership attributes, it is really important that we learn to listen to each other and hear each other in a very nuanced and non-defensive way in order that we can hold the conversations that build on consensus. And even if we end up disagreeing, we disagree on the basis of a really good understanding of each other. So I think that that is the one element that we need to cultivate. And I think that as South Africans, we sometimes listen to each other very well, and in other times we don't listen to each other at all. So I think that multi-stakeholder set of dialogues is really, really important. And I think then the ability to articulate our positions and our interests in ways that are very clear and simple becomes also really important in that regard. But above all, I think being able to explain what it is we want to do, why we want to do it, what we think the benefits are, and to whom those benefits will accrue, I think really is, for me, going to be important in terms of being able to pull a whole lot of other partners behind and with us as business.
Thanks, Joanne. This is the last question for all of you. In just 2 sentences, can you give us pivot to a space where you are addressing the ecosystem of sustainability finance from a leadership perspective? What is your view? Because South Africa, we don't exist as an island. We're part of a continent, and all these issues we are grappling with, we would assume that our neighbors are facing the same challenges. So if you were not addressing a South African, what would be the 2 most important things you want to put on the table advocating for leadership on climate change issues? I start with you, Chris. You deal with clients all over Southern Africa.
With the benefits of having physical presence on the ground in those countries, developing markets and growing economies are very, very different to our developed neighbors. Guys sitting here have very, very different problems on the ground, very different social issues. We're talking about financial inclusion. We're talking about trying to eradicate poverty. We're talking about sometimes it's just sanitation, water. So we've got these issues that we need to fully articulate why potentially we're not moving as quickly as the rest of the world would like. And I think that's quite important. The desire is there. I mean, we have seen it with the engaging with governments and with clients on the ground, but it's just trying to articulate and say, hang on, there are myriad of issues that sometimes need to be prioritized, and a lot of the countries have been hit with now COVID, we've got corruption, that's there. So we mustn't be naive to these facts. It doesn't mean there isn't a clear plan and strategy. It's more, how do we articulate that the desire is there, and how do we, as responsible lenders, get involved and support various sort of countries on the ground as well as in South Africa.
Thanks, Chris.
So I know that was
Gert, FirstRand is quite big in the continent. Same question.
Yeah. The area where we've had commonality, especially with the neighboring countries, have been discussions around water and discussions about energy. What is the current situation? What is the need? Where do they want to go to? What are the societal implications of that? When you frame the narrative around those points, you get common ground. Even though it's nuanced how they do it, those are the areas, common areas that bind us and the common areas that link us into this whole climate transition.
Thank you. Joanne, NBI has really been a practitioner, without saying so, of the theory of change. So advocate continentally.
Okay, so what was really interesting for us at COP26 is that we were approached by business organizations across the continent, from Kenya, from Egypt, from Nigeria, wanting to talk to us and to find out how we had managed to do a business piece of work and what it took to bring business together in order to come up with a view that could be taken forward in a partnership with government. And so I think that one of the important things that we would want to see happen is that as these nascent business organizations start to gather strength across the continent, that we are able to work with them so that the experience that we've had is one that they can take forward from where they are, rather than having to go back to first base and be able to have to go through a very long learning curve. So we think that we've got a lot. South Africa is very hard on itself in terms of its process, but I suspect that internationally, actually, we are quite good at it. And I think that that is one of the really great assets that we have to contribute to the region as a whole.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our session. We've had quite a vibrant conversation with the panelists. I'm not going to be taking questions. Our time is very limited. I just want to thank each and every one of you who have dialed in, and also help me to thank our panelists. It's been a good session. Thank you.
We will now close our session with some closing remarks from Mr. Richard Wainwright, who's the Chair of the Banking Association Board and Chief Executive Officer of Investec. Richard studied at UCT, where he obtained his BCom Honours degree, majoring in Financial Management, CTA, and is a Chartered Accountant. He worked for Pricewaterhouse from 1985 to 1992, and this included 2 years in their Philadelphia, USA office. Richard then moved to NDH Bank Limited, where he worked for 2 years. He was the founder shareholder of Circle Risk Management Limited, which was set up by the previous management of NDH Bank. Richard was responsible for commencing the structured finance and interest rate swap trading divisions of Circle from 1993 to 1995. He then joined Investec Bank Limited in 1995, where he was responsible for setting up their financial products team, which included the starting up of a project finance team as well as a public sector finance one. Richard was appointed South African Head of Investec Corporate and Institutional Banking in 2001. He has been CEO of Investec Bank Limited since 2016 and was appointed MD of Investec Limited in September 2020. I'll hand over to you, Richard, to close our conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Pierre. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm delighted that we were able to host this important event in our newly renovated offices and have many of the speakers and panelists here in person. It was really fantastic to host you here. I believe that more than 300 people also joined the conference online. The fact that we're all now so comfortable with connecting digitally is one of those silver linings of the pandemic, because we could interact with so many financial sector stakeholders in South Africa and around the world. And I think we all agree that we've made real progress on an issue that is critical not just to our sector and our country, but also to the future of the entire planet, how we can help finance a just climate transition. South Africa is hardly a laggard in sustainability thinking. The Johannesburg Stock Exchange was the first in the world to launch a sustainability index back in May 2004. The local banking sector established the BASA Sustainable Finance Committee in 2011, when the topic was barely on the radar screen of many of our global peers. And in the ensuing years, South African banks have continued to build on their commitment to incorporate social and environmental risk considerations into their lending and investment activities. We are amongst the best performing emerging markets on the Sustainable Banking and Finance Network rankings. And with the commitments you've heard reiterated over the last 2 days, it's not difficult to see why. It was particularly encouraging to have a session dedicated to the importance of biodiversity and nature-related risks and financing opportunities. This is a new area that will require a collaborative approach to ensure we convert the high-level guidelines into practical recommendations that we can all implement. Without the biological diversity and a nature-rich world, there is no future for humanity. We know that the financial sector globally has a critical role to play in the financing of a clean carbon transition. In South Africa, we have an even more important responsibility to ensure that the transition is fair and inclusive as well as green. We've already embraced this responsibility and, as we've heard from the speakers over the last few days, a concerted and collective effort is underway to establish South African banks as proactive, committed stakeholders that can demonstrate to the rest of the world how an emerging economy can lead in this space. This was evident in the 135 billion rand financing pledge from the developed world in the first week of COP26. We don't know exactly yet how these funds will be mobilized or prioritized, or what conditions will be attached to this financing. But various private sector bodies have lent in-principle support, and our banks here in South Africa are ready to participate in efforts to fund a just energy transition. In fact, as we've heard today, banks are already directing significant sustainable finance capital to this end, and we look forward to deeper participation as we turn pledges into much-needed action. I also need to acknowledge the challenges we are experiencing and the blockages that need to be overcome. Expanding our climate-related disclosures will require better data and a more aligned scientific approach to sustainability and climate reporting. So it's encouraging to see the collaboration between investors, the South African Reserve Bank, the Prudential Authority, National Treasury, and other key government departments and other financial sector stakeholders. All of these parties must work together to identify gaps, address inconsistencies, and find meaningful solutions. We're equally encouraged by the action taken by our government to establish the Presidential Climate Commission and the Climate Risk Forum. These initiatives, together with the revised and more ambitious nationally determined contributions made ahead of COP26, give me hope that South Africa is willing to take the bold steps required to combat the climate crisis. In closing, I'd like to thank the participating banks, as well as the keynote speakers, moderators, and panelists for their invaluable contributions. And of course, I must acknowledge the leadership shown by BASA Executive in supporting and representing the financial sector in this journey towards a sustainable future. As we reflect on the outcomes of this conference, let's also remain focused on the task at hand to ensure that as we continue to finance a clean and just transition, we also remain focused on building a resilient, inclusive, and growing economy. I thank you very much.